This is a mindset or perspective. That's great. That's a good one. I like that though. I think when you do change your mindset, you do start getting more peace. Depend on how you view things. It's probably also why I always tell people to try to be more optimistic in things. I guess that'll change a lot of stuff. 'Cause everybody's point of view, you make your point of view.
Good evening.
What's the deal? The heart is back. Welcome back. How you feeling this Friday?
Just trying to unwind, man. Had a stressful week.
Hey, mom. How you feeling? You at work, mom? Let's see, son. I'm trying to change this thing up. Got all the 6 little people that's in here. Gonna hit the light so I can get some more peoples up in here. We get this party started. Feel like this is a very interesting topic. We get this party going, because I believe men rush to peace and women rush to happiness. I think that's an overall thing. You know, I believe a lot of women just want to be happy at the end of the day. And men just they want to be happy too, but it's just, they want to be alone at the same time too. I think what I noticed. Said you great. Yeah, she out there grinding. My mom out here grinding in them streets. Do your thug so we gotta get that money up in here. Borrow a couple $100, Sorry, no, I'm talking. Trying to oh, hold up real quick. I'll bring my other profile up in here too so I can get this going. If y'all haven't shared, go ahead and share the live out too. Go ahead and hit a couple of them hashtag FYPs down here. Try to get to maybe like, I don't know, maybe 5,000 likes real quick. What was I trying to do? It was something I was trying to do. Oh, look at my little peoples over there doing their own lives now. I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of them, man. They out here being grown out here. Sorry, dog. Talk it. Man. Yeah, we about to get this going, though. I feel like I had to do this topic for today because I get to be up a little bit longer because I feel like this is a deep one, man. I feel like this is, on my end, I feel like this is a good perspective, overall. I'll say I follow. Nice to meet someone with the actual topic. Yeah, this topic ain't like it's just arguing because it's just an observation. What's the deal? I'ma stop. Let me stop messing with. I keep messing with her every time.
Yeah, that's funny. I was just singing that
I think
earlier.
that's gonna be. You gotta have that to be your new background. You know how MySpace used to be. Then your music when you come on there. I
Yo,
get.
I don't even know why we left MySpace. MySpace used to be the shiznai.
Nah. I'm a mama. But there you go. Do your thug this. You know. You
Like,
know.
why did
You
we
know.
leave MySpace?
You said MySpace. Yeah, Yeah.
I don't get why we left. Like, you could.
Facebook tore it up out the frame. That's what happened when Facebook came around. It was a wrap. They
I'm
said, get
just
that out of
saying,
here.
like, you could, like, create your page how you want it, have your own flavor, have your music popping up there, backgrounds, have your top
Right.
friends on your joint.
Facts. That's facts.
Facebook starting to become like redundant, especially with people coming on your joint just to argue with you and disagree. Like, why are you
Hmm.
here if the only reason why you come is because you disagree? Like,
Hmm. That's what it is. I can feel it too. I used to do that too, but I had to realize, like, dang, what am I doing this for? I think later down the line, I just That was my way to, I guess, express myself, right? Because I guess I had things that was inside of me that I did not address, and I'm like, let me just
Yeah,
come up and argue.
my whole thing
What's up,
is
Sean?
like it's okay to like disagree, but if you specifically see someone's post all the time and that's the only time you interact, is like what's going on
That's
inside of
true.
you that makes you only want to engage in the
I feel like they
negative
got something
side. Like,
against you though when a person, or especially if it's like a mutual or something. Like, 'cause I be having mutuals that do that. I'm like, bro, why the heck? The only time I see you say something is you disagreeing. You don't like my stuff. You don't repost my videos. That's what I'm saying. If you don't like what I'm saying, what the heck is you following me for? You know what I'm saying? If you're not
exactly.
gonna support, I don't need the fake love. I don't need it. What the heck is you around for? You know, I'm doing my
Well,
own thing. I'm going my own route. You know what I'm saying? If you
yeah,
don't
well,
like me,
what I
don't follow
noticed
me.
it was for me personally, I noticed it was guys that like kind of found me attractive, so they wanted to keep me around, but they just
Uh,
did our ideologies just didn't match.
yeah.
Like there was this one guy, like, and no shade towards people who are religious or whatever, but he was on that Hebrew Israelite stuff, and you know that's real cultish to me in my mind. And they just be saying real crazy rhetoric, and it's like, bro, get off my page with that.
It
Like, if
is
that's what
scary
you
though.
want
I
to
don't be want to
believe, and
go.
that's
I
what
don't
you
want to talk
believe,
about them
okay,
though. But
cool.
yeah,
I don't believe like that, so
and we read the same exact Bible. That's what made me realize that people can come with their own interpretations with that. And then when you don't agree with them, they be like, "Well, you're leaning to your own." That's what I don't like about some people, man. You're leaning to your own understanding. Like, bro, that is not. People just take scriptures and make it what they want to be. If you don't think like me, you're leading to your own understanding. Like, get out of here,
yeah, and
man.
it's like, no, I'm not necessarily leaning to my own understanding. I'm using a logical mind. And then on top of that, depending on what you're trying to get from the Bible, it's like it's an esoteric book of knowledge. It's a book of parables. The stuff that's in the Bible is not literally literal. Like it's a
Yeah, some
parable.
stuff
When
is
you read
not literal. Some stuff is direct, and some stuff is um. It's three of them. Some stuff direct, literal, and some stuff was just at that timing, right? That they follow. It's not like he gonna tell everybody to part the seas. That was what Moses' job. But some people, what they do is they have read the stories and be like, this is what we supposed to do. No, that's what they were supposed to do, and that was just something that they had to do at the time. Just like okay, like with I'm not trying to talk about this group, but when they like the Hebrew Israel, I had a guy, I had a few of them that they keep up with. I guess they wear purple or something like that, and they wear
yeah, and be in the
fringes. They
streets
wear
acting
fringes.
crazy.
Yeah, they wear fringes and stuff. So the fringes was the way to keep the commandments and to remember it, right? But you know that's what they had to. That's what they had to do at that time. So it's like if they read further down the line, he said he's written it in our heart. You know, he read it in our heart so we'll know. So it's like that you didn't have just like when people say when they say the one of forgiveness, right? When he say forgive like 7 times 79 something like that, right?
Seven
He not meaning
times.
literal, man. Like it's obviously saying keep on forgiving because some people just, if they did take a literal, they're gonna forgive that. Oh, I did enough forgiveness. I ain't gotta forgive anymore. There's no way.
Mhm.
Man, but yeah, that's when I knew. I'm like, some of it is, some of them it's deep. I would say it's deep, and some of that stuff is specific. I mean, it's not specific. It's direct to what it say. So it's non-negotiable. I'll put it that way. But my boy Sean, how you feeling, man? Nay in the building too. How you feeling?
Okay,
How you feeling, man? It's
good.
Friday.
Okay, so tonight, wait, let me say something, Sean. Okay, so tonight, like, I don't want nobody getting up here just yapping. They need to wait, cause
Mhm.
they just be talking over people and they be talking over me, too.
Right. You know you got
Or
that.
I will
Sometimes
mute
you might have
them.
to bring that new voice we don't know about. Go and bring that deep voice out and come on. I'm tired of y'all. Y'all thought I was playing. Oh hey, get him. Stick your chest out here. They like, whoa, they brought that side out. Okay, that's what it, okay. This the new name. Okay, we got it now.
No, or like I'm gonna mute them all night, or I'm gonna drop them.
He said, I ain't playing, man. I'm tired. Mm.
Like no cap, like cause I remember, like I don't know, like I think like on this YT guys came up here talking and like you was
Mm-hmm.
and like you was like like you was like you was like you was like hold up bro, like do you hear me, like
Dang,
they
y'all
was
be,
just
I don't know,
talking.
y'all be catching on to that junk too. I do say that a lot too. They've been saying that for years though, because it be irritating. I'm like, bro, what the heck? I think some people be forgetting like when the hosts talk, and it's not no like a power trip, but it's just a respect thing. You would think because it's not me myself. I don't. It's not like I talk for too long, anyways. I be letting everybody rock, and it's like sometimes I do want to jump in because it's a certain way
Like I talk for too
that
long
I want to
anyway.
stay
Okay,
alive.
And everybody
Echo.
rocking. It's like
E,
sometimes I do want to jump in because
what the heck? I
it's a
hear
certain way.
everything. Nikki, what's up? Where you been at? But she been up there hiding. No, yeah, she been doing her thing. I've been seeing your posters and stuff. That's sweet though. The Twitch stuff you be doing. Hey, keep it going, man. Keep that going for sure. I love video games. My dang on stuff though. I streamed for a little bit on Facebook, but
Hey
that ended up
Sean.
changing though. But good. I mean, keep that going, man. Yeah, I know you've been doing the gaming stuff for sure, man. Hey, keep going, doing your passion, man. That's what everybody. I tell everybody that. I done found my new. I thought my stuff was gonna be gaming, but now I'm like, I'm gonna hit a whole different angle now. I'm trying to wake some stuff up for sure. Oh yeah, man. Then you good at it too. I see you on that Fortnite doing your thug thing. Made me want to go and hop on there and see if I can do something. Bring that competition mode on. Now you probably smack me up on that, John. I'm scared. No, I'm good. You probably smacked me on that dang on multiverse. I was decent on it, but I'm good. I ain't about to play. I ain't about to play y'all on that. I'm good. I'm gonna be mad and make it even madder because I'm like a girl beat me. I be getting so mad. No, I was playing. I played Mortal Kombat. Cause that's one of my top games or something like that. I was playing that and it was this 16-year-old girl. That's what made it so bad. I didn't know her age and I didn't know it was a girl that was smacking me up. I was like, this girl's 16 and she a girl beat me. I'm like, man, what the heck? But then I turned around. I was like, you know what? Can't beat them joiners. So I put her on the team. I put her in the King of the Hill. I'm like, yeah, I bet y'all can't beat her. I was like, I start beating her team and stuff. So I got a girl for y'all. They had a pump. Yeah, they did. I just seen a little update earlier because I just got done getting smacked up and winning at the same time on my Tekken because that jump be so hard, man. Because I play with Paul on there. That junk was irritating my soul. So I got off, and that's why I'm on here now. So I got off
Hey
so late.
Sean.
What's up? Hey,
Sure.
I think I know why that be happening, Kel.
What that?
When people be talking over you. I know when I be doing it every now and then.
There's a delay too.
No, it ain't even the delay. It be like thinking that you about to finish, and if we completely let you finish, somebody else is going to come off mute and start talking. So if it ain't an order, then everybody just going to feel the need to like, damn, let me try to hurry up and start talking soon as Kale finished, and then we don't know when we'll jump the gun thinking that you finished and you don't be finished. All because we want to get out, we want to talk first before everybody else just boom, boom, boom.
That's true. Yeah, I already know. I feel you on that too. And then it's like even with it's so. That's why I said it'd be heavy. I ain't gonna lie, it's heavy like doing the hosting thing sometimes because it's like it's like you try to be because like I remember I try to do the order thing too. I feel like that be hectic too sometimes because it's like I know everybody want to talk and I want everybody to talk, to kind of converse, but then people have good questions and some people got a rebuttal to certain things. That just be just so heavy, but it's like some days, even when I be in some people panels, it's like, dang, some days I guess I got to be either patient, and sometimes I'm impatient, and sometimes I just drop like, man, all right, cool, I just can't wait all day,
You
and now
got
I
to
got
reduce the
my turn.
question. You got to reduce you have so many good questions on your prompt, and then we never really get past the second question. So I
Crazy.
think you probably just need to go ahead and just keep it at a 2-question panel, and then
That
therefore
makes sense.
You know, people, and then a lot of times, how many you got now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now imagine you have a full panel that everybody is taking turns going down the whole list.
Mm-hmm.
I know for me that'd be like, damn, I'm ready to talk. Like you go down there 10 minutes without talking. That's a long time for me to not be talking. But I like to
Mm-hmm.
talk. So since we don't get past 2 questions, you might as well just minimize it to goddamn 2 questions.
Yeah.
But hold on, I
Yeah.
came up because somebody was talking about the Israelites, kinfolk. Somebody was talking about my Israelites. What you have said, Kill, about if it's written in it's written on your heart and all that
Oh,
stuff?
oh yeah. No, I was mentioning because I see some of them still wear the fringes or whatever, which is cool. I'm not saying that you don't have to still follow a lot of the things that was in the Old Testament. A lot of things have changed, but I was saying that that was what they had to do to remember or to keep the commandments or to even to remember it. That's what they had to do. So it was like each of the little fringes on the edge was like it was to remind you of the commandments, I guess, or something like that. And I was like, later down the line, for the ones that were saved, it was actually he said he writ it in the heart of men in general. Eventually, he written the commandments in the heart of men.
Well, since you said something about, I think both of y'all said something about literal. So
Yeah,
let me ask you guys this: if we speaking things being literal, when you said the same scripture you said about written on the hearts, right? I think that's
yeah,
Hebrew. That's Hebrew 8:8. That's the New Testament. He said I would make a new law, a
yeah.
new covenant, not like the covenant that I made with your fathers. So if he's talking about not, I'm gonna make a new covenant, but not like the one like I made with your father.
Mm-hmm.
And Christians say that the New Testament is for the unbelievers, like the Gentiles. But according to the scripture itself, if we reading everything literal, he said that I would make a new covenant with you, not like the one that I made with your father. So he's talking about a certain group of people. He's not even talking to the Gentiles. So how do Christians believe that the New Testament is for them when he's talking about the same group
Yeah,
of
I
people?
don't know where that came from. Right, I don't get that one. You know the one I got Israelites on before, because I was like, why do they separate Christianity and they believe the same thing? So I asked the dude the question. I'm like, hold up. So I said, you Israelite or whatever, right? Even though he like the first one I got deep with because I was actually working with this one. Um, and I asked him, I'm like, but ain't technically you a Christian? I asked him like, ain't you follow your goal is to follow Christ, right? He like, yeah. I said, ain't that what a Christian is? To follow Christ, a follower of Christ. He like, but he just kept was brushing like it was a lot of stuff he was saying. I kept debunking so many scriptures. He still say Esau is here on earth, and I mean so many things. Then another Israelite told him, no, that's not true. But I don't know. I guess every YT person is supposed to be a Esau, so that's why he's trying to continue this hatred towards YT. And it's like, I don't know. What's the deal, Blue Heart in the bed? How you feeling, man? It's my brother in there. He another guy I knew for about 4 years too. I know them with Kanai.
That mean that we all delusional in a sense, right? Because if everyone could read a book and everyone get their own interpretation, like no one, imagine us going to work, right? And we got a policy at work, and it's a handbook as far as like code of conduct and how you should act, and the policies. Everyone at their job is going to understand that policy. Everyone is going to read it the same. Everyone in the job make sure that everybody's on the same page,
Mm-hmm.
that you understand the procedures and everything at this company, and everybody will understand it. So how can people and if I send a text message to everybody, 100 people, and it say I hate you, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is how people could get that wrong. I could read it. Most people who read it, you'll be like, damn, he hate him. Because that's what I said. I hate him.
Mm-hmm.
I hate you. But other people will say, when they read the Bible, is he don't mean hate like that. He mean like hate because of something you did. And it's like, okay, now you adding stuff. If it just said hate, it's just hate. When you add your own feelings into it, be like, oh, okay. Okay, this is the last one. When they say, Like when I think of the world, people think that the world, I'm going to the scripture. People think that the world is the earth. And the scripture don't even say that. The scripture separates the two. It's in the beginning, he created the heavens and the earth. And then he said, God so loved the world. And then when he started talking about who he spoke to, he said, I spoke openly to the world where the Jews always resort. So he's not talking about the whole world. World, if you look up the definition of world, it's talking about a certain group of people. It could be a certain group of people. It's not the earth. I know that may sound crazy, but if you read the
That's what
scripture,
I heard a few Israelites say that before. He said it's a different world.
and you know why they separate? They separate themselves because they do a lot of hateful teaching. Let me just say that they do a lot of
Boy,
they do a lot of hateful teaching, but at the same time, they are leaning outside of the Esau stuff. They are the closest to the truth that you can possibly get out of all religions. Because if you say a Christian, I look at Christian as if you say they say you'd be called a byword. Like they was called first Christians at Antioch. That's not their land. And I believe that calling yourself a Christian, that's a derogatory term according to the scriptures. To me, that's a derogatory term. It's not a word of enlightenment, like a term of endearment. I don't believe so. When they say that you got the Israel, then you got a spiritual Israel, and if you believe in the Bible and you believe in Jesus Christ, you shall become a spiritual Israel. It don't say a spiritual Christian. So I don't know how Gentiles could be, how we consider ourselves Christians if the books say that you would be of the natural tree, which is the Israelites, and then you have a spiritual branch,
but
which is
isn't that who he looking for at the end of the days? Because he said it's gonna be people that say call themselves Christians and they not, and it's like he basically just looking for
he
basically
said
people to be
Jews. He said people will call themselves.
Jews.
He said people will call themselves Jews, but are not, and they are the synagogue of Satan. He never said people call themselves Christians.
Oh, I thought at the end of the days, I thought it said uh, not many that call themselves uh, what's that? I'm over there doing the you be doing. That's crazy.
Oh.
The people that call themselves, he said not many that call. Maybe he said my name on people that's under my name really means
Okay.
basically saying that people be deceptive for it. They just say it or act like they because that's when he said that one part depart from me. I never knew you. That's where that came in.
What up?
But yes, like we not doing this tonight because like also like people just be coming in and they be on mute already and they go talking like
Man, who made Nate mad, man? What's going on?
I remember yesterday she drove with that. She was like, they not let me talk. He said she came in the mirror. She was in the mirror all last night, like, I'm making sure I'm sticking my finger in their chest next time.
I'm standing on business.
Don't mess with Nay. Don't mess with her. Mm-mm. Triple Nay. It ain't even double Nay no more. It's triple now. Triple new then Nay. Quadruple N. Okay, I get it. I get it. No, Nay.
I'm confused. I'm confused on that first question though.
Hmm?
I'm confused. Maybe I'm not reading it right. Men rush to peace, women rush to happiness. Is it true? Men rush to peace, women rush to. Damn, I have to hear you like explain it for me to. Men rush to peace. I'm gonna hear somebody else go first.
Mm-hmm. Who wanna take a pop at it?
I don't know.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Nate.
Oh no, you can go because I don't know like Sean.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with this. I mean, I hear men say that they want women to be their peace. I don't necessarily feel like men rush to peace. Because if you look up the definition of peace, it means to be in a state of not being disturbed or tranquility. And it can also mean a state of not being at war. And on the flip side, it could also be a salutation. I feel like nowadays a lot of men are in a battle within themselves, and I feel like we should be essentially our own peace and happiness. So I don't necessarily agree with the statement.
So you don't believe that? Maybe I should have put the word more in there. I believe more men rush to peace more often, and women rush to happiness more often.
Even with that, I have to disagree. Now that I read it, I have
Okay.
to disagree. And the reason I say this is because I go off what not all men, but what I be hearing men say all the time. Not on just TikTok, but in real life. They say that, we say, no, I'm gonna say they. Ain't no damn we. I ain't part of this shit. They say, I want a woman to be my peace, not add to my peace. They say I want a woman to be my peace. So with the shit that we say automatically, it don't align with that we rush to peace because we telling a woman to be our peace. And if we were to say that I want a woman to add to my peace, which I don't hear men say, I hear us say, I want a woman to be my peace. That's two totally different things. So I don't believe that we rush to peace at all.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, I have to agree with Sean. I see a lot of men battling their own inner turmoil and not necessarily having the tools to actually
Mm.
be in a state of peace themselves. And then chaos ensues, and then they don't know how to deal with it. But it's like, when it comes to women, they multiply whatever you give them. So if you're not experiencing peace, are you giving peace? Are you giving instruction? Are you helping that woman to, regulate her emotions? Because, like, the feminine principle leans on the man. Like, if she's going to submit to you, be vulnerable with you, or whatever the case may be, then at the end of the day, she's going to lean on that masculine principle. And I
Mm.
don't think that men have been adequately prepared with the tools to be able to navigate the actual nature of a woman, because feminine energy is chaos, darkness.
We're getting
You
somewhere.
feel what I'm saying? So if you don't know how to
Interesting.
navigate a being that dwells in emotions, then it's not it's not going to be peaceful.
Okay, I got to change. Oh, it ain't nobody on the panel, so we good. Okay, I'm gonna give a little pushback, and I'm gonna equal opportunities with this. I'm gonna say that women not at peace either. But and when I say that is because when you go with men and women, men, you can't be at peace if you can't be yourself. And part of having peace is you are comfortable with yourself. And a lot of times, well, in this society, men have to perform to the standard that society set on them, and women have to perform the expectations that society set on them. So nobody is having peace. If you're trying to keep the standards of what society say how you should show up as a man or a woman, you definitely not at peace because you can't even be yourself.
All right, let me throw some scenarios up. Oh, you about to go, Nay? You got something? I heard you got some crunch noise over there.
You said what?
I heard some crunching noise over there. You trying to go?
No, you can go.
Oh no, I was just gonna throw some scenarios out. Let's see if we could just expand because I think about a lot of stuff. So how about scenarios like argument? Who is more likely to prolong the argument? Who is more likely to try to either since I got the word up there, sweep it under the rug, leave it alone, or try to avoid it? Hello.
In my experience, um, I personally feel like when it comes to arguments and stuff like that, I will be the type of person to want to figure out what the problem is and fix it.
Okay.
And I don't have a problem with admitting when I'm wrong.
Okay. Okay.
And if I don't have clarity on something, I'm going to ask questions.
Mm.
And if I feel like something is BS, I'm gonna call it out. But I feel like also at the same time, like on a majority scale, I feel like women sometimes will like brush things over and maybe deflect or avoid. But at the same time, feel like men can like think about certain things in a logical standpoint, and it's like a difference on perspective. So it could seem like, a man is trying to invalidate a woman's feelings or emotions. And I think that's where the disconnect could come in.
Interesting.
Because women don't always think about things from a logical standpoint. They can be more emotional because it's like, I feel
They
versus
just want to
like,
be happy, right?
mm,
Mm, mm,
mm, I
mm.
mean,
We gonna get somewhere tonight.
that could be true in certain instances. Because I think everybody wants to be happy. Nobody wants to be stressed out,
I
frustrated,
feel it. I feel it.
um, stressed out, overwhelmed. You
I
feel what I'm
think
saying?
I actually believe man is more happy. I think men would be more happy alone. Well, unless they get a piece of kitty or something. But overall, I think all they really want is kitty. But they'd rather be left alone, like low key. I highly believe that. I don't think they people person like a woman because I think a lot of women want that conversation. They want to express themselves. I actually believe they're saying too. They say what they say. Women are more into people and men are more into things. Just
Wait,
like we could
Cat.
have a video game and be done. We don't even need the world runners, or women they gotta. I need somebody to gossip with. Or I need somebody. I need to express myself. So I don't know. I kind of believe that. But go ahead, Nate. I think you want to say something.
Like, well, what you said, like, yeah, like they will be nice, like if they get the cat, like if they get the cat, then yes, like, well, I mean, like some, not all, like, but some of them will play along. They will be nice and happy. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Kev, okay, I got 2 points. I'm gonna be real quick. I
So
actually I
basically,
got
what you're
three.
saying is, oh, sorry.
Yeah. Like Kev, I was talking.
You about to do it too?
No, I'm just saying that's what Kev be doing all the time. But actually, I got three. I got. I'm gonna give two different perspectives from how I was thinking at first compared to now. But
Okay.
if we go with let's go with people who are believers. I don't believe that men could be rather be left alone because Adam had God all to himself and he was lonely. So I believe that man, according to the scripture, man need woman for sure.
Mm-hmm.
That's just scripture wise. And on the
True.
other part is if you say that a man is happy getting cat, we just talked about something like this yesterday, but if you have to go outside of yourself to find peace and happiness, then something is wrong with how you analyze and how you think of yourself. So if men are happy by getting cat, that means that we have a problem with finding happiness within ourselves, which goes back
Mm-hmm.
to we always looking for a woman to be our peace instead of adding to
Mm-hmm.
peace. And on the other
True.
end, I used to believe and I was one of those men you talked about that when you say who would be the one who would kind of like sweep it under the rug, be like, okay, I don't feel like arguing. That was me at a time where when I couldn't express my feelings and thinking that I'm not supposed to have them and expressing my feelings make me weak and being vulnerable make me weak as a man. Yes, I sweep that shit up under the rug and my wife would be,
Mm-hmm.
nyah, 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 and I consider her nagging. Now now I'm in tune with who I am. I feel comfortable
Mm-hmm.
as a man that I could express myself. I don't feel less than. I'm emotionally intelligent. So now it's at the point where I feel like if my wife is not understanding something that I am saying, I find ways to talk to her on a level to where she can. And people believe that the problem we have with communication is people believe that comprehension, that's a big problem. Like they put that comprehension on the other person who receiving the message. I don't believe that. I believe just like in school, when kids, every kid don't learn the same. And a teacher, if a student is in class and they're not picking up on it like all the other kids, that teacher would take time out with that student and find ways to see how that student understand how that student receives messages, and they would tailor the message to that student so that student can get it directly. All the other kids got it, but that student had to get it in a special way. And I believe when we talk about comprehension, we put that on the other person. And I believe that comprehension is our responsibility. It's my responsibility to convey a message to my wife. If she's not getting it the first, the second, the third time, I'm not going to tell her, well, you just not comprehending. No, that means I'm doing a horrible job at breaking down how I feel into where she could grasp what I'm saying. So I have two different perspectives. One, I understood it, that I couldn't express myself and I would walk away as a man. And I believe that majority of men have that problem with thinking that feelings and expressing themselves make them vulnerable and weak. I believe that men who are coming out now, and you seeing it, Kel, when women are saying, it used to be a point where women would say, men don't have no hearts, men don't have no feelings. Y'all need to be in tune with your feelings. Now that men are coming to a small group right now, coming into understanding who they are, expressing their feelings, being emotionally intelligent, women are calling these men sassy.
Mm-hmm.
So I damn near think it's, I ain't gonna say on both sides, but there's a lot of work to be done on the men and the women when it comes to communicating and walking. And this is why I would say this: walking away from an argument, or not an argument, walking away from a conversation, and you don't really got neither party have come to an agreement and feel like you came into the conversation without an answer, and then you leave without an answer. I believe that only makes the relationship worse. And anybody who's willing to walk away from a conversation and they didn't resolve anything, to me, that's a sign of emotional abuse. To me,
All right.
anything to me, that's a sign of emotional abuse. To me,
I agree.
Some people just don't know how to answer, or maybe they I guess it just depends. I feel like that's another depending on the reasons
Yeah, but I
behind
think
it.
that
That's what I've been
so
talking
I
about
think in
lately.
that instance it's
Huh?
just like be honest. Hey, I don't know at this point in time.
Some people ain't trying to hear
I
that.
give you
They
one.
not
Cool.
about to
I
say
give you
that.
one. Okay. Me and my wife used to argue a lot, right? Because she would say something to me, and I was too prideful to say, "Hey, I don't understand what you're saying." So what I would do is I would act like I understand. I act like I understand, just so we don't have to argue. And then when that same situation comes up again, I fail because I wasn't honest. But like, hey, baby, you didn't really explain it to me to where I could get it. Now, if she be like, you understand what I'm saying? I'm like, nah. Then she be like, okay. She'll tell me a different way, and she be like, you get it now? I'm like, nah, man. You gotta work a little harder. I'm not getting it. And then she'll find ways to where I can understand it. Then I'm like, okay, I got it. Then moving forward, we don't have those issues anymore because I got a clear understanding of what she meant when she said what she said.
I love that for
Hmm.
y'all.
That's people that's called trying to make it work. Some people just the opposite way. They find every reason to give up. That'd be the difference. Because everybody feel like, oh, I can get a better option out here, so get that, That's how they be like. And then when they get in these streets, they be like, man, why it's so hard? You had the one, you just ain't had the patience for them. And that's the thing. I tell people that love is patient, man. It's trying to understand. You gotta forgive. Sometimes we all humans. You just not go. And and the other thing is, people act like they can't get their feelings hurt. You gonna get your feelings hurt no matter where you at. You get your
That
feelings
too.
hurt by family. No matter how somebody love you, that's a fantasy to think that somebody not gonna hurt your feelings, or you're not gonna have to say I apologize a million times. That's just life. Things happen. Both people have emotions. Both people passionate about what they speak on, or whatever the thing is, and you got to learn sometimes to agree to disagree. They say that's one of the best things you could ever do. Because you are two humans that think different.
I
Yeah, that's
agree.
true. But at some time, I feel like people want to be understood and people want to be heard. So if you have a partner that's like submissive, I mean dismissive, that's not really trying to do the work, that make
Then leave them.
excuses for their flaws and are not actively actually trying to work on it. It's like, okay, you could apologize and I could forgive you a million times, but if you continue to keep doing the same things, seeking different results, at what point do you realize that you're operating in insanity?
Yeah, I think things like that. That's the people that, and it depends. Like, why not leave? Or these things you're supposed to do before you gotta to vet your partner before you even get in with them. People be doing that, but I think some people still be trying to stick around because they think they gonna change that person. That be the problem, and that's why people hurt their own feelings because they don't. They done got themselves, and then all that stuff be down the line after the person done got to the guts and everything. Now they be like, I don't know if this person's sure. Like, how the heck? No, people be
But
so
also at
backwards
the
about
same
this
flip
shit.
time too, with that too, is like as you grow and as you mature and you learn and you have different life experiences, like every relationship or friendship is not going to last forever. Like you, as much as you may want it to, certain people can be in your life for this particular season and then you elevate to a new height and they can't necessarily have the bandwidth to come along.
You know, I think like so I told you I do whatever I go against the grain. So okay, so I give you most people believe and society tell people that when two people come together, if y'all are having fights and disagreements and arguments right off the bat, that's a sign to run away. And then I don't believe that. I believe that two strangers, and this is how you know that people don't believe it also, because now people are saying that everything was peaches and cream in the beginning, and then 3 to 6 months down the road, we start having problems because both parties are putting on a show, and they not showing up as themselves, and they not being honest with that person that they with. I believe that it happened in life, and you go with a job, you could go with a relationship. When you start a new job, you're going to have mistakes because you are trying to learn the system. You are trying to learn those people policies and procedures. Same way with a relationship. You don't know this woman don't know you. You don't know this man, that man don't know you. All you know is y'all came together off of physical attraction, which had small conversations, and now y'all in a relationship. By y'all two not knowing each other all the way, he's going to do things that you don't like, and you're going to do things that he don't like. But once you tell that person, hey, I don't like that, that's when you're going to have your bumps and bruises along the way. But if you having problems early on, I think that's a sign for y'all are on the way, because neither both of y'all are not afraid to express how you feel, and you don't mind losing that person in the pursuit of expressing how you truly feel, instead of just showing up as your representative, as they say. And then once you feel like you got the person, now you want to show your true colors. Nah.
Right.
Yeah, facts. I
Go
be up
ahead,
front
Nate.
these days. I'm getting too damn old. Look, I
Hold on
don't
real
got
quick.
time
I'm
to be
letting Nate
dealing with
go
no
because she just put it in the
clowns.
comments.
This what it is. This how I am.
Bro, can you hear me? 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 What the heck? I think she got muted. I about to say Nate was just, she put in the comments she's about to go real quick.
Okay, so I want to reply to what Sean was saying, because I kind of disagree because it's like if y'all arguing constantly, and it's not no peace, it's
Mm-hmm.
you gotta go, cause who finna stay in that? I see if y'all just having disagreements, but it also should not be that bad. Y'all should, like Sean was saying, you should be able to have a conversation. And it's also if y'all not coming to an agreement, then that's bad. And also some people be so immature, like they will start verbally abusing you, and it's you can't even have a conversation because you so mad or we having a disagreement. And yeah, think like nobody shouldn't be in that, especially if it's no peace.
Well, I think and I don't want to speak for Sean, but I think what he's trying to get at is that like healthy disagreements in the beginning stages of a relationship is technically healthy because you're still trying to get to know each other. And then on top of that, there's a barrier between the way that a woman's logical mind works and the way that a man's logical mind works. So you will have a difference in opinions, but the commonality between men and women is that we complement each other. You know what I'm saying? Like opposites attract sort of thing. So if your goal in a relationship is to show up as your authentic self and you guys are both showing up as your authentic self, like you're going to like have differences because you have different experiences. You may have a different in age. You know what I'm saying? Like you could have had different ways that you were parented growing up. So the way your expression of self is going to show up differently than your partner. So that doesn't mean just, oh well, we had two arguments, so we should just throw in the towel type of thing. Like in order to sustain a long term relationship, like you're gonna disagree. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to figure out like, well, how do you handle your finances? How do you show up when stressful situations happen? Like you have to see the person in different environments other than just the honeymoon stage attraction. Ooh, I like you. Ooh, you cute. Oh, grand rising, handsome. Grand rising, beautiful. You know the little mundane, simple stuff. Like when you getting in the thick of the mud of it. You feel what I'm saying?
I listen. I don't know. Okay, you could go with as a creator on TikTok, Kev, and a lot of other people that host lives, right? When you first come on someone's panel, you may say some stuff, and everyone else that been there know the rules and they know how to play the long game, right? But if you come on panels and start doing all kind of crazy stuff and don't know the rules, that person gonna drop you. And then when you come back, you may not say nothing too crazy, then a person still may drop you. That means that once you come on somebody's panel and you constantly there all the time, that means that y'all been through some things. You know the rules. Maybe you had some trial and error before you come before you actually stay on a panel and don't get dropped and muted. Some people come on panels, get dropped and muted, and keep coming back. Goddamn, that's the what's called. They'll keep getting dropped and muted all the time. They're not learning nothing along the way. So I believe that if you having problems in the beginning, and what I mean by problem is not the physically harming each other. I mean like the small disagreements, like me. For Valentine's Day, when we first got together, we got together in January of 2018. Valentine's Day was damn near 3 weeks away. I bought my wife some flowers, and she was pissed off. And I'm like, damn, what kind of woman don't like flowers? And my wife say, with flowers, she didn't tell me she didn't like them. It was just, I thought that she would give me a reaction, typically what women give you the reaction, like, oh, thank you, such and such. She did that, but her body language wasn't saying. I was like, okay, something ain't right. I said, man, hey, let me ask you a question. I said, man, you don't really like my flowers? I said, you don't really like flowers? She said, no. I said, why you don't like flowers? I never heard of a woman don't like flowers. She said, why would you give me something that I got to take care of? Why are you going to give me something that's going to die? And I'm like, well, unalive. I say, damn, I never thought of it that way. You know what I'm saying? I never thought of it that way. So guess what I did? Instead of me getting offended and getting defensive and be like, oh, you don't appreciate such and such. Listen, I'd rather not taking it personal. I'd rather her tell me right off the bat that she don't like flowers instead of her being nice because she don't want to hurt my feelings and we just got together and 8 months down the road, a year down the road, I'm constantly doing the same shit that she don't like and she ain't saying nothing. So secretly she'll be, and a lot of people do that in relationships. They'll secretly have resentment towards their spouse because they're not open enough to tell their spouse the truth. Tell me the truth right from the beginning. We could work things out from there.
I was
So you can either handle it or not. Dang it.
I was just having
Go
that
ahead, man.
conversation today, and I know, Kev, I was so excited to actually come on here live today, and I just finished my last appointment, and I was like breaking down peace and happiness, and kind of what Sean is touching on, and what you guys touched on, just while I hopped in. There's this like level of vulnerability that we have in like the beginning of a relationship. It's like, and Sean, you mentioned it, it's like there's two strangers coming together, and there's these expectations that and there's these
Literally.
this happiness is conditional, so like conditions is like, am I going to buy flowers, but peace is the fulfillment, is like it kind of reminds me of what Kev was talking about a minute ago about with love. There's things that you have to do that compile up to what love is, you know. It's like it's conditional and unconditional at the same time. It was kind of powerful the way that I was like trying to break it down and look into the components. It kind of reminds me of intimacy. If you look at intimacy, the difference between schmex and intimacy. Intimacy is more like mental, physical, emotional, spiritual, financial, all that stuff. And then you look at schmex and it's just physical. So there's components that actually have to be added up. So there are conditions that people are requiring for people to meet to get to a level of, okay, now it's unconditional. Now it's just it's not expected. It's unconditional. It's genuine. Where we get back to that genuine marker, like with love, like finding because like what Kev was talking about earlier.
Not the genuine word. Not the genuine word.
I know, and I'm trying to like use a different word. When you look at love too,
Nah, you got the right word. I
agape.
say
There we go.
agape.
There we
Say
go.
unconditional.
Thank you.
Whatever you want to
Where
say.
you look at love, and love has to endure pain. Love has to endure hardships. You know.
Love is always conditional. Oh my gosh,
Oh
not the
no,
pastor.
there we go. So that's really my compilation. But man, Kev, you brought this topic up, and it's so crazy how it like works, and like how my spirit has been moving this week, and peace and happiness just kept coming up this week, and I'm like, wow, oh, I know the spirit was moving.
Hey, lovely.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, go
See,
ahead.
see.
Go ahead, my brother.
Oh no, I was
Right
going to
here.
say, like piggyback off what Lovely said about like intimacy is outside of SMICS. At one point, like once again, when I couldn't communicate, couldn't express my feelings, and I held that stuff in, SMICS to me was very important. I feel like if I didn't have that constant in the relationship, that I feel like I wasn't in a relationship, and I feel like that was our only way to connect, because that's my only. Most of the time, and men
That's
are
deep.
we typically the only intimacy that we truly get in life is during SMEX. We don't really receive it growing up, like as far as like people loving on us, and then when fathers love on us, eventually that stops at a certain age because they feel like they don't want to send the wrong message to us. So that's why I like having daughters, because I could love on them from the moment they born up until they grown, up until they old. I don't have to change the way I love and show affection towards my daughters. With men typically have sons, and what we do is around the age 7 to 8 or 9, we start to show them certain things, and we start to withdraw some of our love from them to start being disciplined and stern and stuff. And I think that is the biggest problem when men get older, and it's how we deal with emotions and feelings is. Oh, no, let me get back to the other point. Now, when I got to a point where I know how to express myself and learn, and I realize now that intimacy to me is my wife being affectionate, my wife just coming up to me like rubbing my arm and shit like that. To me, that is better than the smekes part, because smekes is like, especially when you work a lot and you got kids, you don't really get it in as much as you should, right? So if you having kids, and that's why a lot of people relationships start to fail when they have kids, because when kids get a little older, they know them sounds that's coming out their bedroom. So you got to be careful, you know what I'm saying? So you can't really get it in as much as you should. So if the only thing, yeah, so if the only thing you banking on is the physical part of being intimate, you're gonna have problems. I think now that uh, the things my wife could do outside of the bedroom benefits me more than the things that she do in the bedroom. There's a big difference.
Well, do you think that because if you only have one component, if you only have the physical, but outside of the physical, if you're not getting the emotional, the mental, the spiritual, the financial, even, it's like it becomes more of this made me happy for this moment, but did it make me peaceful? Did it bring me fulfillment?
I want to answer a Kev question. Like, you can't be stern and love at the same time.
I'm mad I don't see
I
it on
feel
here. There's something up. Hold on, give me a second. I'm over there typing it
I
like
see
crazy,
it.
probably down here. On my phone I see it, but the other phone I don't see it on this
no,
one. I'm like,
I
did it
see it.
go through?
Oh, it's
Give me a second real quick before you answer. I'm about to just do this
okay.
little refresh thing real quick. I'm about to just with internet off, man.
I hear some old school music playing. Oh,
I think I'm
okay.
back.
You can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I would say, and I've seen this more than just outside of me. I've seen it with all of my friends for the most part that grew up with their dad. And you can see the difference. Uh, when I say stern, is you could love, but you start holding back on the love to where it damn near become conditional. I believe that the relationship between a father and a daughter will always be unconditional. I believe that the love between a father and a son is always going to be under conditions, because a lot of times fathers live out their dreams through their son. And if their son is not playing the sports, just not doing all these things, you really don't have a lot of time as far as one on one with your kids outside of them trying to do activities to please you. Uh, so I believe, okay, you go with a newborn. Man, you kiss up on your son and everything as a newborn. When he start walking, you still kissing on him. Age 3, you still kissing him. Age 4 and 5, you start to kind of like, pull back a little bit, because we be so concerned about sending our son the wrong message, thinking, that's kind of normal. You know where I'm getting at. And then as they get a little older, 8, 9 years old, you kind of like rough with them with the love, like, headlocks and shit like that. Oh, daddy love you. Such and such. And then as they get teenagers, you don't be doing all the affectionate stuff that you was doing when they were babies. But with your daughters, you don't change nothing. You love on them the same way from they born up until they're a teenager, up until they are adults. It doesn't change. But when a father and a son, throughout the time where your son is getting older, the love is like mentally, the love is there, but how you show the love is not. It don't show up as frequent as it would if you had a daughter.
I agree with that.
That's
Agreed.
interesting. I
I
don't know.
disagree.
I guess I personally have a different perception on it, but I didn't really have the healthiest dad. I mean, I don't want to speak bad on my pops. God rest his soul, but we didn't always have a healthy show of love. He was kind of verbally abusive, physically abusive at times. So
Yeah,
So you
yeah,
disagree
no,
yeah.
I
because
don't
of your
disagree. I'm
personal?
just
I
saying it's
disagree.
interesting to hear the
Oh,
perspective of a healthy
oh, okay.
dad, because I didn't necessarily, that wasn't my experience. So I appreciate the perspective because I never thought about it like that.
What you got,
Yeah, I
Paul?
disagree. It's unfortunate that you believe that you got to pull back being affectionate with your sons. I got 4 sons, 40 years old. He's the oldest.
Yeah, that's deep
I
though. I'll
got
say.
I,
I
I
was
got
thinking
I
that
got
too. Go ahead.
I
My
got
bad.
40-some-year-old son all the way down to 25, and every time we greet, we hug, and I kiss them full on their lips. Mwah. This is what I do. I don't wait until they're deceased and then want to run up and try to kiss on them and hug on them
Mm.
when there's no more life in them. That's what I do. Real men understand that just because you kiss on your son don't mean you funny or wearing a rainbow
Right.
flag or
We
anything like
get you.
that. So that it's unfortunate that you feel like that. And there was one time in the history of mankind when love was unconditional. And that's when God decided to pardon us, and he did an act that would bring us back together with him. But after that, there's conditions. And the first condition is you got to confess you're a sinner. You have to repent. You got to change your ways. You got to start living differently. And that's how it is in every relationship. You ain't going to love a woman that's cheating on you. You ain't going to love, a woman ain't going to love on a man that's cheating on her. So there's conditions. You have to act a particular way and live your life in a particular way in order to get love. And the reason I say that is because love is not an emotion. Love is what you do. People know that you love them by how you treat them, not by what you say or what you don't say, but how you treat them. Your woman knows you love her because you take care of your business. You get up, you go to work, you help provide a safe, secure environment for her. You ain't cussing out, you ain't beating up, you ain't doing all these silly things. That's how she knows that you love you. And the vice versa, same thing with a woman to a man. So love is conditional. Because if the woman or the man is mistreating you, you're not going to hang around and continue to take it. So that's the first thing we have to understand. To love somebody don't mean you have to like somebody. You can have somebody that you don't like, but that don't mean you go out of your way to harm them or prevent them from living their life. Love means that you're going to be who you supposed to be, regardless of how it's coming back at you, even if that means walk away from it. That's what love does.
You just, you just, you just said that's what I call unconditional love. But you just said it. You don't have to worry about rebuke. You can walk away from it and still love somebody and stuff. That's actually my version of, well, that's what I see because you still can express your love. That's all it really is. But love don't mean that you have to take anything or be with somebody. So it's not like you're going to, it's like with your kids, right? You're not going to be around them all the time, but you still love them from afar. Even when they have a whole nother relationship, you're going to still love them. Or, just like our enemies, we read the same thing, right? It tells us to love our enemy. I don't have to be around my enemy all the time because I know they the ops. They can probably tear me up or whatever, but I still gonna love them from afar. It's basically just loving what unconditional love is. And even if you just look at the definition, it's basically loving the person for who they are, not for what they do.
Yeah,
That's all
but
it is. And the conditions for what they do. But if you learn how to love people for who they are, that's unconditional
I
love. That's all that
disagree with
really is.
that. I disagree with that because I'm not going to love you, which means I'm not going to treat you the way you need to be treated if you mistreating me. Okay, unconditional love really means, in essence, what you're saying with unconditional love is you can act up and you can say you can treat me any kind of way you want to, and that's okay. There's not going to be no consequence or no repercussion. That's a lie. That's a lie. If you put your hands on me, I'm putting my hands on you.
That's
If
not.
you steal something from me, I'm calling the police and you going to jail. There's conditions to us
Do
having
you forgive people?
forgiveness does not mean that you have to hang out and kick it with somebody. Forgiveness means that I'm not gonna hold.
You're right,
No,
exactly. But that don't
conditions
make you
mean,
not forgive them.
forgiveness means I'm not going to go out of my way to hinder you or harm you, but it doesn't mean I got to fool with you. See, forgiveness don't mean that after I say I forgive you, I got to turn corners
Exactly.
with you and act like everything gravy. No, forgiveness means I'm not going to wish you no ill will and I'm not going to do nothing to harm you. That's forgiveness. Forgiveness is an act.
So you gotta. So you saying with love, right? With love, you saying you gotta know the
No,
person,
no,
or you
no,
gotta be around the person to
no.
love them. That's what you're
Love
saying,
means,
right? Because I can love Indians. I've never been around them. I can love other people in different religions. I can love
listen,
everybody. So
love
it's
means
like,
that you are not going to allow someone to change your righteous character. You're going to do right even when they don't do right. Okay? But that does not mean that they
right.
don't have to conduct themselves right, because if they don't conduct themselves right, then they're not going to be around you to receive your love. They're not going to be around you to receive your grace and your mercy and your kindness and the good things you can do for them. You're going to disconnect yourself from them. So there is conditions to being my friend. There's conditions to working at my company. There's conditions to being my wife. There's conditions for being grown and being my child living under my roof. There's rules and regulations. This is what it is. So there are conditions. Rules and regulations and guidelines are conditions.
That's fake.
So you're saying there's condition to your kids'
That's fake,
love
then.
for your sons?
My grown children have to conduct themselves in a manner that's pleasing to me in order to hang around with me. My son can't be a street. My son
Oh,
can't
you
be a
love. Okay,
street
I get it now.
pharmacist.
You love
My
conditional.
son
So there
can't
you
be
go.
a street pharmacist
No
and
condition.
hang out with hoods and hang out at my crib. He can't be that. My son can't be a man that's cussing out and abusing his wife and his children and be at peace and be comfortable living around me. There's conditions.
So
Yeah. So let's say this is what I'm gonna do now, because I notice people do that, and I'm gonna start saying that. So we gonna emphasize, because we can't act like we can't put because we can't or certain people can't love unconditionally, and then put it as a whole, as in everybody can't do it, because that's not true. That's just not true. But I would say, well, at least we know you love conditionally, and whoever else, whoever say they love conditionally, and it's okay. It's okay. You have your limits. You got your tolerance. You only allow what you allow, and that's cool, right? That's cool though. But
Everybody does,
just to
brother.
love somebody unconditionally, that don't mean you don't
But
have to
brother,
have
listen,
boundaries either.
everybody got
That's
conditions
one
to
thing.
receive their love. You do. I can't just come
I
into
don't.
your
I
world
don't.
and treat you any kind of way and you're gonna accept it. That's not true.
Yeah, that don't
No,
mean I
no,
still
no,
don't love
no.
you. That don't,
Yes, it
just
does,
because
because
even if
love is an act.
how you gonna
Listen,
tell
let me
me if
tell
I
you
don't love
something.
you, love? That's
Let me
crazy.
say
That's a
something.
whole nother level.
Love is for you that don't know. Love is an act. Love is action. Okay, so in order for me to receive your love, I got to be able to be around you.
You
And
don't
I
have to
have to be able
receive
to
it.
be around you, be associated with you. If you don't like my character, my conduct, and you don't want to be around me, I can't receive your love.
That's not true.
I can't get from you.
That's not true.
Come
So
on, man.
the thing is, people can't stop me from loving them. That's the funny thing about that. Just like my boy El Mary, he used to be saying, "I love you, and there's nothing you can do." That is some true stuff. You can't. What the? Boy, my boy, come on, man. Hey, I said what I said. Come on, man. No, we gotta have this conversation though, because people do. I want to let people know that's possible. That's all it is. I had to build myself to do it. I mean, it's just the way you condition yourself. You gotta condition yourself. But I think that because people, like I said, when you learn how to forgive people, put yourself in other people's shoes and stuff, and actually just focus more on. If a lot of us believing in God and talking like that, that's crazy. And then it's like when you focus on that, then you realize you can do it. You can do it. You don't have to know somebody to love them. That's what I'm saying. That's that fake stuff. When you got to be like, all right, I'm gonna wait on somebody to do that, then I'll do it or something like that. I don't have to do that no more. Just like I think we was talking about earlier with the confidence. Once I start understanding myself more and realizing, where I'm at and stuff, and trying to be better, it's like, what? I don't have to wait on the next person. Why do I gotta. I gotta match their energy. I don't have to do that stuff. If somebody treat me bad, I don't have to treat them bad. I can still show love them, but I don't have to be around them. But which people gonna understand that though. But I think everybody just like putting that whole box in because they can't do it, and then say that everybody else can't do it.
but I don't think you
That's
can. I
not
don't think
true.
you can control love either. I think love is.
That too. I mean, sometimes you can't. Sometimes you gonna love who you love too. Well, that's in love. That's a whole other thing though. But and also too, you can say love or whatever make you happy. Sometimes you control it. Sometimes you can't. So I feel that one. Yeah, emotions, how that work. They said emotions was actually before thoughts, which made sense. It made sense later. At first, I didn't get it. I'm like, what the heck? I thought thoughts would have been before emotions. But I was like, dang, when you was a baby, you had emotions, and you wasn't letting it register while you was having it. So I was like,
And
oh,
that's the
okay, never
difference
mind.
between love, right? Because
Can't
love
have
it's
emotions
an
before
emotion. You can't control it. It's a. I mean, you can control the uncontrollable.
It's an
Yeah,
emotion
but
and
the love.
expression. It's both of them. And a feeling. It's a feeling too.
And
Motion, feeling, and
there are
expression. Yeah,
actions
express
that
it.
you have to take that adds to it. There's things that you have to do that creates that emotion.
Yeah, and I think the guy that dropped
Hmm.
off, basically, he was talking about the part of love that is associated with criticism or critiquing. What am I trying to say? Correction. Like if you love somebody and you see them doing something wrong, you're naturally gonna say, "Hey, I think you're doing this wrong." You feel what I'm saying? So like, because if
Right.
you love someone, you want to protect them, you want to put them on game, you want them out here
Exactly.
looking fuddy duddy because you love them. Like
Yeah.
if you
Yeah.
give
Yep.
somebody stuff, something, say, hey, this is hot on the bottom, and they keep trying to touch the bottom of the thing. I said it's hot on the bottom.
Because
I was
let's be
gonna
honest,
say that
like
correction brings protection. It's like, are you willing to, somebody that you love, are you willing to take let them put you in check, basically? Like, how are you gonna take it when
but
like
also too, right? The love is when love is only proven when everything is going wrong. That's when love is proven. It's not when things going right or the conditions that he was talking about. It's when they mess up and then you got to come in and prove your love to them. Love doesn't show when everything's going great. Everything can be good, but the
Sure.
real love and loyalty coming after when it needs to be proven. It's kind of like brave, right? You don't be brave until it's time to be brave. Everybody's brave until it's time to be brave, right? So people talk about love like that, but you gotta be proven. And the times there will be times to prove that love.
Yo, what's up, y'all? How y'all doing? I want to jump in real quick. I know. One of my favorite scriptures is that many to proclaim to have unfailing love, but who can find a faithful man? And it when I heard that, it was like, man, like that commitment you do, that commitment you show. And I mean, it made me understand about unconditional love. It's like, okay, a lot of times we do things and we do it out of just instinct or habit. You know, you're around somebody out of habit. Sometimes you might not necessarily be just used to that person, right? Sometimes people are together because they just used to them, right? I know their person, I know their habits, I know what it is, I know what it's about. You know what I mean? And you're just used to that character. But loving is when you're willing to sacrifice. You know what I mean? When you're willing to sacrifice, when you give your last, when you give it your all. You know what I mean? And I think that a
Yep.
lot of times, like, and the thing is, like, it is different types of love. You know what I mean? Different formats of love. My interaction, I don't love my mom how I love my friends. You know what I mean? Is different types of love.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So I think people need to
Yeah.
understand that. So what works for them and how they love and how they show love, and I mean, it works for them. You know what I mean, with your understanding of it's crazy because people try to make seem like love is one thing, but it's multiple things. I mean, people fall in love for the craziest things. You know what I mean? So it's like
Mm-hmm.
I can't. He was getting so mad about, like, bro, he just disagreed with you. That's all. It's okay. Like, he just he was so mad. He's like, and he's dropped. Why are you getting frustrated? Because he had a different point of view. And I mean, and honestly, yo, yeah,
I mean, he always like that. I'm used to this. I
yeah,
mean, he preached some good stuff though, but he just what I
yeah,
noticed is his way or the highway. He always like that. That's something
yeah,
deep. That's
yeah,
a pride and ego thing.
yeah,
But he an older guy, so I expect that. But I still keep him around
yeah,
because he be preaching though. He say some good stuff, but he
yeah,
just don't like getting challenged. But
yeah,
that's what
man.
happens on these platforms. We want to understand each other. Sometimes we
It's
not
all
going to agree,
gravy,
but he gotta. Boy, I can just imagine that
man.
in real
But
life. Boy,
the topic is fire though.
go ahead, my
I
bro.
don't want to like get off, I don't know how y'all got to that, but the topic is fire, man. Like, very interesting, man. Like, so you mind if I like, what's the points? Like, where we at? Where we at, Kev? Like, you know what I mean?
We you can start the topic itself. How you feel about that? Men rush to peace, women rush to
Man,
happiness.
men rush to peace and women rush to happiness. That says a lot. You know what I mean? That says a lot. For the men rush to peace. If a man can find peace within himself, he's dangerous. God dang dangerous dude.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm.
Because that means he's accepting of who he is. You know what I mean? Like, one of my pet peeves, I hate when men say, "Oh, be my peace to women." I can't stand that. I said, no, be your own peace.
Mm, right.
The real thing is, don't disturb my peace. And that's the difference. I think that's when that's the man, he should run to peace within himself, because I don't want anyone to disturb my peace. I'm peaceful without you. You know what I mean? Like, I have peace without you. You know what I mean? And the woman to rush to happiness, that says a lot too about her character. You know what I mean? Because what's that old saying? What, a happy wife, happy life, right? And it's very, yeah,
That's a
it's
good
wild.
saying, right? You don't see
Nah,
peaceful life,
nah.
people try. People try.
Yeah, man, you
He
don't
don't
say
say
that,
that.
man. And I think that women do rush to happiness because that's why they're so easily persuaded. And I mean, yeah, I mean,
Mm.
because if the next man, or they be in their feelings, or I'm not happy, like, they break up. because they're not happy in a relationship. And I mean, men would stick it through. And I mean, they're unhappy. I mean, when women legitimately leave someone because they're unhappy, that's a deal breaker, their happiness. You know what I mean? So yes, and that's why they jump. That's why they can sometimes they jump from relationship to relationship. And I mean, because they searching for that happy high. You know what I mean? And men would be alone for a long time because they want to protect their peace. You know what I mean?
Oh, well, then I must operate like a man.
We gonna get deeper and deeper tonight with this one. I think it's crazy coming from a lot of the angles, and I feel like it's a way more too. We gonna see. It's the reason why I put this up here. There's so many things the way I hear people talk, I can just tell just based off of it. And then when you look at the statistics and all that other stuff, this is the reason why I put this topic up here. Why I thought about it like that, bro. But you touching on some stuff for sure.
I was
So
just gonna
whoever,
say something real quick. I like what he brought up real quick, but
go ahead.
with that protecting of the peace, we talk about peace all day long and how we get it, but how do we protect it?
You protect it by control your surroundings, the environment. Like he said, protect my peace. Don't disturb my peace. You can't bring me peace. Just don't disturb it because I already got my peace. So that's well said. Like, that's perfect.
I think that
I guess we do open panel from here.
with peace, happiness, love, all of these things that we experience on the earthly realm
Oh, she back.
they all come in waves. Like there's gonna be times where things aren't peaceful. Sometimes adversities have to come to teach us lessons so that we can actually appreciate our peace and appreciate our happiness. And sometimes we just have to clear up certain things in our environment or learn things, pick up new tools in order to sustain these things that we want for ourselves. So that's just a part of life. Things are gonna arise, things are gonna happen. You're going to feel different ranges of emotions and feelings. And we just have to like roll with the waves and continue to like take each moment at a time, each day at a time, each step at a time. You know what I'm saying? Like you're never gonna always experience these extremes of one range of something. Like it happens in waves. Like the tides ebb and flow. It's not always just even keel. Like you're gonna have waves. Sometimes you have tsunamis, hurricanes. Like sometimes it's gonna be turbulent. You feel what I'm saying? Like that's just a part of life.
I want to ask.
Hold up real quick before you ask that though. Let me get a main thing in. And you can go after that. She woke up? Oh, sorry about that.
I was never asleep. I was in
She
the
driving?
store. No, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
I hear you.
It's probably my area right now. I'm about to pull in and park. Men rush to peace, women rush to happiness. That's a state. That's a fact. But I think I think men only rush to peace only because you know, when you got so much on your plate, it's like you already stressed out. So it's like knowing that you got so much on your plate, you try to hurry up and find a peace of mind, because you've been stressing it all day. Your life is literally, especially if you got a family, your life revolves around solving problems 24/7, trying to figure out work, and when you get home, you still gotta, provide some type of work when it comes to your situation, and that could even cause more stress. My bad, y'all. I'm over here trying to park. But I think women rush to happiness because they never knew what it really felt like. So it's like when you never had something you never felt, you try to hurry up and find the best route to hurry up and get to it, so you could just have the chance to experience it before you feel like it's too late. Because they tell women you have all the time to do all the things in the world that you want to do, but in reality, she understand that clock is ticking. So it's like, I think, damn y'all, my bad. I'm trying to focus on something. So I'm gonna say, our ladies, we rush to happiness because I think some of us be in the mindset of, if it doesn't happen now, it's never going to happen, right? And it's like, especially if it's somebody that you really want to have happiness with, it's like, okay, if it doesn't work with this person, I promise you I'm not trying with nobody else after this. And that's where our mindset get to where it's like, okay, if a person not making us happy, if they're coming off draining, any type of draining, you want to remove yourself because it's an uncomfortable feeling. And I don't think a lot of ladies like to feel uncomfortable. So I think happiness, when you're trying to reach happiness, it takes some type of uncomfortability to get comfortable, if that makes sense.
That reminds me of what Sean was saying earlier when you talk about, two strangers coming together, and that it's like there's this vulnerability. It's like you started out uncomfortable, but once you start getting comfortable, then you start realizing who that person really is.
Oh yeah, after you get out that honeymoon phase, yeah, and take that time to get used to them, that's when you really see some. That's why I recommend that vetting, that good vetting. 90 days it is show. If you a good veteran, it might be longer than that. You know what I'm saying? You might have to take a year, but depending on if you know to ask the right questions, if you pay attention to the right things, then you will see some things. As soon as they get comfortable with you, after you got all the feelings that you got in, and you realize like, dang, this mother, they don't shut up, or this don't, you gonna start realizing that later. But it's all cute and funny at the time, because you at the beginning like, oh, you so cute, you my snuggle wooker, this other stuff, and then that snuggle wooker turns up. Go ahead, Sean.
Always interesting, man. Hey, okay. It was kind of like a piggyback off what Brandon said, but it's more of a question, right? Okay. Maybe I live in a different world than all of y'all. The only reason I keep saying I disagree with the prompt, and I'm surprised that other men are not disagreeing with, they say men rush to peace. Yeah, I'm at work. Okay.
Fine,
Can
we
y'all hear me
can't
though?
hear you.
Y'all can't hear me?
We can hear you. It's
I
Can
can
y'all?
hear
quiet.
you a little bit,
Feedback is
but
real
I'm making
bad.
it happen.
We barely hear you. We can make it out. But
What about
We can
now?
make it out. We can make it out.
Is that
There we
better?
go. My goodness, see them through the. Oh, don't get
Go ahead,
fired.
Hold
Sean.
on.
Don't get fired. That boy's clear. He's like, oh, we
Yeah,
better
I
put it up.
wanted to piggyback off what the young lady
Well, hey, before any piggybacks, I got to
I'm
make sure
sorry.
everybody talk first. Then we go open it up, because I don't think Cleveland
Okay.
started yet either. So after Sean, then I'm going to let Cleveland, then we back
Oh
open
my
yeah,
it up.
bad.
I just I'll be short and sweet. Uh, Basically, you can maybe boil it down to, guys, they want the big piece of chicken, and women, specifically black women, because I think it's most of them, they want the D boy. They want the action and all the crime series drama, whatever. They want the goon, the D boy, because the big piece of chicken is boring. That's what I think.
I'm back. Okay.
Interesting. Go ahead,
The
Sean.
that I'm confused. I'm reading. It say men rush to peace, and if If from what I've heard, majority of the time I've heard a man mention peace. I never really hear or rarely hear men say, hear us say, I want a woman to add to my peace. I typically hear us say, I want a woman to be my peace. When you want someone to be your peace, that means that you don't have peace. By saying it that way is I want a woman. You don't say I want a woman to add to my peace. We say I want a woman to be my peace. So I don't believe that we rush to peace because we're looking for the woman to provide that. It doesn't make sense according to what we say on our own. So either we don't understand what we're
You
talking
know what I'm gonna
about
say with that?
or
Oh, that my bad.
something, because I'm confused on how what we say compared to we want to rush to peace when we always looking for peace with the woman instead of within ourselves.
Mm. I wanted to say this too. The fact that you even saying that show that men still, even though they don't truly know the meaning of it, right? Because that is like contradicted. They still asking for peace, just like women say, "I just want to be happy." We hear that a lot. Like on both ends, both of them is speaking on what they really worship, but they don't know how to get it right because there's many different forms of happiness, and their happiness be making them mad. You know what I'm saying? We could say that the choices of what make them happy also is what's making them angry. Also, like if we put it that way, they don't have happiness within themselves and all that stuff, and they also look through their happiness through other. But both of them, no matter how you want to look at it, right? And I'm glad that you did re-mention that again. They still, that's making my prompt even more accurate. Like they still asking for these things, or they're still either rushing for it or looking towards it. He's looking, even though that's not peace, he can't find it within him. He's still rushing to peace, even though he's saying somebody to be my peace. And just like the woman, she's looking for happiness, even though her happiness got to be from within. She's still looking for it from some type of way. So both, I mean, it's still the same thing.
This is why. Can you hear me though? I got my earpiece in. Okay. The only reason I would say, okay, imagine if if I'm looking for something, if I have something with.
Yeah, hey, yeah. Can I just add real quick too that I'm convinced too, like in the vetting process, there are flags, but the women, they'll see those flags, and for whatever reason, they still want to go with that option because that right,
It
right.
makes them happy.
It falls in their
Can you hear me?
criteria. No.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Time back.
No, I was saying, if you're like, if I hear, okay, for me, it's not my wife's job to make me happy. It's not my job to make her happy. And what I mean by that is, I believe that's unfair for the other person. And what I mean by that is, if it's my job to make my wife happy, that means that as a human, I have to be perfect all the time. I can't have my depressive moments. I can't have moments to where I'm down, because when I'm down, she's going to take it personally and she's going to feel offended because I'm not giving her the attention. How can I bring her happiness when I'm not happy with myself? And we all go through times where we kind of like having a rough patch. So I add to her happiness. She adds to my happiness. I wake up every single day happy before I even say a one word to my wife. She wake up happy. I told her she better, because when we first got together, I said, "Hey, it's not my job to make you happy." And she was like, "Nigga, you done lost your mind." I'm like, "What you talking about?" I said, "Because if it's my job to make you happy, that means that when I have down moments, when I'm depressed and I'm not 100%, you're gonna add a stress to me, because I can't have a point where I'm down and you're not offended by it. Like me being, and this is what you see in relationships. If you're looking for your spouse to make you happy instead of add to your happiness, this is what it looked like. You come home from work, you kind of depressed, you had a bad day, Kev. You had a couple bad days where you kind of like depressed, you in your feelings about something, right? What she do is she take it personally, or he take it personally, like, "Oh, well, you must got you a new woman, you been acting funny." They take it personally because you don't have the free will or freedom to be down and be a human and feel things without them being offended. What happens now with me and my wife, if I'm not in a right state, instead of her getting offended, she be like, "Hey, you all right? You've been down the last couple of days." Something on your mind, and then I'll go ahead and tell them. All right, go ahead. I gotta go somewhere else.
Yeah. I like that. It's funny because even though we saying this though, and people, and that's and overall it shows that even they people don't know the true meaning of what it takes for it. Just like I like his comment too. He said women don't even know what makes them happy. It's like men, a lot of men don't know what brings them peace. That's why they asking for it through other people. And it's like even with this prompt, even if I switch up a couple words, it still don't. It's really just don't change it. It's not changing what we still speaking on. 'Cause it's not, we don't usually hear the opposite. I don't hear women saying well, they say all type of stuff nowadays. I can't even keep up. Uh, but I don't, I hear them want to be happy more than anything. I think that's almost dang near worldwide. We hear that stuff. Shoot, girls just want to have fun. That was a song. That's some form of happiness. But even if I was to change the word, man is looking for peace. Women is looking for happiness. That's this. It's the same thing. That's how I look at it, right? I just changed the word instead of rush. Is looking for. So even if a man saying, "I want you to be my peace," he's still looking for it, even though that's not really peace. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. It's making another person's job. Just like the girl could say, I want you to make me happy," and that's the same exact. They both the same exact thing. You know what I'm saying? So it's still the
Yeah.
same thing as the prompt. It's no different. Even if they doing it the incorrect way or they ain't got within themselves, it's the same exact thing. That's what they
You ready
both
for this one though?
look forward to.
Like the more I think about it, the more how naturally it is. So when you have peace within yourself and when you're happiness, when a woman is happy within herself, it naturally happens, right? So again, I had to think about it a little deeper because a woman, I don't want. Again, me being a man, her not disturbing my peace because my area, my energy, my atmosphere, my surroundings, my environment is peaceful. And I mean, you come to my house, you chilling with me, it's peaceful. You have a peaceful. You feel peaceful when when a woman has peace. When you bring peace to a woman, it's a form of protection. And I mean, so it's like when you think about it as a man, so it's like, okay, she's peaceful. She feels the man so peaceful. She feels protected. It's calm. It's like sleeping in the meadow and sleeping in a green field on a summer day with nothing around you. And I mean, that's how I picture it in my mind. And I mean, just peaceful. And I mean, and when the person's in your inner sanctuary and you're in as a man, that woman's in there is a form of peace. You know what I mean? So it's not that she's even adding to the peace. She's just enjoying what I already made a way for it. And I mean within myself. And I mean, and it's crazy. And again, when a woman is happy within herself, and I mean that energy, the atmosphere that you can feel you feel that happy energy, that bubbly energy, like dang, like you ever see a happy person or a happy woman and she just genuinely happy, smiling, just like dang, she all smile. It makes you feel good as a man. It just makes you feel good. You know what I mean? So it's like that natural energy. So it's not about someone, I guess, adding to. Not saying I'm disagree with, but as like when you are what you are, when you confident in who you are, and you know that your energy and you just cool within yourself, it just happens naturally. You know what I mean? It just happened naturally. It's just a part of your being. You know what I mean? And I think that when you have that higher form of you know what I mean? When you have that higher form of who you are, things just naturally blossom, naturally bloom. And I mean, I don't have to again. I think you're right. You need room and grace to be human, to be fall, to make mistakes and have bad days. Because you're right, like my lady said, the heart, like life comes in waves. And I mean, I know I put that in the comments, but I'm gonna say it out loud. I said, but being prepared for the waves. And I mean, being prepared for the storms. And I mean, I had to learn that, go with the flow. But the older I got, I understood, like, yeah, I can go with the flow, but I need to know how to ride that wave now. And I mean, I need to know I need to be on a canoe. I just can't be out in the ocean. I need a boat now. I need the safety gear. You know what I mean? I'm still riding the wave, but I'm more prepared for the storm. I'm more prepared. I know how to, like, okay, cool, we here. Let me give you this safe, let me give you this shelter. You know what I mean? Let me give you this place of shelter, hide you from the storm, man. And again, even a safe place ain't always comfortable. And I mean, I had to learn that too. A safe place is not always comfortable. You know what I mean? So being in safe places with somebody is not always a comfortable place to be. You know what I mean? But again, as long as y'all together, and I think that's the thing. This is a great topic. I ain't gonna hold you right. It can get deep.
Well, this game for sure, because I'm even thinking
Hey,
about
can I
more
say
stuff.
this?
I know you about to go Cleveland, but let me say this another one. Then I'm gonna throw this in there, and then I'm gonna go back to you. I mean, I think about the breakups. Even the breakups, that jump be telling it too. Like, because if you see here, most of the time you hear women,
Right.
I wasn't happy, or I just want to be happy, or something like that, right? And then even the breakup with the man, if a man is gonna break up, which is kind of less, it's less likely when women break up. It's more of it's. I think I got to deal with peace. You know that she nagging too much. She doing this, or I mean, it be. I don't. It's kind of rare though. It's hard to say because I don't think men really do initiate most of the breakups. But you know, he usually be dealing with something with peace. Like it's like when he had enough and he like I can't take it because he like all right I couldn't. You know, I mean that's how I look at it though. So even the breakups can tell like what people looking for. So that's how I look at that too though. Yeah, I'm thinking some more though. I'm thinking some more because there's too many of these talks, and too many of these things has been proven this topic.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
I
Cleveland.
was gonna mention, in practical terms, because human beings, we're social creatures, like we're social mammals. So in practical terms, okay, cool, everybody got this ideal Buddha, you got this piece, Indian style on the top of the mountain or something, and you supposed to just be solo dolo. That ain't practical. It's an ideal, but it ain't practical or whatever like that. You supposed to have some perfection. And that's why I see so many, particularly black females, they rough around the edges, they socially awkward, just it's worse and worse over the years, is what I've been observing. And it ain't practical. And you got all these broken households and relationships and big mistakes with children. And it's a mess. Like the community is ravaged. And, that it's kind of irreparable. It's bad. It's bad. It's at an all-time high. And it's not practical. Like, just look around. Everybody else is elevating, and we, like, Hispanics, Mexicans, they done passed us, and they was at the bottom. So that's where we at. That's what I see. That's what I observe.
But why is
Mm.
that though?
Oh, go
Like,
ahead, Art.
why do you think that is?
Social engineering. We've
Mm.
been targeted, just social engineering from all directions. That's one part of it. And another part is just like, well, we just got a culture. It's loose. It ain't really structured like prosperous, thriving other cultures in this country. And we don't really have one. It's a lot of brokenness and social engineering and program, and it begets this, and it goes on and on. And so it's really just a culture. It's kind of left behind. Like we underrepresented in so many spaces, and just it's been a dumbing down, and we just been getting the worst of it
So, what do you
systematically.
propose should be the solution to that?
Uh, it's a lot of working parts. For one, just look around. It ain't hard. You can just look at other thriving communities.
Mm.
Yeah, just
That's
look
a
at.
good
So,
one.
what would be your definition of a thriving community in your mind? Just paint a picture to me
Success.
what a thriving community looks like.
You got the model minority. We underrepresented in those spaces that they dominate in. That's kind of clear cut where we need to be, in the direction we need to be going.
Interesting.
It's a culture. The model minority has a culture. of this, and us. It's straightforward, and you just go in that direction, and elevate your mind, and yeah.
But my thing is this, though.
We're underrepresented. Yeah, go ahead.
I feel like so-called black people do have a culture, and
Well,
there's a lot of people who are borrowing from that culture
you kind of
and
need
then
to,
demonize.
yeah,
Excuse me, huh? Sorry.
yeah, you kind of need to unify to have a culture. Now, if you unifying with dumb shit, then that ain't a good culture, but it's a culture.
No, but I'm saying in essence, we always have had a culture, and we always set the trends, and people want to act like us, but
Nah,
yet demonize us and say that the so-called not so desirable parts is the main basis of our culture, and that isn't true.
well, that's why you need unify.
Because people
Well,
will borrow from our stuff and then say, oh, well, you're not doing this and you need to pull yourself up by the bootstraps and this and this and this. But then you feel what I'm
okay.
saying? Coming into our communities, erecting businesses, we partake in those businesses, and then those businesses do not put back into our communities. So then the community becomes disenfranchised. So we used to operate on a matrilineal type of standpoint where men and women came together, came to consensus about whatever our issues were or problems that needed to be solved, and did what was correct for the community. Now you see it to where regentrification is happening, the economy is riddled with inflation, and then we are disenfranchised, and then we take on this heathenistic mindsets, and then there's no longer a community. Big Mama's house is no longer a safe haven anymore because her house was taken from up underneath her. You feel what I'm saying? Then you have situations where we go, we get educations, get indoctrinated in a system that doesn't care for us or cater to us. Meanwhile, still perpetuating the system forward because you feel like you need to be in the system to survive and feed your family. So, like, you feel what I'm saying? Like, and even back in the day, you could get a house for $5,000 that was packaged by Sears. Now, today, that same house is $250,000, $300,000, student loans in excess of $60,000, $100,000. Daycare is more than a state worker's freaking a salary. So there's a lot of different things that go into it, and I think it's so much
Well,
that goes
fostering the
even deeper
same,
into the situation.
fostering,
You feel what I'm saying?
fostering a similar or better culture like the model minority. That'll kind of solve everything you just rattled off.
I mean, honestly, I was kind of saying the same thing, especially at the end. Y'all, pretty much, he mentioned systematic systems that was destruct our community. I think, as a whole, our black community, right, it's beautiful, but it's tragic, right, and we have a lot of trauma, right, and
Right,
I think
right,
that
right, right. But
trauma,
before you talk about attacks, because every community has been attacked. What they
not
do,
like us,
what
bro,
they
not
do is
like us, bro.
what they do is take accountability, and they do what works. They implement what works. I'm trying to remember what I was trying to think. I was thinking about.
Yeah, but I don't think that there's any other group of people, even in the diaspora, who have experienced the level of trauma that we have experienced. So nobody else has our experience
Yeah,
nowhere
right. Yeah,
in the world that we have
in
here in
we are in a
America.
unique
So to say
position.
that we're not taking accountability is disingenuous and insensitive.
Yeah, we are in a unique advantage over other cultures. Well, if we foster the culture, we don't have a culture. Well, we got a
Yes, we do. And to say
We
that
have
we
a
don't
strong
is
culture.
disingenuous and a slap in the face.
We have a strong culture.
I
It's
ain't gonna
just
lie.
that
Very
I think
strong. And everybody is stealing from our
Honestly,
shit and don't want to give us no
honestly,
credit
our
and then say
culture,
we need to
our-
take accountability. That's bullshit.
I think
honestly,
we
if
got a broad
honestly
culture, but it's a
everybody,
weak culture.
hold
It
on,
ain't
hold
working
on,
for
hold
us.
on,
How the
hold on,
fuck
hold
is
on.
it weak? Get the hell out of here with that.
All
You is not
right.
about to play on our culture top like that. Like that is so disingenuous.
I ain't
From
gonna lie,
music to
it is.
fashion to
Okay.
creativity, innovation,
Well,
like
how's
half
that
the
working
stuff
out
in the
for us?
world
How's that
that's
working out
created,
for us?
if we didn't create it, it wouldn't be here. What
that's
do
a
you
fact.
mean? What
That's
do
a
you
fact.
But
mean?
hold on, because I think y'all misunderstanding. At the end of the day, the music, all that shit, is still programming us regardless. It's still meant to program you. It's
Thank
still
you.
meant to sit up here and keep you at a low vibration. From
Cause
truly what it is.
we don't
So
have millionaire
hold on,
billionaire
Cleveland. Let somebody else
record
talk. Let
owners.
somebody else talk. Thank you, cause y'all been going back and forth and ain't nobody else been responding. Um, like I said, when it comes to anything far as black people, we don't even know how to get along. So far as bringing the community together and all this stuff, it's like at the end of the day, you got to learn how to listen. You got to learn how to get along with the ones around you. Right now, we don't even know how to get along as men and women. Straight up. A lot of people trying to sit up here and fight the other side when in reality, we not even standing together as a whole. We too busy trying to compete and outdo the next person because we think that we have it all figured out. Truth be told, we don't. Our grandparents had certain things figured out, but they were still learning as they go. The problem is nowadays don't nobody want to learn nothing. And it's so sad that I understand we came a long way, but at the same time, we still a disappointment because we haven't accomplished the goals that our ancestors was trying to accomplish. It's like we literally got further from what was right, and that's just how I see it. Ain't nothing helping our kids. Our kids still sitting up here having certain going through depression more than ever, anxiety, all this shit. Like I haven't seen a most unhappy generation ever. Like everybody in this generation is so unhappy and damaged for real. And it's like everybody trying to fix somebody. The main person you need to be fixing is yourself. It's like if you want to help the community by starting with you in your household. Cause it's like we could sit up here and tell the next what they need to be or what they should be doing, but honestly, if we're not leading by example, how good is it? It's like I always hear people talking talking. It's like we've been talking for generation after generation. It's like at the end of the day, if we're not putting no moves to what we're trying to get see as accomplished, man. At the end of the day, we honestly need to stop talking because honestly, ain't nobody really making no moves, and all it is a whole bunch of complaining and excuses of why we not doing what we have to, what we should be doing.
So, honest, I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
Is that's why men not being rushing for peace and women rushing for happiness?
You say that's why they rush into peace?
Yeah. I was being funny
Um,
because it got a little bit, you know what I'm saying? I was trying to bring it back to the original point.
No, you good.
Yeah.
I think people don't truly know what peace is. Peace is literally when you literally sitting up here, you no longer worried or complaining about the things that you was once complaining or worried about. People don't know. They don't know what that looks like because we live in a time where I feel like it's literally a disease with our people. It's like we'll say that we loving and caring people, that we care about people who's struggling, but we would be the same people turning around and laugh at somebody who's struggling. Or we'll clown on how, oh, he broke. You a broke nigga. And it's weird that we literally turn on our own over little things. Too many people are willing to. It's like we living in times where people are too willing and so untrustworthy when it comes to their own people. You don't even trust the person, your own people that look like you. That's why if you seen a group of people who looked like you across the street at night, because you already judging, because you don't feel safe. See, when we could get women to feel safe, back safe around men, where men ain't gotta sit up here and announce themselves to bring you safety, that's when we'll begin somewhere. Till then, shit, we stuck. We so stagnant with life.
I think that's just a generation, honestly, man. Stagnant. Well, I think that's everybody. Being an adult sucks right now. I think that's just, bro. That's just what it
No,
is.
it.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Being
I
an
was gonna
adult
say
sucks right
I
now.
agree with Just, but yeah, I mean everything she's saying it could is modeled with statistical data, but black folks don't even like statistics.
The sad
You're
thing
right. I
about
can't
like
stand statistics. I'll be the first one to admit that. I hate that. I hate that because statistics don't account for black folks. That's why when I hear statistics, like they make numbers out of real life, right? That's what a statistic is, counting what people are doing in real life, right? But everyone's real life is different from everyone else, right? They counting this number, and a lot of times they skew the numbers to fit their narrative. So
But they
it's
count
very
the
frustrating.
numbers. They count the numbers that's checking in. They ain't counting the ones that we don't
Yeah,
even know
that
about.
part.
Damn,
That part. That
we
part, yo.
cooked. We cooked. That's all I'm
And
saying.
also
I'm
another
just calling
Like,
out what I see.
difference too that I learned from going to school is that they will sway certain things in the form of biases to fit a certain narrative.
absolutely.
And then also some people don't even know how to read statistics correctly.
You
So
don't
then there
either. You
becomes
don't. You
more
don't,
bias.
Em. You don't. You don't.
Yo, it's just again. I think I'm gonna go back to our trauma, man. I'm gonna go back to our trauma and I listen. I think for so long, especially the generation before us, they were just black, right? They were just black people, right? They were just black. They had it being black was enough, right? That's what they was waking up. What 60 years? Like my dad's 70. You know what I mean? He's 74. So like back in, I remember he was telling me stories that he used to walk the neighborhood a couple blocks over. They was just chasing him because he was black. And I mean, going to an all Italian neighborhood, he had to run through the neighborhood, right? That was their worry. That's a real life story, right? And now in our generation, we see that we're people, that we're not just black, but people. And we have to find that identity in us being people. And I mean, that goes back to our mental health. That goes back to, again, to our happiness, to our peace, right? That goes back to that, right? Now we're struggling, like, again, like she said, finding us as people. You know what I mean? So now we don't have to worry about us just being black because they didn't have time to worry about their mental health. They didn't have time to worry about other stuff. Now that is, we have that little bit of breathing room, and I mean, a little bit of just worrying about us. Is like, oh snap, we got to deal with this generational trauma that our great grandfather passed on to us. You know what I mean? So it's now it's that, but it's hard. It's overwhelming. Like I mean, YT people had that privilege of dealing with this for centuries. You know what I mean? We didn't. So now that it's on us, now we gotta move. Now we gotta grow, heal quickly, grow fast, and still trying to make it work and still trying to make it better. And when everything from jazz, hip hop came from struggle, right? Our music, everything, our fashion. And I mean, think about why we wore baggy clothes, because they were hand me downs, but we turned it to a fashion statement, right? through the 90s. Like, let's keep it real. Like, everything we did was through struggle, and we made it beautiful. That's why black people are beautiful. Everything we have, we turned into beauty, and that's why. And people adapted that. Like, look all over the world. Like, it's we changed the world through America. You know what I mean? That's something we can be proud about as American. I think sometimes we look so bad at the negative, but we forget how we really innovated and changed things around us, and that's how powerful we are. That's why they always trying to keep us down to this day, because we have that effect on the world. We can literally change the world. You know what I mean? So again, man, I think that to really find our happiness and to find that peace, and I mean, it begins with that self-healing. And you're right, it begins at home. Begins at home, but recognizing the issues, and I
But
mean, recognizing and changing those issues, you know what I mean, it's so much deeper. You know what I mean, it's so much deeper than what you say, right? And right, we do, a lot of people do talk a lot of smack about certain things, but we don't know how, right? I think asking how do we do it, you know what I
Man,
mean, not just why I do
Eminem
this,
is
but
the most
how.
successful
he said
rapper, man.
everything a while
That's
ago, and I agree
that's
with you.
our
Hold
culture.
on, Stephen. Hold on.
Eminem.
He said everything a while ago, and I agree with him. But the one part that, well, but you said
Did he
earlier
just say Eminem is the most successful rapper?
is the accountability part, right?
Economically, yes. Economic and
You
statistics are the
can't,
top
you
two.
cannot, you cannot move forward without accountability.
That's
You have
probably
to,
why we the
Billionaire.
lowest
I don't know.
economically.
Jay-Z's a
We don't
billionaire. I
even like
don't.
statistics.
you have
Jay-Z's a
to.
billionaire. I don't know.
Like what Randall, what you were speaking on too, it kind of reminds me of if you look at PTSD, because we talk a lot about, even on Kev's live, like everybody's like always comparing trauma. Well, I went through this and you went through this. If you look at that book, that PTSD by Joy McGrath, it was post traumatic slavery syndrome. So it was everything that came from that era, that the generational things that were coming through. And now we're to a point like where you guys were talking about earlier, is like, what are the solutions? Like, now that we've been through the trauma, is it the emotions that we're holding on to, or is it the solutions that we're trying to get?
It's like trying to climb out of a big hole, right? It's like trying a big hole, you know what I mean? Society, you know, systemic racism, all that good stuff. It's a big hole, and redlining, all that, right? All that plays an effect. And our, like, again, when you take our gang culture, right? It
We
was meant to
can't
protect the
even
community. Black
unify for
Panthers was meant.
reparations.
You know what I mean? Black Panthers was meant, you know what I mean? They made that, they demonized
The
that, right?
government
You know what I
admitted
mean? Bloods and
fault.
Crips is meant to protect the community, right? When I hear something, it just corrupted, because we're corrupting people, right? We're corrupting humans. You know what I mean? So again, like, it's the same thing. Like, and again, like, you know what I mean? The church don't do too much for our community nowadays either. You know what
Right.
I mean? Like, it's like, for real, like, when you think about it, like, it's not the same. Like, things are just not the same. And you're right, a lot of things we got to take accountability for as a community. You're absolutely right. And when we look to other people, other things, we gotta create something new for us. And I mean, and we should be able to do that. We have the mind frame and the mind power to do that. You know what I mean? We may not have the resources, but we got to create our own resources. You know what I mean? And again, healing the next generation,
That part.
You
That
know what I
part, and
mean?
if you look at it too, like, because I go into the history and stuff. We look at the United States of America is different than the America territory, because I think Nate or Love just put that in there as like the reparations. Sometimes it's really just more territorial. A lot of people don't know the true history of like America. Not everybody was a slave. There were already people here. So we have to think about that too. Like, a lot of us have been, well,
Yeah,
most,
native black folks, right? Choctaw Indians, all these tribes, right?
yep.
But it's, I don't know. I just chalk it up to dumbness. I don't. It's just dumb at this point.
Well, that's why, like, who talked about, was it Randall that, and I think Love talked on identity. Like, how do we know who we truly are if we don't actually try to learn ourselves? That's why people have this identity crisis, is because we've been told who we aren't supposed to be rather than who we are supposed to be, or allowing us to be who we want to be.
That's a bar.
That's why I was saying, the culture lacking, and we don't have a culture that fosters what you're talking about. Other thriving cultures, example, the model minority, they have their culture and they're winning by huge percentage points, and they're just a blip, a sliver of the population, but they stand out because of that.
Yeah, that's because here in the corporate structure of America, they favor immigrants and give tax write-offs, incentives, monies that they're not even giving to the people that are naturally indigenous to these places, and give people tax cuts, allow people to set up and have their businesses thriving in these places, and then point fingers at the original people that are here, saying, oh, you're not pulling yourself up by the bootstraps. But then when they go to those same banks to get the same level of treatment that foreigners are getting, they are denied. So it's like,
Isn't it amazing, love that they call them peace treaties? And Kev's got this whole. What is a peace treaty?
so
I
is
got a
that.
question. Uh, I heard somebody say like we don't know who we are, right? So I'm gonna uh, I believe it's easy to find out who you are if you're a so-called black person in America. I think if you talk to your ancestors, which we don't do, and our elders used to be like a prime figure in the community in our family, and the young generation really don't respect the elders at all.
We could do our
So
genealogy. That's even better.
I don't trust that because that's the YT man shit. But
What the hell?
yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
you don't
I
think
would say
we're capable of doing it? You don't think we have our own systems
it's
and
it's not about
operations
being
to find
capable.
that?
It's not about being capable. It's just the fact that we haven't. With all the thing to think about what you said. With all the stuff that we have gotten since we've been free. I
Do
ain't gonna
you
say
know
we've
what
been free. I'm a
genealogy is? Do you know what
brother.
genealogy is?
Hey, hold on. One thing I don't do is when people start asking me, do I know the definition of words? I feel like they playing on my intelligence. Uh, so I'm,
That's
I'm
what I
sitting here and
feel
trying
you
to,
did with me because you didn't understand the word.
sir. I was talking and what I understand every word I said. So what you said, you interrupted me. I don't have to understand you. I was the one that was talking. I didn't use that word that you used. So I don't have to understand anything.
So you don't.
Okay. This man still don't. Okay. Uh, if you when black people are working and what do we black people typically say that's been going around for a long time, even during slavery, even after slavery, we still say the same thing. If a job is working you too much, what do black people say? Working me like a what? Can
Slave.
anybody tell me? A
Working me
what?
like a slave.
A
Working me like
slave.
a slave.
What kind of slave? That
A
we sell.
runaway.
Okay, there you go.
Hebrew,
Why
Hebrew.
do you think our ancestors said that, and why you think black people say that to this day? Working me like a Hebrew slave. Why would they say that? Where would we
Because
get
it
that
was in the
from?
Bible that they was enslaved for 40 years, I believe, or more than that.
Okay. Well, if you go from when if you I don't know where y'all from, but all of the writings that black people had when they first came here in 1611, well 1619 I think, yeah, 1619, when we first stepped over here in American soil, all of our writing was in a certain language. Uh it wasn't in any kind of so-called African language. All of the slaves was writing in a certain language, and without time that language disappeared because they raped, well not, they raped unalive uh, slaves, and throughout time and generations we lost so-called our identity. But the true identity of who black people are that's in America that was sold to the Americas, that's still in this country right now that we don't even pay attention to. So it's easy for me to find out who I am. For one, I don't consider myself no damn African American because I was born in '85. That shit came around in 1988. So I can't be older than my own goddamn. Like that shit is dumb as hell for me to even call myself that. I would think something wrong with me. Calling yourself black. All of these names is names that YT people have given you or given us, and people call themselves that prideful. What name like is there anything that you could say outside of what YT people labeled us and gave us? What are we outside of what they told us? Everything I'm gonna hear somebody say
Untouched.
right now is what YT people gave us.
We're untouched people. Aboriginal. We would technically be called Paleo Americans.
Nah. See, if anything is attached, even if your last thing you say American at the end of it, I can't even rock with that either because we wasn't here. It's not our land. Some people say
Yes, it
indigenous.
is. Yes, it is.
Okay,
There's pyramids and mounds here in the Americas that's older and predates the ones across the Nile.
and what? Okay,
So,
let's
so
go with
we
your logic.
were
Hold on.
here.
Okay, let's go with your logic. Let's go with that. Uh, what are the early writings of the slaves that came here in America? What is the early writing? What were they writing in? What language were they writing in?
Uh, Now that part I can't tell you.
Okay, that's cool. If you go to the Houston Chronicle, that's a big old newspaper
Okay.
article that's big in Houston. I don't know if anybody from Houston, but that's a big deal. Houston Chronicles, and and I think it was 1918. That was pretty
Okay.
much 50 some years after black people were so called freed in America. They had an article of a black man walking down the street. They thought he was mentally ill and he was speaking Hebrew, right? He was speaking Hebrew and writing Hebrew to where those people did an article on this black man. So tell me how, and you go to a lot of the church, the first church that was in America, anybody can look it up, the first black church that's in America, on the back of the pulpit, what was the writing on the back of it? It was in Hebrew. All through that church, you can look it up right now. The first church that black people had in America, on the back of it, the seats were written in Hebrew. You could say all this Israelite shit anybody wants to say, but that is the facts. That's not something that I made up. That is actually true. It's called the first church. The first something, the first, I don't want to say Baptist church. I'm no damn Baptist, but it's the first church that black people had in America. On the back of the pulpit, it was written in Hebrew all throughout their church. And the church still exists to this day. But black people don't give a damn about that. They ain't gonna go and research nothing because they don't give a damn. We don't give a damn.
I mean,
Sir,
I
Hebrew.
actually
Hold on.
do.
Let me somebody ask a dumbass question. This is how you know this is uneducated. Hebrew is a language. It's just a language. So I can't be a damn language. That shit is stupid. Calling yourself a Hebrew Israelite is stupid. Hebrew is a language. It's not a people. It's a language. This motherfucker still asks the same question. I guess I'm an English American then, huh? Because that's the language I speak. I'm an English American.
You have not met conscious yet. I will have a lovely conversation. That's funny. But that is what he's he was good English American.
It's
It,
like the
it,
Bible talks about, look,
I would like for somebody.
the nations were spread. The nations were spread. All the ites are everywhere.
Right.
There you go. Now, and I would love to see if anybody could research that, and you could find it on. You could find it right now. You could actually visit the church. Why you think that's not a big thing as far as Black Americans? If we want to know our history, you would think that you would be able to find it amongst the first people that came here during the slave trade. You would think that people will want to know. That is besides going this what's that shit they got where you send off your DNA and shit. To me, that's YT people shit. I can't trust that at all. So to me, the best thing I could go to is your ancestors. My grandmother was 25 when she was able to vote, so she remember a lot from the segregation days, before and after. And after that, I had my granny who could speak on a certain thing that she experienced uh, being in America prior to the Jim, like have going through Jim Crow. We still have big mamas around that was around during segregation. They could give you stories that her mom told her about Jim Crow. So it's only 2 generations, 3 generations that we could go back to and find some detailed information, but we just refuse to.
Yeah, you're right. I personally, all four of my grandparents have passed on, unfortunately. And when I started coming into knowledge of self, it was like an unfortunate thing that they are not here to like answer questions that I've had. But I do relate to elders that like may not necessarily be related to me, and listen, sit at their feet to listen to stories and stuff like that. And I agree with you as far as what you're saying. And so as far as the DNA goes, I did get, the DNA done, but I also had a geneticist who did a dissenting. And in that dissenting, he basically breaks down how the way that they test genetics is flawed, and how continental Americans are misnomer as African Americans are like the way that they test DNA is flawed, and that there's a distinct difference in the mitochondrial DNA of continental misnomered African Americans and continental Africans. But the similarity is eye color, hair color, and skin pigmentation. But continental Africans do not have a resistance to malaria in the way that so-called African Americans
And
do,
if you and
which
some people
is
say,
evidence, that we are older than Africans, and that we came up in pseudo with evolution.
and real quick, if anyone were to, this is just me. This is what I've come to the conclusion. Uh, I don't even consider myself even the name like African itself. Uh, if you like research the name of where that come from, then I think you'll have a better understanding. And also, uh,
Yeah,
we
Africa
look
had many
nothing.
names.
We look nothing like those people. Nothing like. I don't believe we do at all, and I don't believe it's a cultural thing at all. We look nothing alike.
And we aren't alike. There's a distinct variation in the mitochondrial DNA between us.
And if we thought we come from that land, uh, majority of Black Americans wouldn't be making fun of those people. We got a famous movie, Boys in the Hood, where motherfuckers say, "I ain't African, you African booty scratcher." You know what I'm saying? We make fun of, for the most part, especially when they come down here and they own all the braid shops and shit. All I hear is people make fun of those Africans. I'm going to the Africans. They come over here and such and such. So we have a disdain for our so-called own people. If we believe that we are the same people and we come from Africa, why do we feel? Why is there some type of level of hatred that we have for them and they have for us?
We don't agree about that. Like, we were just saying before you spoke, we native here. We understand that.
What proof did you have
Why would you
that
believe a YT person on that, but for everything else you don't believe them?
who said I got information from a YT person? Where you get that from?
Like transatlantic slave trade?
Yeah,
That story? Okay, okay.
that's in Africa. Those people saying that. This had nothing to do with no YT man at all. Nothing about me or my history or any of my talking points. I don't trust anything that YT people put down as far as and say it's our history. No. If someone say we are indigenous to this land, what proof do we have besides we just black
It's a
and we are
lot of
superior
proof.
than most people?
It's a lot of
There's a
proof.
lot of proof. Basically all of the national parks that hold our mounds and pyramids, you can go and see them. Even if you type in right now, ChatGPT, you can say, hey, if I want to go to travel in the Americas to the pyramids and mounds, it will tell you the history of these mounds,
Okay, can I?
structures that are still here to this day.
Okay, so let
We
me ask you
we
this.
have left proof all around. It's just that they suppress this information because the people who
See,
are
and,
archaeologists
and
and stuff like that, they have creation stories, right, that are rooted in Muslim faith or whatever, which is about what 5 to 6,000 years old, and these mounds and pyramids are millions of years old. So just from their archaeological findings alone, it obliterates their creation stories. So, of
okay,
course, it's not information that they want to be prevalent and for you to know, like, yeah, you was ruling, you
see,
had
hold on. See, that's
dynasties,
the
you had
problem. Hold on.
land, you had minerals, you had gold and all types of crystals that was
See,
above the land. You
this
had
is the
your
problem.
own
You must see. You say you're a pan or not pan. You say paleo something. You coming across like you might be an African American because, and I ain't
what are you
trying to be
talking
funny right
about?
now.
No, I'm a Moorish American,
Okay, Moorish.
and I
Okay,
said I am an autochthonous people. The correct
okay, and touch. Okay,
terminology would be Paleo American.
okay, paleo American. Okay, so once again, anything that like it sounds like, and I ain't calling you that, but it's that hotel, that pro black type of stuff, right? Where we could just say anything because it's supposed to uplift us. I don't have that. That's why I believe I don't consider myself whatever like the black or African American shit because how we have all of this power, all of this, we are indigenous, we are original, and we talking about certain group of people hiding it from us. Like what? That shit sound crazy to me. We have all
Yeah,
this
the
power,
information is suppressed. When you
ma'am,
go
ma'am,
to their school
ma'am.
systems, they're not telling you this. They're
Okay,
telling you
listen.
that
Hold on.
Christopher Columbus sailed and discovered a land that people was already on.
Okay,
All of this stuff that we've indoctrinated, which with doesn't coincide with anything that
ma'am.
is
They
uplifting
not
to
hiding
us
nothing, ma'am.
personally.
They're not hiding nothing from us. And here's the proof on just something that,
I'm not
like one
saying
of
they're
our
hiding
greats.
it. If you want to go look
He just
into it,
contradicted
and
himself.
it's something
He
that you come
don't he
across
Sir,
don't
she
because you're
keep
believe
talking. I'm not
researching and you're
contradicting myself
genealogy.
at
seeking,
all.
yeah, but
He don't
not
believe in
everybody
their
is
genealogy, but
have
he
the same
believe in
level of
okay.
Okay, hold on.
research
Hold on.
or
Let me
understanding.
cook. Hold on. Let me cook a little bit with Cleveland because he got a little breath in it. He got a little breath in this. He got a little air in his chest. Name everything I have said had nothing to do with YT people at all. So another talking point that you
Just
keep
said they
using
ain't
is
suppressing.
they not.
All
Cause let
right.
me tell you how. Hold on. Let me tell you how.
But they
Once
suppressing
again, wait,
genealogy
sir,
and everything.
sir,
All
sir.
right.
Martin Luther King passed away after we was free, right? He's free. Martin Luther King passed away after black people were free and we had Black Wall Street, right? We had black people that those laws against us and we can't even uh, produce half of the shit that they done when they was under serious oppression. We are not under serious oppression like our ancestors was. They accomplished more with less, and we can't do any of those things. Martin Luther King passed away. Guess who? Guess who owned all of his stuff in a museum? YT people. Black people didn't give a damn. So how do as black people, if we want to go see Martin Luther King as far as the museum, why is it owned by YT people? Tell me that. How they suppressing that when black people willingly letting them do it? How come all the HBUs, the historical black colleges, again know that?
You do
Uh,
know the CIA
all of it. Hold on. All of a sudden, guess who
unalive
trying to fund,
MLK, right?
sir? A couple years ago, guess who was trying to fund
That
the
was a trial.
HBUs?
That was a court trial
Trump.
in around
Trump.
'99.
We got all, sir, you're not listening. You got all
They
these black
settled with
millionaires.
Coretta
See, you
Scott.
don't see, you proving my point that black
That
people
was
just be want to
suppressed
talk.
too.
No, you just want to talk.
Uh,
You just want to talk. You're not saying anything of sort like anything of value. I'm giving you facts. I'm giving you that Martin Luther King, if you want, black people could have taken all his stuff and put it in a museum, but they didn't. Black people have HBUs. All the money that we spend on clothes, uh, rappers, gang violence, all those things, right? We can't. HBCUs is about to go bankrupt. Guess who bailed them out? A white T man. Trump did. Black people weren't giving a damn about them. Guess how else you prove that? Deion Sanders went to HBU. Black people were saying, well, first they praised him, and then you had some. Hold on. Yeah, they had some that praised him. Then some said, well, why would he go to HBU? And they even questioned Travis Hunter, an all pro like him, a biggest high school recruit. Why is he going to that black college? He ain't gonna get no views. He ain't gonna get no such and such. We should have been uplifting that young man for going to a historical black college. But what we did was, majority of us didn't do that. We questioned him on why would he go to that school and ruin his career? Because that's what black people thought, majority, is that he's going to ruin his career by going to that college, HBU.
yeah, man. Hey, you remind me. My mama had told me.
Did your mama tell you to listen? Because you ain't responding to shit.
My mama
I
had
want you to
told me.
respond. Hey, listen. Respond to Martin Luther King Museum, all his memorabilia and everything. YT people got it, and we don't have it. Explain that to me.
My mama had said, "Don't marry nobody
Okay.
beneath you, man."
What they gotta listen, man. I'm tell you what you remind me of. You remind me of somebody who, if I ask you where you going, you tell me where you been. Yeah, yeah, some ass backward shit. I ask you where you going, you tell me where you been. I want you to answer a couple of either one of them. How come all the freedom
Bruh, this
that
is
we
where I
have in
start talking crazy.
you've been talking crazy? What you mean start? Like you finna start now? I'm scared. You've been talking crazy. Yeah, I don't know what you talking about. You finna start? Like if you about to start, then I'm finna log off right now. This
So,
shit is crazy. Yeah, this is crazy.
so when should we sweep it under the rug?
I was telling him is
Sweep it under the rug or address the
listen.
problem.
I just want it's not okay. All he had to do was answer to I gave Martin Luther King, I gave that black people under serious oppression during those times, and they was able to accomplish more. What is the problem with black people in today's time
Bruh,
that we can't
that's
accomplish
not
more?
deep, bruh.
Shit, I mean, Martin Luther King was a part of the problem. He would had this all this. I had a dream. I want to go over there with white tea people, and then white tea people done infiltrated our shit, which further divide us more.
Hold on. Watch this.
When
Watch this.
in the
Kev, are
time
you
when
listening,
Martin Luther
Kev?
King was
Kev, are
around,
you listening?
we had
Hold on.
our own communities.
Three. Hold on.
We
Three.
had
Three
our
is
own
proving a point right here,
communities,
Kev.
and we
This is
did things amongst
she's.
ourselves because things was supposedly separate but equal. And then when
Kev,
shit started getting desegregated around what 1964 with the Brown versus Board of Education, that's when shit started trickling out of control. We was more educated. We prided ourselves on
uh-uh.
self-education.
Um,
Education. We had doctors. We had lawyers.
do you know you
We
just
had
proved the point?
all these
You just
different
proved the
types of
point.
Yeah, he
professionals
put
within
candy
our
in the neighborhoods
groups.
too.
We had
No, I ain't put
two-parent
no damn
family
can in no damn
households,
neighborhood,
and
man.
then after that
Listen,
shit happened, the shit
see,
rolled, spiraled right
three,
on
He
three,
down.
doesn't
three
know
in
Rick
Cleveland. I'm
Ross.
And
starting
some
to think.
Doesn't
I'm
bullshit.
know
starting
Rick
to think
Ross.
y'all got to be
He doesn't
related.
know Rick
I'm starting
Ross.
to think
He
that
doesn't know
I'm
Rick
starting to.
Ross.
Hey, Cleveland, Ohio. whatever your goddamn name is.
Not
Listen,
a
man.
problem. Even Martin
Listen.
Luther King
No,
said, "I
no.
feel like
Listen,
um
listen,
I
because
put my people into
you
a
okay,
burning
but
building, a
you
burning house,"
listen.
and he was very much
I'm
so
like, Kev,
correct.
man, goddamn,
He
goddamn,
had a dream of some
goddamn, man.
shit and started to realize,
Listen,
and then he realized that his dream was some bullshit.
listen. This you proving the point right now, as everybody say on TikTok in real time. I'm happy that YT people got uh MLK stuff and protected it, because one thing I know about Black Americans is y'all would diminish a motherfucker credit in a heartbeat. Motherfucker passed away unalived for us and find ways to discredit that black man. That's what we tend to do a
Oh, I'm
lot.
being for real. He said it
No,
himself.
no, no,
He
hold on.
said it himself
Listen,
that
listen.
he felt like he integrated his people into a burning house.
Yeah, he was talking
When they
about
started talking
he was
about
talking
the
about
money and
y'all.
the
No, no, listen,
economics
listen.
of shit,
He was
and they
talking
started
about
doing the
no.
backhand
His
deals with
boule
fucking
gatekeepers too.
devils, and then he started speaking
Wait,
out
wait.
about it, and they
What have y'all
unalived
done? Hold
him,
on. What
which
have
is
y'all
going to
Cleveland,
alluding to my point
Cleveland
that
in
that
three.
dream shit that he had was some bullshit.
Okay,
Because
that's
when we
cool.
were
That's cool.
separate,
What
we
have
were in a
you
much
listen,
better
listen.
standing. Then they came and infiltrated our shit.
Goddamn, I
Everything
thought I
that
was
we
talking,
had, Black Wall
man.
Street, all of our shit was thing. They bombed all our shit. Started
I
lynching
know,
our
ain't
fucking
no
people.
hour.
So what are
No,
you
no, no,
talking
no, no,
about?
no. You not like us. Hold on. Kendrick Lamar, hold on, said. Hold on.
What are you talking
You
about?
listen, listen, listen.
I'm not
You
like
hold
you.
on.
What the
You
fuck
hold on.
are you
Listen,
talking
cause
about?
I'm
At
going
the
off
end
your
of the day,
own words. Wait,
I'm
listen,
the
listen,
most realest nigga
listen,
in the fucking
listen,
room. What are you
listen,
talking
listen.
about?
I'm going off of what
Respectfully. I'm
respectfully.
out
I'm
here
telling
really
you.
doing the
Listen,
fucking work to
listen.
actually bring some realness back to the community. Don't
If
fucking
you
play
let me
on my top.
if you let me
Don't
explain,
fucking play on my
that's
top.
cool. That's
Cause you
cool.
don't fucking know me.
I'm going off of what. See, this was crazy. I'm going off of what you said. You can't sit here and say that Martin Luther King done all this for us when you don't even consider yourself one of us.
What are you talking about? No, I don't go
You
by the
call
name,
yourself a
the
paleo
title
something
black,
or a
because
Morris
black
American.
literally has no standing in law. So if you want to be black, which is dead in law, which means civilly mortus, I don't choose to be dead. I'm alive. So
Okay,
I'm going to go by who
can
I
can
know who I am,
can
which
you
if you go and look it
answer?
up, Moorish Americans have treaties that tie us back to fucking actual rights,
Who gave you
okay?
that name? Who gave you that name?
and
Who gave you
and
that
on
name?
top of that, there are documents and
Who
congressional records that says that the Moorish Americans foremothers and forefathers
Moorish
are the
Americans?
creators of the
What the hell is
human
that?
family.
Okay,
So
what?
you could
Listen,
so you need to do your
listen.
research, and you need to get up on game so that you can
On
actually have
game, I like
rights
that.
and
On
actually have a
game,
standing. But as a black person, you're fucking dead and have no fucking rights. So that's why they could fucking kill you dead in the fucking street and
not me.
nobody gives a fuck.
Not
You
me.
gotta say
Not me.
unalive,
I'm
man.
one of
I
one.
know.
They don't mess with people like me. They mess with them black Americans. Let me and the Moorish
Careful,
Americans.
be careful with y'all words. Don't want
No,
to
I'm
get the
not using
pig
them words. She
flat.
using them crazy words, man, because she getting all gangster boo up. She turning to gangster boo up here on me and shit. You know what I'm saying? She playing on her top, like what the hell? Anyway, I want to know it's okay for you to diminish somebody if that's what you want to do. But if you don't have more accomplishments than the person that you downing, you shouldn't be talking about that person at all. What have you done for the betterment of goddamn Moorish Americans, paleo, whatever the hell you call yourself? You should take Cleveland with you because this brother is goddamn lost as hell. He can't answer a goddamn. I'm pretty sure when he was in class, he had run-on sentence. He didn't add no period. This motherfucker didn't add no comma. He was in a class where you took a test with an open book, and he still failed. Kel, who is Cleveland? I hope this ain't your kinfolk. Nah.
Mm, nah.
All right, man. That woman, she was too gangster for me, man. Like I was scared a little bit, man. Yeah, she once I ain't never heard a woman say,
Talk about the right thing, and they unlock the other side.
yeah, she the one who kept saying that all this Moorish
Gotta
American.
love it.
Man, the last time she came up here, then she had like first she didn't say nothing about no Moorish American. The last time she was on your panel, Kel, when I was on here, she didn't say nothing about no Moorish American. She was saying something about some paleo something, and then all of a sudden now she want to talk about Moorish American.
Yeah.
What? Who gave you that name? That's another YT person gave you that name. Come on, man.
You know,
If he want to really be real, by now, and I said this in many of lives, I believe all of us, not one person is not mixed in
Thank
this
you.
day and time. Because if
There
the
you
Earth
go.
been around for like thousands of years, how nobody ever mixed
You
by
you
now? Ain't
cooking.
nobody pure. So we
You
fighting for
cooking
things that
now,
we really
Kev.
not.
Now that's a ain't nobody 100% nothing. Hey, hold
Nothing,
on.
right?
I'm gonna mute right quick because hold on. I'm gonna tell you. It was a real TV show. It was this dude named I think it's Craig Cobb. I think that's his last name. He was a YT man, and he bought this little small town, and he wanted to build his own YT community, right? And he had and a YT woman moved there with with her black husband, and they were trying to kick him out of the community. So they end up going on the talk show in London. They did a DNA test on him. He was 20% black. What his own community kicked his black ass out. Even though he was white, he found out that he had 20% African in him. And this is real. This is real. This
Mm-hmm.
is like this real deal. So that goes back to what you said is, especially anybody who believe in scripture wise, it say that you are the pedigree by the house of your father. Whatever your father is, allegedly, that's what makes you that person. So according to that, for some reason, black people we believe that goes against science that you can make a black person out of any race. As long as you got black in it, that child is black. I don't know how that makes sense to us, but I guess it do. And if you got especially if you got a mixed breed, right? If my daughter were to say that she's mixed, oh no, you black. Damn, so she got to disrespect her white side? Like,
I was about to I was about to say that earlier though. Like, dang, is
I
you
think about how
disregarding your
disrespectful
other
that
side
is
then?
that you want to be black so bad that you would disrespect your mother DNA. You would disrespect that side. That's crazy to me.
Mm, facts,
But
facts.
oh,
It's just because it's that image, man. People today, nowadays, and that's what it really is. Everybody fight for an image. Nobody don't want to be that person that get talked down on because of everybody's way of thinking and stuff. That's why they scared to speak up. You know, they fight for something that they don't even fight for their own self. They just fight for something they don't even really know nothing about. And that's the sad part about it. People don't even understand themselves, but they'll fight for a
say that.
color.
and I want to
That's just
apologize right
crazy.
quick, man. I was kind of amped today. I had a good check, man. I worked some overtime, and I'm feeling real good.
You doing your thing too. That's what happens on here, man. It's gonna get like that. I believe all of us can. Ain't nobody cuss nobody each other out or disrespect one another. So, well, I ain't gonna say everything, ain't nobody, but you managed to hold your tongue. I don't think Cleveland went too far. I know old girl sounded like she was about to go berserk though. I think she
Cleveland
started getting
said he wasn't
disrespectful.
able to click on
Like when
pages
the
no
cussing
more.
started.
I don't know. Cleveland, are you still there?
Yes, that's why I dropped, because I click on the page. It used to be you could click on the page as long as you didn't go into that profile's videos, and while you was up on the up on the panel, and you wasn't echo or nothing, and I was echoing just clicking on the page.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta drop down and just hop back up.
Yeah, I had to do it a couple times, so I don't know. Maybe I thought my app needed an update. It's been, I don't know if TikTok has been kind of it's not staying in place. Like when the screen or whatever, it'll kind of jump. It's been doing that for some reason. Uh, maybe it's something going on with the version or something. I don't know.
Doug always has its moments, that's for sure. Kev knows a lot about that.
Yeah, it's been happening a few days. But I mean, yeah, Sean, you got it. I don't agree with you were saying. I've heard your stuff talk before. I've been there, done that. So I wasn't really pressed to really go down that road. If you want to expand other viewpoints, it's a lot of literature. I could put you up on some literature, scholarly stuff, but it's deep. It's a paradigm shift. So, this it's a big rabbit hole.
I definitely agree with that, Cleveland, because if you think about it, like many of us that were in the comments, as Sean was kind of going back and forth, because I go onto a lot of historical lives too. I share maps and go into history, genealogies, and all that. And you just got to kind of know the space that you're in, and that's why I'm like, well, how do we bring it back down to peace? Like with everything that you know, now what do we do? We were trying to get into solutions earlier and trying to, kind of bring a different concept to Kev's live. Because there was a time that it wasn't happy. It was not happy for a poor person.
No, that was just on his side. I'm chill. I'm
Yeah,
vibing.
me too.
When I get on the panel, I'm kind of usually winding down from the day anyway. But
Yes, sir.
what I can say is a lot of YT people in this country and Europe, they know our true history. So,
Oh, yeah.
and
And Cleveland, I've shared that before too. Like, because of I come from like mostly a German descent on my father's side, and then my mother's side. Well, my mother's side is mostly Irish, but I have journals that actually that the Wagoners that came into Texas or came into the Americas, and they wrote down their journals and all the people that they were actually associating with in America that they were black, they were indigenous. So I have a lot of that history. But see, that's a lot of things. Even the Bible says, seeking you will find. And sometimes you just got to look for it, but you also have to have a discernment, and we also have to know where other people are coming from. Not everybody comes from the same.
Could I ask one question? Because it's like there's this horrible divide, and the one question I have to have when it comes to history, at this moment in time, why does history matter? Were any of us there? Did any of us experience exactly what went on in that history? And I'm not saying that as a bad thing, because the thing is,
no, it's a good point.
Because all in all, the world doesn't owe anybody anything. Your neighbor doesn't owe you a thing. You owe it to yourself to make life what you want it to be.
I agree, Devin.
And it's like, no matter where you come from, I came from a hood. I came from a gang-related neighborhood, and guess what? Now I'm a business owner with a family. We all have the same chances. And it's like so many people are like, "What's in it for me? What's in it for me? Me, I." Well, the only people that are going to do it for you is yourself.
But we still.
Hold on. I'm gonna say this.
Honest, let me say one thing. Some people are also still being treated differently than some of us.
Okay, so that's when
there are still problems that are still. Okay. Go ahead, Honest.
I'm not tripping off that. At the end of the day, history matters, because at the end of the day, if it wasn't for none of those people who came before us, none of us would be here. So at the end of the day, what they've been through. Hold on.
Okay, so we wouldn't be here without our ancestors.
Hold on. What they've been through. Hold on. What they've been through actually matters. Because at the end of the day, who want to fight for somebody who doesn't appreciate the fight? The people who's doing the fighting. At the end of the day, people who fought for freedom, for their children and generation of people to be free. So you could sit up here and be on your phone freely. You can do as you please. So you could be up in this world to cuss freely as you please. So you could sit up here and do everything you want as you please. People have fought for you to do things that they weren't able to do. So it's a privilege. So we pay homage to the people who have put in that work, who have put in that type of who went through the abuse, the torture, all the shit that we did not experience. And we cannot just dismiss it like it didn't matter. Because it matters. At the end of the day, when your children leave this world, they gonna say, my father mattered. What he taught me mattered.
Okay, so in order
Honest.
to honor those people ahead of you, do we keep causing more of a divide, saying I need my safe spaces, I need this? Do we go
No,
back
what
to
we we
segregation? And
no, we have to be better. We have to finish what they couldn't.
the way we do that is we pop our collar, we fight the storm, and we keep moving forward. And the thing is we need to quit dividing each other, talking about who has what worse than the other one. Because guess what? If we stop complaining about it, start walking hand in hand, start showing respect before you think you deserve respect from somebody else. I mean, whatever happened to the phrase of treating someone the way you want to be treated?
Yeah, but having distinctive histories, that's not the same as division.
Okay, my family's Mexican. We owned half of the United States. Should I be pissed off that California to Texas is no longer part of Mexico? Should I be fighting for that? Or do I celebrate the fact that, the Mexican heritage is still strong in the United States and we're proud to be a hard worker? Should I be complaining about the bad things that happened to my people, hundreds of years ago?
Well,
Or should I,
Cinco de Mayo,
by making friends with the people
Cinco de
that
Mayo was fought by black people, black folks.
Cinco de Mayo was
And
fought by a small
and
town in Mexico called Chihuahua.
and you don't ever recognize them. So what's your point?
Where
Wait, what?
did you get that history? Cinco de Mayo is a day of freedom for one town in Mexico. It's not even the Mexican Independence Day. Cinco de Mayo celebrates one small town. Because of one small town that fought off.
I could bring
Hang on,
receipts, sir.
they fought off an army
And they
using
celebrate in
pitchforks and rocks.
blackface down there in Mexico in whatever town.
Where are you getting this?
Where are you? Why aren't you not getting it? I mean, that's your
I'm
true
Mexican.
history.
My family comes from it.
Right. We liberated whatever town in
Okay.
Mexico, like
Okay. Yeah.
Independence or whatever. Yeah, right.
So
Right. It was black folks.
okay. So you
Because
guys,
because we're indigenous to down there too. The Olmecs.
Yes, exactly.
You don't never. So what's your damn point?
my whole thing is that it comes down to showing respect now, to honor the people that came before us. That's it. When we're sitting here bitching and complaining about what we think everybody else owes us, like if I was to come up and meet you on the street, I'm going to say, hey, how you doing today? And just keep walking my way. If you don't agree with somebody, we have the right not to agree and see eye to eye. But we also have the right to turn.
Man.
We also have the right to turn.
We're the same people. That's why we helped you out then. But we don't get acknowledged for Cinco de Mayo. But yeah. We had a black president. I mean, I think was the first president or something like that.
That's the first time I've ever heard of it. So, I'm sorry if it, I'll do some digging and find out.
We coexisted for tens of thousands of years in the Americas.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, at the end of the day, I look at it like this. When it's all said and done, don't nobody look out for themselves, like especially when it comes to them other countries or other nationalities of people. They always looking out for their own people. Like literally. And that's why I literally, which I don't think is a bad thing. Because us as black people, we the opposite. We don't look out for our too many of our people. Shit, we'll just let it be what it is. Shit, we'll watch our people sit up here and fight in the middle of the street, dog each other out like dogs.
Well, I mean, if you really look at it, you go to Africa. Africa still has African slaves. That's proven. You go to Africa, the tribes are still making slaves of each other.
I'm gonna be real. That's a whole different kind of black to me though. Like that's like they don't experience what American black people experience. So that's not.
No, they experience far worse what American black people experience.
That's what I'm saying. Like, but I mean, who could? I'm gonna say this. Everybody got it bad, some way, shape, or form. So it's like
that's very true.
Like at the end of the day, I can't say, oh, just because they go through it in Africa, that they're not going through it in
And see,
Shit.
here's the thing.
We
Brian, like
liberated
at the end of the
ourselves.
day.
That was a lie talking about Lincoln did, but we did ourselves. Yeah, we pushed back. We rose up, and there's plenty of uprisings in history to show that.
I need to see what history book you've been reading. And I mean, it's
They're
like
very well known in the Carolinas and the Seminole Indians, the Seminoles. They were black. They had to negotiate with the U.S. government because the U.S. government was getting their asses kicked.
It's a lot.
I always ask that question too. A lot of people don't know what like it was more territorial before, like even George Washington got into office, and the indigenous and the aboriginals were actually running this country. It was not there's a difference between the USA and America. So a lot of people don't know their history enough to know how to make decisions for, and also know how to accept the people that are different or indifferent to them. And that's where I see the disconnect between people, because it's like, well, you were from here and you were from here and you came from here and you had this mom and you had this dad.
And again,
So
it brings me back to who cares? Because the thing is that we live in now. We have to work with now. We don't have to work with hundreds of years ago. We don't have to work. We don't have to deal with that anymore, because it's not at that level. We're at a level that we should stop.
hold on, Devin, I got to interrupt you on that, because look, because you have to understand, we still live in a time of a race war.
Right.
I hope you know that. There are still people out here that are experiencing the historical ramifications of when race was created, even before it came over to America. So
They ain't create a Karen for no reason.
yeah, exactly. We can't discount what people are going through based upon how the system was defined.
Racism is worldwide. This is what I'm saying. We have.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Go to another country and see what happens. Go to. Why is it when you go to?
Racist. That's not
Why
racist.
is it when you go to?
That's them. Hold on. That's not racist. That's them standing on business when it comes to their country. At the end of the day, you have rules. You can't just go to somebody's house and just start breaking rules and not expecting consequences. That's crazy. You can't just think that, oh, you could just come over here and smoke your weed, dress, do all your thotty shit over here. We don't allow our women or our people to do certain shit because we ain't trying to have that shit pour onto our kids or our people.
Okay, so should we start adopting that way here?
I mean, not
Should we
enough
start
people gonna follow or listen. They could barely follow or listen to each other nowadays.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying.
Well, they're doing the following part. They're not doing the listening.
America's become its own worst enemy. We're imploding from within, and everybody wants to say that I deserve this and I deserve that. You know what? If you deserve it, you go out and get it. Because here's the thing. I don't fucking care. I don't care about your feelings. Because your feelings do not affect my life personally. Well, we have the right. Hang on. We have the right. Let me finish, please. We have the right to walk away from a conversation we don't agree with. We have the right to say what we want to say. We have the right to protect ourselves at all costs, which means if you come to my house with the intent to hurt my family, you've literally just signed your warrant and you're not making it out.
But that's the thing, Devin. You just made a comment, and this is what I can't stand when people say this. They say, I don't care, and then they express all the things that they care about. You just mentioned everything that you care about. Well, people shouldn't do this. People shouldn't do that. You can't say you don't care and then vent.
I said that I don't care about your feelings. I said that I don't care about your feelings. I didn't say that I don't care, period. I said I don't care about your feelings, because feelings don't make the world run. Actions do. So if we make the actions to quit being so goddamn divided and letting the media say, oh, well, this and this and this and this, it's like, turn it off for a bit. Start treating people the way you want to be treated.
Dude,
if you actually go out and you start talking to people,
people get sued and laws get passed all the time over feelings. You got the Asian hate stuff. You got the like I mentioned, the Jewish and Native American reparations. And that's indefinite. Throughout the continuous generations from that time going forward. So
if you don't want it to happen, don't vote it in.
My thing is this. I keep on hearing this: treat people how you want to be treated stuff. But truth be told, people don't even know how they want to be treated. You don't even know how you want to let somebody, like, you'll tolerate shit from people that you know for a fact you shouldn't be tolerating shit from, but you do.
Like, we have constitutional laws right now. We have constitutional laws right now on the books that protect people's feelings on companies and jobs. So you, like, what are you talking about, man?
Cleveland, I was literally just gonna go there.
So we have economic freedoms in this protected by the U.S. Constitution for that very thing. So,
Is she even finished? No, that's crazy.
Let the right person catch you venting.
I don't even think she finished what she was speaking on, because she just stopped. She just started.
And they're gonna get a bag.
Hey, let Honest finish.
All right, go ahead, finish up, because I don't know if he acting like he can't hear me, I guess. So go ahead, finish up.
To be honest, I lost out. After they start talking, I lost out.
You were speaking on exactly what, like, the feelings, like, you even mentioned it earlier about how some people even make judgments based upon their feeling, like, you know what I mean?
Right.
I think, that's what it was. I don't care. Like, my thing is, you keep on saying treat people how you want to be treated, and then you'll say, I don't care about your feelings.
I don't care about feelings, but I'm going to treat people the way I would want to be treated. I'm not. The thing is I don't have to care about your feelings in order to treat people the way that I want to be treated. I'm not worried about offending you. If you get offended by something that I say, then that's on you. I'm not, if I get offended over something that you say, then that's on me.
But why not care enough to understand that somebody is offended and give them clarity on what you really meant? Because don't you like?
Because the thing is when somebody gets offended, they're not looking for clarity. They start cutting in, they start yelling at you, and they don't want to listen to you, and it just becomes a yelling match. So that is when I'm like, you know what? You obviously, you're lost in your feelings, and it's time for me to walk away.
That's funny, because I'm listening to him, and I actually agree with almost everything he's saying, though. That's the crazy part, because he actually speaking on a lot of stuff I talk about, because I don't focus on a lot of people's feelings. But I wouldn't say to treat people out, but I think I get what he mean on that, too, because it's like a lot of people don't put themselves in other people's shoes and stuff. So they, they just they basically it's just to tell a person, like, hey, you know what, you wouldn't want that to happen to you, so don't do that. That's what I guess we get to. I think we get a little literal with that. But everything I'm hearing you say, I actually agree with most of the stuff. Like almost everything you were saying, though. I don't get the pushback on a lot of stuff you're saying. But like even the you was talking about he was talking about basically like how the feelings thing, right? That I think he was talking about. He was like, you gotta take action, right? That's another thing I stand on too, because it's like everybody be thinking feelings is gonna get somewhere. You see people projecting all day that they not. When we ask them what's the solution, they all they want to do is just keep crying. It's like, dang, when are you gonna put action and so we can make it move? Even with the example my man used earlier, it still took action. It wasn't just straight feelings. Feelings is like you say how you feel, you say how you feel, but you still got to do an action behind you. You know what I'm saying? So actually, like I said, everything you done said so far, I agree with everything, because I stand on that stuff. It's just straight up just tough love. That's all it is. Same thing I do.
I just said I'm not agreeing with that. History don't matter. I don't agree with. Yeah, like it's a lot of things that he's saying that I'm like, okay.
Okay, so
Did you say that, or did you or what you when you
I
said?
asked
I should have
why
been
does it
listening. No,
matter?
I
And
wasn't
the
listening.
thing is yeah,
No,
it's
you said
important.
it
It's
doesn't matter.
important
You
to.
said you literally said history doesn't matter because it's the past. Why are we caring about something that we're no longer going through? Or
History should only matter as a thought process, because history has a nasty habit of repeating itself when people don't keep it a certain way. You know,
Or is you talking about? Because I'm just going based off all your talking points. It seemed like you might be saying the people that use their history as an excuse for why
yes,
they
Yeah,
where they at
exactly.
right now. Where that shouldn't
I
matter.
think
I don't know. I'm only going based off because like I said, I didn't hear the few thing, but the past few things I did hear, and it just seemed like just get rid of this victim mentality. That's all what
yeah,
it sounds like you're getting to. Because like I see so many people do it, and I talk about this on the episode so much. That's a wild part about that though. But I think I actually can understand what he meaning about all this stuff he's saying though. Because I don't think he's not saying overall history don't matter. It's just people always keep using that as a. I mean, we get on people every day about that stuff when they keep using that. What about that? And all right, but nobody fighting for the stuff. They
Exactly.
just not.
and as I process through it, Kev and Devin, Kevin and Devin, that's so crazy.
That's probably what
As
we
I
relate to.
process through it, I can understand when he says, I don't care about your feelings. It doesn't mean I don't care about your feelings.
I say that all the time.
It means that I'm not going to take your emotions and your feelings and carry them with me.
Exactly.
You know.
Yeah, or I'm not about to stop doing my message because of your
So
feelings. You handle your feelings.
that's how
Your
I
triggers
look
is
at
your
it.
triggers.
That's
I
how I
mean,
look.
I'm not gonna change the tracks on my
yeah,
train because your feelings don't agree with what I'm doing.
yeah,
I had to
I
process
feel
through
it.
that a
I feel
minute.
it.
Yeah, but that's how I would.
I'm actually, I'm not taking like a lot of stuff. I'm not taking it like straight literal. I just hear why you saying what you're saying though, because it's like I'm just listening to the talking point. That's why I say I always pay attention like talking points and stuff and seeing. And even when you came up here, I think I noticed you had addressed something. And I was like, dang, I get it. I think somebody else was I forgot who it was. I was half because I was trying to
Sean
look
or
at some other stuff
Caitlin,
too.
like when they were.
Let's get this party started though. What the heck,
Yeah,
Sean?
but I
Sean, bring
agree with
yourself
what
up,
Bonnie's
man.
was saying there
We your
too.
new family. You don't have a
We
new
still have
family.
to
We your
acknowledge
fucking
people's history. We just don't. We have to acknowledge that it exists because, hello,
Acknowledge that it
I don't.
exists. Learn it to use it to learn from it, but don't use it as an excuse for why you're where you're at.
I can appreciate it. I don't gotta acknowledge nothing. I don't get who said that.
yeah,
What
but we
goes on
can't
with that?
forget this.
I ain't never said I forgot. I just said that, but I'm not about to spend my whole life on about somebody else's history. I always tell people that I'm making my own history because I think that's the problem. Everybody keep focusing on history and saying that, but it's like, what parts you gonna do? When you gonna make your own history? Because it's not like the people that was in the history was worrying about the history. They was worrying about their present life and trying to make it past so they
Yeah.
can bring a future for us. So it's like now we need to. Well, it just depends. Some people followers and some people just leaders, right? So I guess I'm thinking from a leader type mentality, as in like, you know what, I gotta do something different now. I'm thankful that I got, that my people's paved the way, right? Cool. I'm not about to spend my whole life praising them. I'm praising God. I'm not about to praise that my ancestors. That's a whole difference. I think a lot of us be trying to treat our ancestors like they gods, and they're not. They're humans just like us, and some of them was just as selfish, and we happen to just be in the midst of it. But it's just like we always got to give high praises to people that probably didn't even care about us. Like if we really want to get deep, y'all really just don't know. And we be talking like we be like, man, they did this for us and all that stuff. No, they was doing it for themselves. Like low key, they don't even know that we was gonna exist. You know what I'm saying? Some people was very selfish, and some people just like I don't believe that much has changed. I do believe they were more tougher, right? They might have been more tougher. They wasn't crying just as much because we wouldn't be here if they was doing all that crying. But I think we just give too much to our ancestors, like they was the freaking gold. Like I be hearing people like, that's why I be like, what make you think you was good? What make you think that even before all this stuff happened, that we wasn't just as evil as a lot of these people? Well, we got them from the people. We got that. They taught us this. Ain't nobody had to teach us what our nature do. Like, if people is grimy, they freaking grimy. But we just keep using excuses as in why we can't take our. That's where the kind of lack of accountability comes in. That's why I'm like, how long we gonna keep blaming the past on what we doing today? You know what I'm saying? How long we gonna keep doing it? You know what I'm saying? So it's just like
It comes
it's so much,
down to when
man.
is
It's so
enough
much.
enough.
That's
Who started off? My thing is, who sat up here and blame anything on the past? Like, I didn't hear nobody say that. I understand that people use that.
yeah. You know, we're not talking about the same thing no more. We was just talking about it in general. Yeah, I don't think nobody said it up here though. Nobody.
My wife's coming out of the grocery store, so
I was just talking about the messages I talk about all the time though, but I don't
I
know.
appreciate
Yeah,
y'all letting me up, and I'd love to join you
I feel
guys
like I
in
said
another
all that for
chat at
nothing. It's
some
crazy.
time. But my wife's coming out now. All right, peace out, guys.
All right.
Have a good night.
You too.
Man, we got so far away from peace. I don't even know what peace is anymore. Man, it all started off so good, you know, like the piece. I don't know how it got into the historical stuff. Like, this is just how it goes to show like people's like communication habits and how their mind or their thoughts will like venture onto different concepts or maneuver around things, or I don't know. It's just wild. I don't, Kev, your lives be driving me crazy sometimes. But it does make me think. I do have to say that. It does make me think. You know, because like I said, I had that really great conversation with somebody earlier today, but between peace and happiness, and it was very, very powerful. You know, because they're going through a lot of turmoil and a lot of hurt and a lot of pain, but it's like, how do you find peace and happiness when you're going through like your trials and tribulations? I guess if you look at it like, you know, how do you find peace within that?
Go to the source who can provide it.
A lot of people put more faith and hope in other people that they don't even trust. Besides, before they put it into the source, you know, or the Most High, and then complain about it.
I want to answer this. When should you sweep it under the rug? Should you address the problem? I think when things are swept up under the rug, it's like you ashamed of it. You embarrassed.
You mean that's when you should sweep it under the rug? Or that's when people do?
That's what people do. I think when should you sweep it under the rug? I think if you know it's going to affect somebody mental to where you know that they're a weak person who can't handle certain things, that's when I think it should be swept under the rug. People who cannot take truth. I think when you sweep things under the rug, you should sweep them. When should you sweep it under the rug? When you know it's gonna have a negative outcome in all aspects. To where it's gonna cause permanent damage.
That's what I was thinking too. When you should sweep it under the rug, if it's not gonna hurt you or hurt someone else, sweep it under the rug. Sometimes you just gotta let it go. If it's something simple or not a big deal, sweep it under the rug because it's not hurting you and it's not hurting someone else.
When should you address a problem? When it start to seems as if it could lead to you getting out of character.
Good one. Yeah.
I think you should address the problem when you feel an uncomfortability in someone around you. And you can tell by if they're coming off disrespectful with their words or slick talking with their words, or if every time you come around they just seem like they always mugging you, looking at you crazy, and it's like, I don't know. I just think I'm just that person, but at the same time, I think in the same breath, I'm probably about to contradict myself. Only because I think there's also a time where if somebody is sitting up here, their energy is off. Maybe you judging it wrong, and maybe you should not address certain things. You get what I'm saying? I don't know. I think that play hand in hand. But I think you should address a problem when it affects your kids. You got children, that's when, and it affects your household, as far as your man, your children, that's when you need to address it. I think it's best to address things head on, because it can prevent a lot from happening. Because I don't know, I think the more you constantly let somebody slide doing something, the more that they feel like they can play in your face. The more that they feel like, oh, they're going to try you in certain areas, and they feel like, oh, well, I'm going to continue to do it because this person's scary. This person always too nice, and I know that, oh, they ain't going to do nothing. So it's like you almost taking a person kindness or character for a week.
It kind of reminds me of addressing a problem when you feel like you need to protect, there's a protection. Like you said, if it comes to your children or your family, it's like a form of protection when you're addressing a problem. It's protection. Good point, honest.
Let me see. What are things men are not satisfied with women? Shit. Everything.
There's a long list, huh?
They definitely got a list. Because I think if men was to be honest with things that they are unsatisfied about, it's like they would literally get talked down upon as soon as they say, oh yeah, I'm not satisfied with a woman getting out of shape. Oh, so you don't like heavy women? Like, what the fuck? Yeah. So you ain't gonna love your wife at 600 pounds? Yeah, but she better love herself enough not to get there. I'll be cracking jokes in my head, y'all. So on a serious note, what are things men are not satisfied with women? Their attitude in their mouth. I think those are things that the two major things that can turn a person off completely. I mean, to the point where if he looking at you and you like you can be some drop dead gorgeous, but if your mouthpiece is reckless, that could be a big dissatisfaction to somebody, because it's like you so pretty, but you talk so reckless. You're making me feel like you're a nasty person, like character wise. Always thought that guys, because I ain't gonna lie, like I said, my grandpa told me overly opinionated type of woman is a very unattractive woman.
Mm-hmm.
So he told me to know when it's most important to speak and only speak when you are spoken to, and don't involve yourself in conversations if nobody hasn't invited you to the conversation.
That's what I wanted to add on to what you said, Honest, is one thing that men are not satisfied with women is when women tell all their business to everybody else.
Yeah.
They don't want their business out there.
That's another good one. Yeah, you talk too much. Yeah.
Yep.
What's the other one? And women are not satisfied with men. So that's the other way around. So what are things women are not satisfied with men? I think them being cheap.
Girl, I know you didn't just say that because my husband is one of the most frugal people you will ever meet, and I will not call him cheap anymore. I'm like, he's just frugal. He's good with his money.
Cause it's like that's all I hear nowadays. How women complaining about you broke. You couldn't pay for a dinner. She's she's unsatisfied. I ain't gonna lie, it takes a lot to satisfy us, so I ain't even gonna lie. Like for some odd, strange reason, we've been programmed to be satisfied in the most craziest ways. But I think we not satisfied with a man playing with our emotions.
Right.
Because it's like that can turn us into medieval people. We will literally want to destroy a man's world after he hurt us.
Good point.
So it's like the way that some girls get treated by some guys, it becomes not satisfying to where now she's about to be a not satisfying person to you. She like, you ain't gonna be satisfying to me, I ain't gonna be satisfying to you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
it's like a retaliation. Like a reciprocation.
What are signs of projecting? I think projecting is when you sit up here and you try to reflect on somebody else what you going through or you been through. That's when you sit up here, you feeling like, oh, that because you sat up here and been through a horrible situation that all of a sudden that means it's gonna happen to your kids. That means that it's like you start to sit up here and say things to people like, how do you know that? Like, why are you even putting that on me? That because you sat up here and went through that shit, that doesn't mean don't put that shit on me. Don't project that shit on me. I don't know. People do that.
I had a statement on that projection. I was talking to somebody else about that actually today, and the statement that was made was, I'm sorry that I did to you what I did to myself. And that's what reminded me of projection.
That's deep. That's deep. But I think people do that all day, every day. They do it every day on TikTok. They doing it right now. They doing it right now on TikTok.
But it's like just like projecting onto other people, like the statement I just made, you know, I'm sorry I did to you what I've done to myself. Why can't we switch it around, like with Kev bringing up like peace and happiness? It's like, why can't we give ourselves peace and give ourselves happiness so that we can project that onto other people? A lot of people only want to talk about what everybody does wrong, or the meanness or the anger that everybody projects out onto people. But just like projection can go from a bad point of view, we can also project the good points of view too.
A lot of people need to practice meditation.
Oh yeah.
And speaking life, staying grounded. That's what I think. That's why we have so many problems, because so many people are disconnected from what's helping them grow. Everything in this world is a vibration, and I think that doesn't nothing help us vibrate more in life than outside.
Very, very much outside. It's like that. It reminds me of that. Understand or outer standing builds understanding, which creates inner standing. It's like, you know, those cycles of it. And it always goes back down to self. You know, I know Kev always talks about that. You always talk about that. I always talk about that. I'm like, at the end of the day, it's on us.
It's like when I hear people going through mental problems and things, like, people gotta realize speaking life is real. Like, that's why a lot of us drain, because we don't have things around us that speaking life or pouring life into us. Like literally, that's why people don't realize you're supposed to be clapping in your house. You're supposed to be waving your hands after clapping, because that's sending energy into your room, into your home. You when you clean in with a whole bunch of products and your house smelling fresh, that's like you cleansing out a whole bunch of bad energy. Yeah,
Clapping in the house, huh?
Yeah.
you gotta.
They go main thing back
Yes.
again with it.
Yeah,
Clapping in the house.
I
Wow.
clap. Because clapping
Put
is
Hunter at what I need
vibration.
her. She
It's
just
energy.
being blunt with it now.
That's gonna be
Like,
like
don't you notice? Don't you notice?
Hunter.
Hold on. Don't you notice? Like when. Don't you notice? Don't you notice? Hold on. So don't y'all notice? Like when African people be beating on drums and stuff, and they just be standing there clapping. It's like it's energy, and you wondering why they have a positive spirit, because I'm not sure if it's just me, but when I hear certain beats or certain people clapping, it puts you in a good energy.
No, I
Yeah, just like church.
You say I got an echo?
don't hear an echo on Honest's side or Kev's side.
No, it was good. It was nice. I think she just dropped down and came back up. She should be good.
But yeah, I'm big on that whole. I'm really big on that. You know, speaking life into itself. Like literally, I sit up here and pour glasses of water in one, and you know, I know this sounds weird, but I get 2 cups and I pour glasses of water in it, and I, pour good energy in one, and I pour my desires and dreams in the other, and I mix them together, because people gotta realize this is energy. You want to pour energy, because when you drink it, it's literally targeting cells in you, to where you're actually gonna feel the difference in growing in life. Like I think, I don't know, maybe I just grew up in a household where I seen so many, my grandma do so much spiritual stuff, to where it carried on with me. And I think she just taught me how to bring life into your home, into your life and your situation. So
I think
probably
that's
not everybody has that.
I think that's why our discernment has to be so powerful. Is like, what are you actually allowing into your life? What flow of energy? What instruments? What sounds? What music are you listening to? What are you watching? You know, what are you actually pouring into yourself so that you can project it outwards? You know, like what did they say? As above, so below. It's like what you pour in is what you pour out. So
Exactly.
I
That's
just
why I don't listen to certain music, because certain music irritates my spirit. And I notice that, like literally, when I'm around my cousins and they be trying to play Smexy Red and stuff, um, I go somewhere else because I can't. I don't like the girl. I don't like the energy. I don't listen to that type of music. When I'm listening to music, I listen to people like India Ari. I listen to people like who can literally calm my mind, my energy, my body. It's like, because people don't realize when you listen to certain music, why are you listening to it? It's like we're chanting. You've been taught to chant since you was a baby. They taught you how to ring around the rosies. These are spells. These are things that stick on you. You wonder why you become so immune to and so addicted to knowing rhymes and certain things, like, and why you don't even know why you be saying the things that you say is because you were trained to be taught that these things were healthy or good for you the whole time. It's literally you're putting certain
energy.
entities on you,
Yeah.
bringing out certain entities.
I had this conversation with a client earlier because I do a lot of music therapy, and we were talking about. And I've always asked this question: do you listen to music for the mood that you're in, or the mood that you want to be in, or sometimes it's both? But then sometimes, do you ever just listen to instrumental where it's no lyrics? Sometimes it's just the sound. It's not no lyrics, it's no nothing. It's just the beat or the sound. Or I love, this is why I love music. Like it's like my life. But what do you think, Honest, on that? Like this is how we listen to what, because what really does bring us back down to a what I call grounding. Like what grounds us? What brings us to that peace that we need to be at? What brings us into that joy? Or, you know, no matter what the song is or what the sound is, what the tone is, what brings you to that?
I think the things that sit up here and bring peace to your soul, that's what I think that brings you to that. Like you gotta have something within you that says, I want it more than anything, and I'm willing to put in effort to get it. Like a lot of people, like Kev said, you'll sit up here and say things and not put in no effort. Like when he especially said, you got people who want to sit up here and blame generations, things for us going through things in this world on the people who came before us. But it's like you have the opportunity to sit up here and do what they couldn't. And it's like, how good is the message when you're not even following it?
Exactly.
I think everything goes through the Most High,
Yeah,
and
for sure.
anything in this world you want to accomplish, you gotta go through it with him, because he's the one that's presenting the opportunity for you to actually get there always.
I think the challenge too is when it all goes through the Most High. A lot of people don't know how to deal with it when the Most High takes something away from you. It's kind of like a kid with a toy. It's like the toy's getting taken away. It's like, oh, I don't want to toy. I can't toy with it no more because the Most High says this ain't good for you. And it takes us time to actually be like, okay, that wasn't good for me. But it takes us time to learn that. You know, we would not, we listen to more people than we do the Most High. You know, before we got to go through the Most High first. I think once we get to that point in our life where it's like, okay, you've got all the power. I'm not taking the power over anymore, you know. But that's where that spirit comes in, that discernment comes in. Is like, okay, I gotta listen. I gotta listen.
I just listened to everything today, and I'm just like, especially when that girl 3 turned up, it was like I felt like
It got heavy quick. I
Right.
was like,
yeah, I was like, it ain't that serious to get mad, but
That's why we can't get along.
yeah.
yeah,
Why we can't get along. Yeah, all it takes is one of us to get our feelings hurt, and then everybody just
yeah.
start acting out of character, and it's like, dang, what the heck going on? She was just being Miss Nice earlier. You can't believe, and you got to watch out for people that's like, that got to be one of my vetting tips. I'm gonna use one of those too, but you got to watch out for people that just continually talking and don't know how to kind of take a break. Like, it's like you trying to have a conversation, but they just be so triggered that they just keep running their mouth, and they want to stop when they want to stop. That gonna be crazy. Actually, it's funny. I
Exactly.
just
There
dealt
you
with a
go,
person that was like
Nate.
that.
I
But
was just gonna tell you, try again. You're good.
Like, and I had like missed all of this, Kev, because I just dozed off.
oh, that's what she
She's sleeping on you.
doing. Oh, exactly.
But
Okay.
like before, like Love was just talking out of turn when I was like awake and Cleveland. Like, it's not that serious. Like, but that's what gets me. Like, why are you talking out of turn? Like, wait your turn. Like, nobody told you to talk yet. Like, I was just saying that to Kev, like,
I don't know why her name even Love. That's just crazy. She had
I
so.
was just saying that to Kev, like, when he first got on, like, that, I don't know, like, that's really starting to irk me. Like, cause I be trying to, like, be nice.
Yeah, you
Like, cause I
need
be trying
patience
to,
on
like, be
this
nice
thing.
and wait, but it's like, you keep talking, you keep unmuting, and just, and just talking,
It's
like,
funny because yeah. I would say that's funny though, because they was both actually going against each other at first, and then they end up teaming up. That's not crazy. Her and
Yeah,
Cleveland.
but then he ended up kind of turning aside from it. It was kind of weird. I was like,
That dude was about the same thing. Both of them. I had to drop him because he kept running his mouth. They both just
yeah,
doing the
that was
exact same thing.
powerful.
She just started getting disrespectful a little bit, but I wasn't really paying attention. I think when I seen them cut main
Did
thing
she
off,
did
and
she
I
drop or did you
don't
drop
do that.
her?
Like I know a man can handle himself for the most part, but I don't like when men try to cut women off, try to overpower their
Did
voice
she
and
drop
stuff.
her or did you drop
And I see
her?
he wasn't gonna. I
Oh, yeah, that's
no,
what I
she
thought.
dropped.
Yeah, she ended up leaving by her own. I guess she didn't like the fact that I muted
She
her.
dropped just like
This,
what's her name? Or like Power did earlier. That boy cannot handle no
who was
disagreements.
that?
My goodness. Anybody that go against what he say, it's just like
Oh,
he
yeah,
say what
yeah,
he say.
yeah,
Good
yeah.
looks. She's sending that big stuff. She's sending a bunch of stuff. Somebody got their check today. No, she didn't send almost a galaxy worth of dinosaurs. That's
Hey,
crazy.
Nate, I know Nate says
Who they? No, I put it down
she
first. Did I?
keeps
Yeah, I
getting
beat
an
her. Yeah, I
echo,
beat her.
but Nate, if
What
you're
is it?
getting phone calls, or maybe you need to like close out the app and then like reopen it, because if you keep
Nah,
getting echoes,
she probably gotta go up on her go update it.
yeah, yeah, because she was fine the last time
If
she came.
mine was doing that, and I had to go look up at my app, and it says you must update TikTok.
Mine don't even always tell me that I need to.
Yeah, I'll be checking that out.
But I'm telling you, this TikTok is wild. But I'm surprised that you didn't get as many or haven't had as many people in this live tonight, Kev, because you've been promoting this crap out of it. But no,
Yeah,
isn't
it
it
is what it
crazy that
is. It be a gamble. In the days I'm not feeling it, that's when everybody pop in. That just be just so bad. My just be backwards. That's why
I
I
never
just still
do?
get on, because I'm gonna get lucky some days and I don't. And some of them I'm just
I
gonna
think it's
redo
the
the topics over
topic.
anyway.
I
I still
think
got them in
nobody
my
wants
thing.
to talk about peace or happiness.
They want to talk about
Yeah,
Diddy
I'm
right now.
still
That's the
over
See,
here
I've
problem.
been on
talking
those
about
lives.
Everybody
I
Diddy.
doing
can
that.
go into those lives because I know a lot of the breakdown of
I did
that.
not talk about Diddy.
Or
I'm like,
debate.
all
Yeah,
this shit.
there's only
It's
one
so.
person.
I'm
One
like,
person that
they could have been like Diddy. Yeah, the thing is, Diddy got his own personal information.
I know. I can only go into like a couple people's different lives about that, but I most of my lives are either biblical, historical, or like Kev's live. Like I've been working like almost 50 hours a week, so it's been really hard to like get on like I normally get on.
Mine's be like this. It'll always be like 4, 5, 6 people, and that's cool.
Mhm.
But throughout the whole day, it'd be like, oh, you had over 2,000 people coming into your life. And I'm like, damn, where is all 2,000?
Where are they?
Some people watch on the outside. Some people
Yeah,
just,
that's true.
it is what it is. And I know my stuff. I send this right to YouTube anyways, though. So it
Yeah, I
ain't
see a
nothing
lot
no
of people
way.
getting on that YouTube stuff. The YouTube be lit on some of them.
That's
Hmm.
I
that's
want
the
to.
I
that's
don't
what
know what
I've
to
been
do
working
on
on
that.
is the podcast I'm working on with the Fathers
Hey,
Alliance and the
hey,
YouTube and the YouTube channel. Yeah.
y'all be watching the Revolt.
No, I don't.
It's
No,
a hey go
just
it's on
watch TV.
YouTube. Go watch her. Yeah, it's a woman. She got like
Oh,
her own little podcast, but she be talking crazy. She be talking crazy.
About what?
She talk about relationships. Like she talk about the election, and but it's like she talking about it with like nothing but black people, right? And ain't gonna lie, some of them people be getting at her ass like, cause ain't gonna lie, she's a Kamala rider. She's riding for Kamala. She's like a strong feminist
Mm.
in a way.
Mm-hmm.
She's a single mom, and
a
yeah, she's a
single
single
mom.
mom, and but she's like real strong, like strongly opinionated. She be telling people, "This my show."
I gotta look that up. Then I
Hey,
gotta look her up.
it's
Then
good though. I had just ran across. I said, I say usually stuff like this don't get my attention, but I was like, it's interesting to hear actually men and women of who I like to hear black people talk. I ain't even gonna lie. I like to hear us talk. Cause shit, I need to understand my people. I ain't gonna lie. That's all it comes down to. I just want to understand my people more. Like pick at our brains, see how many of us think the same, think differently, and who's actually bringing solutions to the conversations. I ain't
yeah,
got nothing against race or nothing,
people people love drama too much. That's why they be.
but I just find us to be like the most interesting because I'm like, I think that's why they put us on TV because they like these they so entertaining. They always doing something.
Hmm.
He always doing something.
These.
But it says squash bugs for better experience. What? My TikToks are supposed to be updated already to 36.4. Do y'all have that? Hey, do y'all have that? What she's talking about?
I gotta check that. It's some major
Warlock.
BS. What happened?
He
What's
must
the
have
deal,
came from
Warlock?
a life that probably wasn't that great. What did you experience today, Warlock?
But
I'm
Yeah,
telling
did
you,
y'all find? Did
relax.
y'all have peace? Did y'all have a peaceful day today?
I did. I worked all
Yep.
day until I worked. Yeah, I
Except cuss
worked
my
all day.
game
I'm
up.
so glad I'm off the weekend. It's nice to just have some relaxing time. I don't get a lot of that too much.
Hey, be careful with them video games and them headphones. I heard them headphones putting dents in these guys' heads. They
Wow.
wearing the
Oh my.
headphones all day and so long, so much it's didn't the inside they head.
Oh my.
Some
It
real
also
gamers.
Mhm.
it do
I
your
live
hearing. Yeah.
I have my husband, and it's funny because my husband, I don't, he wears cochlears. Like, he lost his hearing like 10 years ago, well, probably 12 years ago. So he wears like cochlear implants, so he can't like do like the headphone thing, so his sound is different. But I've got two kids at home that are gamers, like gamers to the fullest. So earbuds, earphones, headphones, all that stuff. And I'm just like, sometimes I'll put my beats on, but for the most part, it's like just having anything in your ears or on your ears. It can be really powerful. That's like part of frequency, right? Honest, like that. Like, if you think about it, it's like a frequency. Like, adds like a different sound or a different volume or a different bass, I think, to it.
They playing with Nate right now again. Yo, they always playing with Nate, man. They don't like her. TikTok, stop doing that to
And
Nate.
Nate, restart your
I
phone
know
if
it's
that's what
I
you
know
need
for
to do. I've
sure
had
it
to
is.
do that too before. Just restart your phone.
Make sure you know
Mhm.
background playing. Make sure the internet might have to
Or,
refresh the internet
or
box
restart
if it's the
phone.
internet.
Shoot. Sometimes you might have to
Yeah,
like turn off your Wi-Fi and turn it back on.
right. I just had to do that because my phone was tripping early. It be doing this lately. Like I see the comments on my other phone, but I don't see it on this one. Then I turn my Wi-Fi off and on, and then it start rolling. So I've been probably ignoring people and stuff. I'm thinking.
Stop that
Oh
yawning.
man, yeah, I gotta give me
Don't you
maybe a
start that
little.
yawning shit.
What happened? Yeah, right.
Hey
I
Warlock,
know.
how you doing tonight?
And
You were thinking?
you really don't want
Think
me to answer that question because it's too damn. It's not
I
deep,
got
but
I
it's
kind of want to know what you were thinking.
what was I thinking? As I was
Yeah.
scrolling through these damn lives and I was looking at the topics, what was I thinking? I was thinking this social media thing is a bunch of bullshit. It's filled with
Mm-mm.
hatred, vitriol, some good times, some bad. But
Mm-hmm.
most of the time when we get on this bitch, check this out. We leave kind of sad. We leave kind of upset, wondering what this world is about to be. Then you look in the mirror and say, damn, is things that bad or is it just me?
Mm.
What is it that we can say here on TikTok or on any social media that really hasn't been said before? Is it we call a guy Pookie or Ray
Mm.
Ray, call a woman not ready to be a wife or 304? It's all been said. What hasn't been said is that we need to put this shit aside. All this damn name calling tags and phrases that trigger people. That I guess that gives people a real dopamine high.
I agree.
Do we think that it's because we don't have power in our own lives that we portray here on these social media apps? Or should we just get out and talk to people and get that interpersonal reaction, interpersonal action shit back? I think that's been the biggest problem is that we live through pixels and microphones and shit like that. If you met a person face to face, would you talk to them like that? I don't think most of these people here understand that a woman is a woman and a man is a man. We can't go around acting like anything different. We want to give these daggone acronyms, these names, these his, her, she, her, all of that shit. It makes no sense.
Mm.
It really doesn't, does it? Because at the end of the day, we're all human beings, and we need to start treating each other as such. Yes, we have different roles and different things that we do. Y'all act like that's a bad thing, but it's what helped the world go around through and through. The world has survived for centuries, maybe eons, and things of that nature. But we can't even get this shit together between each other.
Exactly.
It's a sad thing when you open up this app, you go out into your personal life, and you see how this shit is eating at people on a day-to-day basis. It's not about whether it's a man or a woman or different races. It's about choice that we don't make, the choices that we should make, and the ones that we wallow in that we shouldn't have made from the beginning. Nobody wants to be the bad guy in their own story. Everybody wants to sit up on a throne and act like they are the recipients of God's glory. We're all sinners. We're all bad. We're not good. No, not one. So why don't we put this thing down, call our tongue, as we use it just like a machine? I can't say that last word, but y'all know what I mean. Is it that we're so actually hurt? We got people call themselves healed, but the shit that they say out of their mouth doesn't do anything but hurt others. Lovely. Are you my sister?
Yes, sir.
So why do most ladies try to act like they're my brother? Does it make any sense to you, my dear? I think not.
No.
Man, look, I'm gonna tell you, it's a Friday freaking night. I should be pouring me a goddamn shot of scotch. Because most of these motherfuckers are drunk off their own fucking ego.
Oh.
And most motherfuckers don't even know that they grasp onto it. So how the fuck can they let go? Kev, this is something for the goddamn karaoke night that I just did. And I'm gonna tell y'all right now, my whole temperament, my attitude, it's like shit. I ain't gotta deal with this bullshit. I ain't gotta get on no lives and talk no shit, because most motherfuckers already know. Whether they're a good father, a good mother, a pimp, or can't say that, can I? I might get banned. But I'm gonna tell y'all what, ladies, let a man be a man, and we'll see where we all stand. If y'all just back up and listen. And fellas, listen to your ladies too, because we all have something to give in this life if we want to become one, not two. Marriage, it may be for you and it may not be. But if it's not for you, let the other motherfuckers be. You want to talk about you're single. You want to talk about you want to sow your royal oats. Well, that comes at a price. It might come at the sign of a note, whether it be a car note, a house note, probably some child support too. Is that the life you want? If it's the life you built for you, do you want it for your children too? So when we tell a story, we need to tell the whole side, the good and the bad. Because guess what, y'all? In 30 fucking years, it'll be another rotation of talking all about this sad shit that we go through on a day-to-day basis. I could go on, but I'm gonna end it there. I'm gonna tell you, y'all not gonna make me pull out what I got left of my fucking hair. When I go bald, I'm gonna do it on my fucking own. It's gonna fall out naturally, not for no stress or no shit like that. Kevin, I didn't want to come up here and start no shit, but I just had to say that.
What?
I'm done.
You did come over here not wear Warlock and that ain't Warlock saying that.
And you know what? That was just some shit I made up as I was going along, man. I told you I'm better doing poetry when I do it off the top of my head. All right. And Kevin, by the way, clip that shit and send it to me because I don't remember shit that I said. Clip that shit.
Clip that. Right. It's easy. Go to my YouTube. Follow me on my YouTube.
Warlock,
Be on there.
when you first started talking, at first I was like, who pissed Warlock off today? But it was like, or what pissed him off? Or what did you experience? Or where was your spirit at in order for that? You took some stuff in that just didn't resonate with your spirit good. But I think you were reflecting like on like just a multitude of things. You were reflecting. You weren't being affected. You were just more reflecting. And
I
I
told you I
think,
was just thinking.
yeah, that's why I was like, I need to know what Warlock's coming up. I feel you on that, Warlock. I so feel you on that. And I think that that's how we have to allow everything that comes in from our outer environments, or, you know, all these different lives that we go into. And I had to get really good with having to discern where to go and what was going to bother me and what was not going to bother me. But coming out of the ones that did bother me, I was like, okay, let me reflect on it. And it's like you're like in reflection mode. You're like, let me like what Kevin's talking about tonight. Let me bring myself some peace, because ain't nobody gonna bring it to me.
No, you know what, lovely. I'm gonna tell you where my thoughts, because it's been the past couple days, right? And it started, and I don't know if y'all know Earl. You know Earl, Kevin, don't you?
Earl Cherry?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
I
started.
used to go in his lives.
Yeah, I gotta
It
catch one
started
of his
in
lives.
his
I've never
live.
caught his live though.
I
I've seen
used
him
to
though.
go in those, but I haven't been there often because there is a lot of it's just too much for my spirit.
Well, you know, it's not an argument. I'll say this. I find a lot of his posts funny as fuck. I really do. I swear I do.
I love his videos, yeah. But his lives are just different.
But the
Yeah.
lives are thought provoking to a great degree, because it started the day before, and he just got so damn fed up, he just ended the fucking live.
Oh, really?
And the next day he came back, and it was basically saying, ladies, if a guy is gonna say that he's gonna pay for the date and everything that involves with it, do you think that he should be able to ask you to come to the date without makeup?
Okay.
And a lot of ladies said no, because they felt as though the guy was using money to make this, to have the ladies not wear makeup, and we said it was a request. And this was a first date. And he asked a question in reference to going out on a date. Do you feel as though a man should have to pay for a first date? Yeah. Why? Because he's the one that asked. Okay. So if he is paying for the first date, why can't he make a request that you come in your natural freaking state?
You know me, I'm gonna go on that, Warlock, with many women and be like, well, that reminds me of like, people will put expectations upon you that you can't even meet yourself. So you're expecting this man to do all this stuff, but what are you expecting yourself to do?
Oh, no, lovely. No, you want to know what that argument was?
What was it?
That, Kev, you know this one. Nay, y'all know this one.
We know it.
Uh-oh. But y'all cut y'all hair and y'all beards. Why can't we wear makeup and wear our wigs and weaves?
Oh.
How can you compare something that naturally grows on us? Well, you know, some men wear that spray on stuff. No, I jump in their asses too, because they on some bullshit. I even did it to my nephew at my sister's 60th birthday party. I walked in and was like, what the fuck you got on your head? You need to cut that shit, man. Leave that shit the fuck alone. You look stupid as fuck. That's what I said to my nephew and a bunch of people I really didn't even know. I didn't give a shit. But that is one of the stupidest comparisons that I've ever heard, because you're taking something that is naturally grown to something that you had to add on.
Right. No, I get where you're coming from on that, Warlock.
But that was a big point. That was a big talking point for them. And it was like, yo, just if in fact you don't feel good without your makeup, say that. If you're in, which we know you never will, say that you feel insecure without it, because if your ass had to take 45 minutes to take a 10-trip minute to the store, something is wrong. It just is. I get ladies like to look presentable, and most of the time, guys like me, I don't give two shits. I'll go to the store in some house fucking slippers. I don't give a damn. Because I'm not looking for nobody. I'm not looking for an approval from nobody. I'm going to the
My
store to get
husband
what I need
makes
to get
fun
and
of
go the
me
fuck
because I
home.
go to the store with house slippers. My husband will be like, "You're going out like that?" And I'm like, "Yeah, because I ain't got nobody to impress."
Right. So my whole thing, and don't get me wrong, because they were saying, well, if you don't like a woman to wear makeup, maybe you should. No, we never said that we didn't like it. We just said that we wanted to see you at least once in your natural state. Just give us that. You're gonna require so much shit from us, and we just have this one request. Let me see you in the natural state. I don't give a shit if your shit is nappy or not. I just want to see. I'm going forward. This is what I'm potentially trying to get into.
Exactly, Warlock, like, but I also feel like that these women, like, they also like tend to get offended, like, on women's when men say like, oh, like, I would like to see you in your natural state, like, can you come without the makeup? It's like, I don't know, like, it's a problem. I mean, like, I don't even wear makeup like that, but like if I did like wear it like mostly like all the time, and someone said like, oh, can you come without, then like what's the problem with that? Like, I don't know, like, it's like, oh, well, you telling me to come without on makeup, like.
Look, I told somebody said in the box, right? So what if we came and I'm 5'7", right? I'll use myself. I said if I'm 5'7" and I come there and I tell you I'm 5'10", right? And you find out that I was wearing lifts in my shoes. How would you feel? Once we got home and I took my damn shoes off and I'm 3 inches shorter.
Right.
Goodness, perfect example.
Oh, y'all, we want to go that route? Because we know who
No,
wear
I
the
was
most
just
fake
using that
stuff.
as an
We already
example.
know. Talking about booty lifts and chest lifts and all that trickery, and then
Right,
you meet them
right.
in person.
Isn't that what they call
Everything sagging.
catfishing? Is that what it's called?
You can call it what you
They
want.
literally got
You're
pants
freaking
made from a beauty
lying.
supply for it.
That's why the saying came out. Men lie, women wear makeup. Right.
And they both the same thing, lies
Oh
and
my
lies.
goodness.
And of course, you
I
know, they
think
said,
that,
well, who are you to tell a woman what the fuck? No, babe, we're just telling you what a lot of us would prefer.
well, I think it goes back
Exactly.
to more like what like this whole conversation that we've been on Kev's live, like with peace and like happiness. Is like if you're not giving it to yourself, like because think about it, like let's say you're single and you go home, you could take all your
Because think
makeup
about it,
off.
like, let's say you're single.
Oh, sorry. Take all your lashes off. Well, I've never even worn lashes, but take all your makeup off. Put your hair up in a bun. Do it and be comfortable by yourself. Once you're comfortable with yourself, is that same comfortability going to be able to carry over to somebody else?
Lovely. No, listen to this one. Check this out. They're not even comfortable with themselves, most of them. Here's what it is. You said you don't wear makeup. So here's the routine. You come home, you go take your shower, this, that, and the other. You do your little regimen for those that do it, because some don't, and you can tell. But you do your little regimen, then you got to put your mask on, right? Then you look at yourself. You're still not looking at your natural self. You take the daggone mask off, you wash it off, you still do your regimen, yada, yada, yada. And you briefly look in the daggone mirror to make sure you got all your shit. A lot of them can't even look in the mirror and think that they're beautiful without you.
That's where I'm talking about that peace and that are you peaceful within yourself no matter how you look? This is why I deal with a lot of people that have like what we call body dysmorphia. People are just not happy with how they look because they've been so told by society that you need to look this way, you need to wear this, you need to put on this, and you need to look this way because it's going to
Hold
get
up,
you a
lovely.
man.
Lovely,
You know what I mean?
I got something real quick.
Exactly.
Miss Life, if you want to come up, we can discuss it, sweetie. Because
Like,
she said because you don't wake up with your beard shaped up like that. Okay, you're absolutely right. A lot of people don't wake up with their beard shaped up like that. However, here's the thing.
I think it look like Nate trying to
All
squeeze
right.
in.
So here's the thing, Miss Life.
Go,
We are requesting you in your natural state. Because most times all we want to see is what we're getting into. It's not like we're going to demonize you for it, because that is a request of ours. However, if we come out and we looking like Adams or what have you, we understand that this is something that we have to do if we want you. We want your attention. If we want your attention, we have to come out well groomed. Because if not, you won't even pay us no goddamn mind. However, if you want to go that route, not a problem. At least we grew ours naturally. That's the whole point. We are natural. We just trimmed it up. If you want to wear your natural hair, cool. Do something with it. The problem is that I find that a lot of women don't really know how to take care of their hair. So they wear it in a quote unquote protective hairstyle. And a lot of them, and this is from women that I've run across, you ask, they dye their fucking hair. They can't even remember what their natural hair color is. Go fucking
Yeah, and I like, now that you're responding to that beard thing, because you know my husband has a beard, but it's like it's called maintenance. It's like, just because like we may not wear makeup every day, or maybe we wear makeup some days or dress up some days, dress up there. Like, men are very disciplined. Like my husband, he gets his haircut every 2 weeks, and that's it. You know, it's like he's not you got to wake up the next day, 3 days after your haircut, and realize that, hey, your beard is gonna need another haircut in a week and a half. They're not worried about the same things that women are worried about. I just don't understand that. They're the logic that comes in from what a woman presents herself as, than a man presents himself as, is really different.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah, I don't like when that's the one term I don't like, when women say I look a mess or I look like a troll doll. They say they call themselves all these names because they don't wear no makeup. I'm like, dog, I don't know what they realize what they saying though, but it's that. Yeah, that's your messed. It's messed up.
Yeah,
like, you don't talk to yourself that way.
Yeah, you're talking to yourself like a man. Your inner dialogue with how you talk to yourself goes back to your last question, Kev. Is that projection? How you talk to yourself is what you're gonna project onto other people.
Okay, so
I think even with that, is instead of projection, it's more of it's that the brainwashing thing. You know, it's what they taught us what beauty is, and if we don't look like this, and then that's where the confidence comes, because they compare themselves to Barbies and the YT and all the other stuff or whatever. So it's just like, you know, it's just they don't know, not the lack of not knowing self too, knowing more about yourself and who you should be and who you want to be and all that stuff. But everybody keep trying to be clones out here, and then they get mad because they don't look as clony as the other clones. So that's the problem.
And no, he also just said clony. Clony is another clone.
Like, it's like we struggle like with our insecurity so bad. Like, why do you have to have a face of makeup on every day? Like, so you never gonna show your face? Or like, are you that insecure that you feel like your face is ugly? Like, I don't know.
No, they say we as men are insecure because we don't want to date a woman like that. Okay, fine. It is what it is. But I'll say this. I'm going to answer the red one and the first white one, kid. If I can read that shit. Shut up. God damn it. What does it say? Men rush to peace, women rush to happiness. What the hell is those last three words?
Is it true?
Oh, I do believe so. I do believe so. A lot of things are predicated for us on our freaking peace. And a lot of things for women are predicated off of happiness and attention, which in turn most times will bring them happiness.
Ooh, I like
what is peace and how do you keep it? Okay. What is peace? And it can be different for everybody. My whole thing is I have peace because I don't have to worry about people either coming after me or saying things to people that I know, because people know me, because I am consistent with everything in my life. Whether it be good or bad. The bad shit is a bad thing to be consistent at. But I'm just consistent. My peace comes from knowing, first and foremost, knowing who I am and not living a lie that most people still are living today. I know that the things that come my way is most likely things that I brought to myself, and I have nobody else to blame but me. And yes, I said most. So whoever's gonna come back at me with some bullshit, not all of it. No, don't listen to my damn words. I can sit home in my house and not have to worry about a lot of the outside world, because when I close my door, I leave it behind. Peace to me is being able to just be. And how do I keep it? By not allowing people to come in and fuck it up. If it's on the outside, I disengage. I remove myself. If it's in my house, I can always hang up on your ass or disconnect from these applications. But truth be told, Kev, you know I really don't do this for me. I don't. I do this because, one, I need to stay in touch with shit because I am an old fucker. I need to stay in touch with what's going on. Because if I am gonna fulfill my job as a mentor for these young boys and some of these young girls, I need to stay on top of what the hell is going on. And at times I do sacrifice my peace. But I do believe that temporary sacrifice is for a greater good than just sitting back and letting people go down the toilet drain.
You just kind of proved a good point, where Warlock, and it made me think, because I've been on this live for a few hours now, and when I look at peace and happiness and how you just broke that down, not a lot of people have brought up the word sacrifice, and as far as what we need to sacrifice for that peace, for that, for those things to actually come into play. So I appreciate you for bringing that up, because that just made me think of something.
Here's the thing. A lot of people think this world is so segregated and so separated. When I keep telling people, everything is fucking connected. I don't give a shit how you look at it. Everything is freaking connected. You do something to somebody else.
Earlier, Warlock. You weren't here for the history lesson earlier.
What was the history lesson? Who gave the history lesson earlier? Who gave the history lesson earlier?
It was, we have multiple people in here. We were going into the history of white tea, black, Africans.
Oh, see, I don't even get into that shit. I usually just stay the fuck quiet.
But then there was another person in here. They were given just like, what do we, with the history that we already know, with the generational understanding that we already have, how do we kind of like, venture into the peace and the happiness that we need now? So I think that was kind of the multitude of it, but it got into a very big historical argument, and it was wild.
I get into arguments a lot about a whole lot of different things with life, right, Lovely? And I try to get people to understand this, that no matter what goes on in this world, whether you understand or not, whether you realize it or not, damn near everything. And you can tell me a couple of things without being stupid. Tell me what does not revolve around choices.
Oh, yep, exactly. It all boils back down to choice, which it all boils back down to self-choice.
And see, that's the thing. When people start bringing up the slavery thing and the civil rights movement and the white supremacy and all of this, okay, let's look at it like this. We understand these things happen. Never saying that they didn't. Never said that they were good and or bad things, right? Okay. So since we got all of that shit out the way, let's check this out. We know things exist. We do. So if they exist, do you play into it or do you try to circumvent it? That's a choice. You can play into it and blame everything on that, and give whoever it was that invented crutches their family generational wealth for the next 10 generations, because you're going to constantly lean on that as a reason why, without understanding you know what happened, and now you have a choice on whether or not you want to live in it, or you want to try to bypass it or circumvent it.
I think what we were trying to say too, because we don't want to discount that the history didn't exist, and we don't want to discount some of the things that still do exist, and
No, I
discount the
didn't.
people. Yeah, the people that still come from there. But it was trying to say, like, yeah, the history was there, and we're still dealing with some of it. But how do we acknowledge people for what they're still going through based upon history, and what we need to do going forward? I think it was really more solution.
Here's the thing, Lovely. We can acknowledge that things happen. We can acknowledge that things still happen, that are still happening, right? But you have verbalized to us. You know it happened. We know it's still happening. So why you still playing into the game like that? Now you have a choice. It will be different if you didn't know that it was going on. Now you can say, I didn't know, so this is why. But now that I do, I can make another choice. I can make a better choice. But motherfuckers know. And they still play into the shit. We know that if you want a job, example, we know that if you want a job being a freaking plumber, or you want a job being an electrician, you have to go to school for that shit. We know this. But yet, we got some people that want to say, well, I wanted to be a fucking plumber, or I wanted to be an electrician. Well, did you go to school for it? Did you get the training? No. So how the fuck you gonna blame anybody else? You know what needs to be done. You know what hurdles to go through or what hurdles not to go through. If your ass don't want to go to jail, don't put yourself in a situation, right? All right, we understand, and there are outliers and exceptions to every rule. So y'all anybody that was going to come at me for that, well, sometimes you just get caught up. Yes, it does. But what is the percentage of that? It's a very small, minute percentage that get caught up for shit that they didn't do. Now, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to land on this one. I got locked up, right? What they locked me up for? I didn't do. I didn't. I was just walking to the store trying to get me a goddamn Fanta grape 2 liter and a pack of cigarettes, right? However, when I was locked up, you always had time to think when you locked up, right? So when I was locked up, I was mad as fuck. Oh, these motherfuckers locked me up and I ain't even do shit, yada, yada, yada. But I had to think, what was all the other shit that I did that I got away with?
Ooh.
Well, I thought I got away with, sorry.
You
Is
didn't
this
deserve
coming
that,
back around to
sir.
bite me in the ass?
Sir, you didn't deserve that. Don't even claim that. As a matter of fact, strike that away from you, your spirit, baby. You don't deserve that. Do you know how many people have walked on our backs to get where they are? Sir, you deserve all kind of perks. You just got caught. Damn.
Caught doing what?
He's just saying what he got caught for, he didn't do.
Exactly. What they arrested me for, I didn't do. But there was a shitload of stuff that I should have been caught for that I didn't get caught for.
Don't
So
claim
I'd rather
that,
pay
baby.
for. Hold on, people. I'd rather pay for the shit that I did in the past that I got away with. I would rather pay for my own fucking faults than have somebody, because we know usually when that shit comes back around, it usually hits somebody close to you, not you directly. So I would prefer to take that shit, my faults, on my shoulders, other than for it to hit my brother or my sister or my nieces or nephews. So that's what I took me getting arrested for. All of the stupid shit that I did that I got away with when I was younger. It finally came back to the what they say, the roosters came back home to nest or something. I think that's the same. See, the whole thing is, a lot of times we don't want to take responsibility for our bullshit. And we think that just because we are X, Y, and Z, that regardless of what happens, we don't deserve to pay the price for doing wrong. Everybody has to pay the piper eventually.
Well,
I'm
think
just
about
happy that I didn't have to pay the piper with my freaking life.
well, think about it. We're like, what does God tell us sometimes? Sometimes he sits us still,
Yep.
but we don't know when he's gonna sit us still.
So
He sat you still, and like you said, it allowed you that reflection on all the other things that you did get away with, not in comparison
and
to
look,
what
I'm gonna tell
you were
y'all,
falsely
it wasn't an
accused.
easy road because I didn't come to this. I didn't get to where I am now until I was 30 fucking 7. Can you imagine all of the shit that I done probably did or I done probably said to people in my 37 years on this planet before I even came to the realization, hold up, E. You've been living a lie for 37 fucking years. How do you change? And it took me a couple of years to even go through that place. It took me down a dark road. It took me to places and to speak to people again that I had never thought about speaking to ever. People that had done me fucking wrong, and I done them wrong as a get back. This is that goes back to the peace thing. I went back and apologized for, regardless of whether they did me wrong. If I did you wrong, I went back and tried to apologize to everybody that I could fucking think of. Because regardless of what you did, you didn't deserve half the shit that I did to people. And most of it wasn't goddamn physical. I mentally fucked people up. I fucked up people's relationships. I fucked up families. Just because you lied on me. Just because you got me suspended in the 4th grade to say that you didn't come to school the 2nd semester because you thought, because you told everybody that I was going to beat you up and I couldn't fight worth a fuck. It takes a lot to take on that responsibility and understanding that, look, dude, you've been living a fucked up life. You want to be better. You need to be better. You need that peace. You don't need to walk out the house and wonder who might be looking. You don't need to walk out the house and walk down the street and every time a door shuts hard, you turning around and your daggone feel your daggone blood pressure go up and your heart jump. That's not what you want to live if you want to live a long life, my guy. You need to get this shit straight. Apologize to people. And this is where I got the whole thing was about apologizing. If a motherfucker don't want to accept it, that's their bag to carry at that particular point in time. I done gave you that rucksack. It is no longer for me to carry. I did it. And I did it honestly and from my freaking heart. It is your bag to carry now, not mine.
I really think there's a humbleness, that comes with bringing peace into our lives. It's like the as above, so below type of thing. You got to go through the good, the bad, and the ugly in order to get to that point of where you're even gonna allow peace in your life and accept the peace, especially with what the Most High is giving you.
Lovely, I was bad, baby.
I'm telling you, Warlock, I know, baby.
I'm gonna tell you the thing that I felt. I'm not gonna say I felt the worst about, but the thing that made me feel really fucked up when I came to this realization. I have a sister. She's about 10 years older than me. I'm the baby of the family. She's the baby girl. I'm the baby boy. My sister would give me any and everything that I would ever ask for. She spoiled the fuck out of me. But yet, I still found it in my fucked up ways to steal from her. And I didn't just steal from her. I stole her tithing money.
Lord.
You didn't steal from her, you stole from the Most High.
Well, I stole from her too, but I'm just saying I stole her tithing money too.
I get you.
But I'm like, I look back on that shit now and be like, E, you was a fucked up person. You was a fucked up person. You was a fucked up guy. You was a fucked up brother.
What age did you realize this again? I'm sorry. Was it
37.
37? And how old are you now? If you can skip
I'm
a
55
couple.
now.
How old?
I'm 55.
So through all those years, you've been a cool dude?
Yeah, I've been really cool.
Are you a good dad?
You would have to ask my daughter that. I would say so,
I
but
would
you would have to
love
ask
to
my
do
daughter.
so. Would you like for any man to treat your daughter how you treated her mother?
Oh, see, that's the whole thing. I treated her mother. Lord, that was nothing I wouldn't do for that woman.
All right, brother.
You know, my daughter always says, "Dad, I want to find somebody like you." And I told her, "No, you don't." I said, "You want to find somebody better than me, and I want you to
Perfectly
be better
put.
than your mother."
You don't sound like a bad guy.
I've come a long way, dear.
He's
I've
not.
come a long way.
I
So
think that's something that we need to stop doing.
I'm trying to understand if she listening. That's crazy. I was hearing in my background, but it sounds like she acting like this your current life. You literally
Right.
just said you used to. It's like the. I
It
think
could
that's
be
another thing.
speaking
That I'm
in the
about to say this
present
too,
tense,
though.
and,
That
I may mixed it up.
let's. Yeah, right. I could tell. Well, I was about to say because that was
So
one thing I
hot.
had
What the
noticed
hell?
with that with that question what the heck. That question, what are things men are not satisfied with, and one, I was actually about to say that too. In general, I was thinking about that lately when I think on, I know for the what for men, I think that they women don't listen. That's one thing I noticed that, especially when they get either any emotions or something like that. I noticed that they just like what happened earlier with that girl, she just was just going.
Girl or
Even
woman?
though dude did the
Damn.
same thing, boy.
say again.
What was that, people?
Was it a
What?
girl or an actual woman? I don't like it when men call women girls. We don't call you guys boys. Was she an actual girl? Was she under 18?
She whatever I called her, that's what she is.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay then,
that's
sir.
whatever I
I
called
see what I'm
her.
dealing with.
So yeah, like I was saying, that's one thing they don't listen, right? That's how it's. Hey, boy, the examples is getting more and more 4K more now. But they don't
Look,
listen. That's the problem,
a perfect example of that
and
earlier.
it's been proven. But
That was a perfect
and I think the
example of that
problem,
earlier,
huh?
right? I was in a live earlier, and I don't know if you
Oh
was
yeah,
there or not,
yeah. It happens all the
but
time. So somebody
no,
get
what I
triggered, they just
said,
stop listening.
we was talking about men and women and the privilege thing and all of that shit, and I said that women that go around having a hatred, a disdain, or an extreme dislike for men, you should be thanking us because we were the ones that gave you the rights that you had. All of your marches and protests didn't mean shit if we were just hardened towards fucking women. There was a group of men that said, you know what, you're right. Yeah, we think you deserve this. For that, you need to be thanking men because if in fact we really wanted to get together and say, fuck this, we taking y'all back to whenever the fuck y'all didn't have rights, it could be done. Whether we'll ever get together and do that shit, I sincerely doubt it because you have some men that say, okay, cool. Y'all can have these rights or whatever, this, that, and the other. And you know, these women said something about, well, black men never did this because they never had the power. Where in the world did I ever say black men? Where?
Right. And that kind of reminds me, Warlock, of the example you brought up earlier, is that if women are expecting a man to pay for a meal, why can't the man ask for the woman not to wear makeup? When do the expectations change?
Look, man. I look, I never dated a woman that wore makeup because that's not my thing. Right? She can wear makeup when we going out to a specific spot, or if it's like my birthday and we want to celebrate. But to do that shit on a daily basis, that's too damn time consuming. I like to call up my girl and say, hey babe, I'll be there in 10 minutes or 5 minutes. Let's bounce for a minute. And she can throw on a fucking ball cap, pull her hair back, and just let's rock and roll. That's what I like. That's what I fucking date.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but I mean, don't get me wrong, ladies. Let me say this real quick. We're not saying that you look bad. and the makeup and shit. Actually, some of y'all look pretty good. But for the most part, those type of women are the ones that we play with.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And let me give you an example, Warlock, because my husband likes when I wear dresses, and I wasn't a dress person for a long time. I grew up an athlete. I was kind of like a tomboy for a long time, and didn't wear a lot of makeup. Didn't and dressed kind of like more casual, you know, still womanly and still girly, but more kind of low key. But when he wanted me to when he wants me to wear a dress, or you put a dress on, like because that's actually this is what a lot of women are not understanding, that when their man wants you to do something for them, it's not for them, it's for both of you. It's that's what helps bring that peace. That's what helps bring that happiness, because it's like, hey, I want to make you feel good. I want you to make me feel good so that we can feel good together. And I think a lot of people are missing out on that piece. It's not.
You see that young lady in my background right now?
Yes, sir.
Out of all the pictures that she ever took, I consider that to be the sexiest picture she ever took. That's just me. She's all natural. Actually, she combed her hair out straight because her hair is actually curly. But the simple fact, there's one thing about her that she despised with a passion that turned me on. And I could walk in the room and I get an instant boner. Would you want to know what that is? I'm not even gonna lie to you. I'm dead serious. You know what that is? Right up the front of her hair, she had a gray streak in her head. And that turned me on to no freaking end.
She gave you what you needed, and you gave her what she needed, you know, and that was like what we were talking about with peace and happiness earlier. It's very reciprocal. It's very reciprocal.
Yeah.
You know?
All right, it's time to do the last call.
Oh, there you go. What's up, baby?
Hi.
Hey,
Who are we talking about?
Oscar.
Who's girl in the background?
Hi, I'm talking about her.
Yeah, why you look sleepy? Who is that?
Who is that lady?
Last call for
No,
Echo. Let's get our last words going.
I don't know. He's right.
What you relinquish your
Hey,
That was being funny.
Look,
That was being funny because she just got over here.
I'm like, that's
got
fine.
the sharing and everything.
That's
Like, you know what?
fine.
Last
You
call
gonna
for
sit here and listen to
alcohol.
everything I
Now
gotta
it's time to. Like, ain't that something? What the heck? You did that yesterday. You ain't got no excuse to
Done
this.
put the kids to bed, huh?
They is out, okay? One of them still trying to be up. I'm like, okay.
She done
No,
got
but the
her
young
right.
lady
That's
that's
your,
in
now
my picture
your
is
me
my
time now.
ex-wife.
What we talking about ex-wives for? What happened? What we talking about?
No, we was just talking about the whole thing about makeup and all this shit. And
Yeah, about makeup and the expectations of men and expectations of women and bringing up peace and.
Where'd that non-listener go? What's she just
yeah,
doing?
that's all. And you often hear the people say, "Well, if that's not what the fuck you want, why are you gonna date it?" And I was just saying, this was my wife. And for those that know my story, you won't even ask, well, why you got divorced, but yeah.
Yeah, we don't need to know. That's for you to know, you know.
No, man, no. Here's the thing.
Between you and the Most High, but I love when you share your story, Warlock.
I get it, but see, here's the thing. When I say that's my ex-wife, right? Oh, so you're not even married? No, I called her my ex-wife for a reason. But you're not married no more, are you? I'm like, do you want to know why she's my ex-wife? It don't matter because she's your ex-wife. Your marriage didn't work either. I'm like, no, my marriage did work. And I kept my vows to my wife. What do you mean? Do you even know what your vows are? Yeah, I know what they are. So if I kept my vows and I said we didn't get divorced, what does that mean? I don't know. Why don't you fucking tell me? Because your ass ain't married and you up here talking about relationships like you know that. I said, I don't need no condolences, but she passed in 2014. Oh, now my words mean something because I was married and I didn't get divorced. were all my words any more true before you knew that, or after you knew that? Which one was more true? Because they're the same fucking words, mean the same damn thing. But now that you know that she passed and I didn't get a divorce, now you're gonna heed those words, and now you're gonna say that they're fucking true. Stupid as two fucks.
Mm-hmm. You know, I've said that same thing, Warlock, that people can grieve over the loss of a person deathly and the loss of a person divorcely. And it means two totally different things. You know, so people will judge you by what you lose based upon the situations and experiences and not even know where you're coming from.
Look, man, I just love it when people just assume shit and then I make them eat their fucking words. It's fun to me, believe it or not.
I'm with you on that, Warlock. It's kind of fun to me because I'm like,
You see these?
You just made yourself a fool.
You see these, right? Can y'all see what they are?
Mm-hmm.
There were 6 of them. One bigger one, and 5 for each one of her kids and me. This one is mine. This is my daughter's. She finally asked me for it. Because for years she didn't want it around because she wasn't ready. But she finally asked me for it. She gets it tomorrow.
How old was your daughter when she passed?
I'm sorry, you said how old was she when she passed?
Mm-hmm.
She was 11. Well, actually, she was 12 going to turn 14. I mean 13. I'm sorry, because she passed in 2014. She's 23 now.
That's young.
So, yeah.
You did good with her though, to be able to get through that.
Look, man, I'm not about. I do my damnedest to keep my word, and I think I think that's the one of the reasons why she's still around and we're so close, because I told her and her siblings when they were younger, I said, I won't lie to y'all, and I expect the same from you, because if you can't tell me the truth, don't tell me anything. And I've held to that. When her mom was going through her addiction, nobody on her mother's side of the family, because her father's side of the family was non-existent. Nobody on her mother's side of the family would tell her the truth about what was going on. And I told her. Got my ass chewed by her mom's side of the family.
Wait, hold on. Her family didn't want you to tell your daughter what was going on?
They didn't want her to know what was going on with her mother.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Because actually when she started going through her addiction issue, they took her and they put her in foster care. They would not allow me to have her because I wasn't a blood relative, and I was a young man that was looking to have custody of a preteen girl. So I told her what was going on.
Oh, Yuri, that is crazy.
No, that's the way Maryland is. But I told her your mom was addicted to drugs and she hasn't been able to get over it. That's why. And I got my ass reamed something terrible.
They want her to have a good thought about her.
You know what that reminds me of, Warlock, is Kevin's second question when it says, when should you sweep things under the rug? That's the thing is that they do, is that they want you to hide things from people.
Well, see, here's the thing, and in the long run, things worked out absolutely just the way that I knew they would. At this particular time, she does not communicate with none of them. I mean, don't get me wrong. I didn't want her not to communicate with them, but I knew that's what was going to happen just by the way that I raised her. You don't know, there's nobody here on this planet worth lying to. And her reason for not communicating with them was because she said that she cannot trust them to tell her the truth.
See,
That part.
That's a
That
big
part.
deal. Like that's a big deal when it comes to that. I think I don't know. Like, do you feel like I wonder if you like if parents do or family do that to protect the child or more so to protect the image of their parents? Because I think sometimes family think that the kid is going to love their parent less, but children need to know about their parent. It doesn't mean that they're going to despise them in any kind of way. It's like that's because they're still their parent. There's kids who um dealt with parents who had drug uses and they absolutely love their parents all the way through it, or all the way to the end. And it's up to that kid. That kid deserves to know, because the worst thing is for a child to learn something like that to somebody else, because you can say, oh, your mom passed from this or whatever happened, and you find out a different way. So I think, like you said, that's probably why you guys are close, because like I can trust you with something very vulnerable for you to tell me, even if you feel like it's gonna hurt me, or even if you feel like, because at least you knew I deserve to know, and that's just what it is. So I definitely can understand why she would respect that for me.
Man, that girl called me when I'm in lives and shit. I'll end the live if I have to get off the phone to talk to her. You know what I'm saying?
How old is she now?
She's 23 now.
Um,
You know,
you're like her only father figure, huh?
yeah. Well, actually, here's the other thing. I want to say about six months ago, her actual father popped back up,
Mm.
and she called me, and she's like, "Dad, I got a question," and I'm like, "What?" She said, "Raymond showed up." I'm like, "Who the fuck is Raymond?" What the fuck?
Not you got.
I like, who the fuck? I said, "Man, who the hell is Raymond?" She said, "My father." And I'm like, "Oh, really?" She was like, "Yeah." She said, "I don't know if I want to talk to him or not." And I'm like, "Man, look, I trust your judgment. If you want to talk to him, feel free. I'm not going to feel slighted." I said, "Maybe you want to find out some things and this, that." So
Yeah.
she wound up talking to him, and she found out that she had other siblings in other parts of the state. And then she said, "Dad, I don't like talking to him no more." And I'm like, "Why?" She said, "Because all he can say is that I'm pretty and this, that, and the other." She said, "I know I'm pretty, but Dad, you don't have to remind me all the time." But she just got tired of that's all that he could say to her. And I'm like, "Man, he hasn't been around for like 16 years. He hasn't."
Right.
I said, "It's up to you how you want to handle it. I trust you enough to handle it and be tactful and be nice about it or what have you." I haven't heard nothing about her or her father in the past month and a half or 2 months, something like that. So
I think it's amazing that she had the ability to come back to you and kind of ask for that validation. Like if something were to happen, she know you that you would protect her.
Yeah, because I mean that's who she. That's all she know really. That's been because and that's why for people like some people think they have this what's this word oh my god, I can't think of the word, but they have this, I can't think of the word, whatever. But it's like this, whatever that word is, to just come in and just, hey, I'm your parent, like, that's what it is. Like, let's just be family. And it's like, no, a child knows who's been my family. That's not sometimes when like the whole blood thing kind of goes out the water. I mean, out the way, because who has been closest to me, who has been there for me, that's who I see as my parent, no matter who's my blood parent. But I think I love that Warlock had the ability to not make her feel funny or bad if she did want to learn about her father. Because I always say that when it comes to mothers, sometimes mothers are so still angry or bitter about not being with their father that they won't let their child feel comfortable with embracing their biological family, because that is a part of them. That is a part of their story that they don't probably know and should be able to know, because that is a blood relation to them. But it doesn't take away the parent who has been there their whole life. They're not going to ever look at that like, oh, he's not important now, I got my dad. That is not how that works. And sometimes parents that come in their life think, hey, I'm your actual dad. It's like, okay, what that mean? Like, you got to know you, just like my dad took time to know me when I was a child,
right.
I was in my vulnerable state. So it's just kind of what it is.
And that's what builds that resentment. That resentment when like mothers keep their children away from their fathers, or vice versa in some instances. You know, when people keep themselves away from like their other parent, it builds a resentment within the child. So it's like at the end of the day, it's like our children have to grow, and they may start to resent you because you had a resentment for the other person. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's the
exactly,
snowball
exactly,
effect.
exactly.
Look, man, I'm gonna tell y'all just like I tell everybody else. There is no one, and I mean absolutely no one, that can make me feel threatened when it comes to Keto.
Oh yeah.
Nobody.
Oh, you
You
know
already got that,
now that.
you already got that in the bag.
Well, and you know, now that Kev, like, man, Kev, this just explored something for me too, with peace and happiness, because there are a lot of times that people are looking for questions, and they're looking for answers. You know, who their dad was, who their mom was, or why their mom did this, or why their dad did this, or you know, all this that comes in from our childhood. It kind of reminds me of how people seek peace. And sometimes we just need answers, or we just need the allowance to be able for us to be able to find the answers without anybody blocking us or getting in the way of it.
Oh, by the way, y'all, remember we was talking about going to the store in house shoes?
Yep.
I'm getting ready to go to the store.
And go in your house shoes, Warlock. Enjoy yourself.
I'm getting ready to run to Wawa. I
As
don't
you
really
should.
give two dams.
Yeah, because those people aren't going home with you.
Yep. So that's what I do, man. Look, I'm not out here. I don't have to impress nobody. I'm not looking to impress nobody. You know, it's just not the way that I am. I've been that way since I was little, because like I said, I was the baby by almost 10 years. You know, and I've always had people to look up to. I've never really desired to. What's the word that I'm looking for? I never really looked for approval of anybody unless I played sports. And the people that I looked to for that was my teammates. I really didn't give a damn about my coaches.
Yeah, I played sports my whole life, and honestly, sports is what saved me. It's what kept my going. You know, because I was living in a life full of I lived in a life full of trauma. So, but sports was those teammates, those people around you, those people giving you the validation, but also giving you that security, that discipline, and also holding me accountable. You should do it this way. You should do it that way. Don't be like this. Don't do this. You know, so there's a lot of different, you know, it's just a different perspective that I think I wish a lot of people have had the same, like, different type of support systems surrounding their trauma rather than dwelling in their trauma. You know, but we also put ourselves through trauma too, and chaos. You know, we make choices at the end of the day.
And a lot of it is unnecessary.
I agree.
A lot of the trauma is unnecessary.
Yeah,
So,
we test the waters, that's for sure. Even the Bible will
let
tell us
me
that.
let me ask this question, because remember we was talking about choice, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That we can blame everybody else for a lot of the messed up things that happened to us, right? I.e., decisions that we made, paying the rent, not paying the rent, getting married, not getting married, fucking with this dude or fucking with that woman, right? How can we blame other people when we chose those fucked up people?
Well, that's the thing. That's the A word, the accountability word that Kev talks about all the time. Accountability isn't just for what we do to other people, it's also for what we allow. That's why I said there's two parts to the A word. It's what we allow into our life. So are we blaming other people because we allowed it? Well, I'm the one who welcomed you in.
Look, girlfriend, you just used the word. You just used the word that look, Kev, you know, we often tell people, look, don't share that, because we know how people here are on this app. They'll take shit they'll research shit and they'll try to use it against you, right? And if any of you ladies have seen me around, y'all know that I've shared a whole lot about my life and fuck ups and all of that shit. And people ask me, they say, yo, why are you putting all of that out there, yada, yada, yada? You know how people take shit and use it against you and this, that, and the other. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, the only way that you can do that is if I allow you to hurt me with it.
Yeah.
That's it.
The allowance.
This is why if you hear my name in somebody's freaking mouth, you can damn near guarantee that the motherfuckers haven't said it to me.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's come after me like that yet. Nobody. Mm-hmm. I don't know why, because I say some real fucked up shit sometimes. Well, I piss a whole lot of people off.
Think about it, Warlock. Do you not think you're protected?
How so?
Like protected, like your spirit is protected because you recognize all the shit you've done, all the shit you've been through, and all the shit you've allowed. Sorry, I'm gonna cuss right now because I'm getting ready to get off because I chopped down. You know what I mean? It's like, man, you've been through some stuff, and your testimony, Warlock, is probably much needed for a lot of people who don't even realize or recognize where they're at yet.
And that's part of the reason why I have no problem sharing with people, because look, although it helps me, I'm quite sure it's helped other people. And truth be told, I don't even care to know who you are or how it helped you. I really don't need to know, as long as you have made strides. I don't care, because I'll continue to tell my story as many times as I need to. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know, I don't do it for the recognition. I rarely do anything for recognition. I'm one of those guys that like to be backstage pulling the ropes to open and close the damn curtains. That's how. Look, friends of mine will tell you, you give me a compliment, and they're working on me though. They're working on me. You give me a compliment, my eyes will go down. Because one, I'm not used to it, and I don't know how to respond to them because I don't look for them. You know, so I don't know.
I think it's a beautiful thing, Warlock, and you know, we need, especially because even the person that dropped down earlier that was saying, well, how old are you? How old are you? And I know a lot of people will ask Kev his age, or do you have kids? How old are you? Or people will ask me that. Well, how old are you? Do you have your own kids? And I'm like, wait a minute, I got stepsons I've raised for years. It's like everybody wants to know all these questions about you, but what about yourself?
Well, no, they do that. They do that, Lovely, to try to discredit what you're saying.
Right.
That's what they do. Right. But as I said, for the people that always say, well, you say your ex-boyfriend. I'm like, but however, does it make my words any less true?
That part.
If I was single, you're mad because a single guy can tell you shit that's true. Mm-hmm. But even if I'm married, it doesn't change what I said.
Exactly.
Yep. And I think that's all the way to well, what we were talking about earlier on this live, you know, a lot of people don't know how to listen. And it took me a long time to learn how to do that. Just listen and observe and get to know. But I had to listen to myself. I had to listen to the Most High. I had to listen to the people around me. It's kind of like what I call sitting in your shit. I'm going to say that. I'm going to cuss on Kev's live. I don't care.
Oh, I bathe in that shit.
You know,
I backstroke, breaststroke, butterfly, all of that, man. I love it.
You know, but when I sat in my shit, it made me know what I had to do for myself in order to be able to recognize other people and meet them where they're at, see where other people were coming from, see what their side of things were, because I wanted them to be able to realize that, look, you can sit in your shit too, and you need to recognize yourself too.
Yep.
and I want to see you where you're at, just so you can see me where I'm at. And I don't know. It was a very reciprocal. It's been a long journey. I'm gonna be 44 in January, so you know it's been a long time of going through this. You know, from everybody. We talk about childhood experiences, and I think this is like when Kev brings up his lives and stuff. It reminds us, like, look, everybody's looking for peace. Everybody's looking for happiness, or however the components of it, like we talked about it earlier. But everybody's getting there on a different journey.
Thanks, man. Have a good one.
Exactly. But Lovely and Warlock, like I also be on other people with like other creators live, and like the people be asking the same thing. Like, oh, like, are you married? Do you have kids?
Have a good one.
Like what's like why does that matter? Like they just ask that like so they can discredit you from saying what you're saying. Like or be
Right.
like oh you don't have a right to say this because you don't have a relationship or you don't have no kids, so you shouldn't be speaking on it. It's like
And I used to fight, like, and I love how Alter Ego just said, twin just said, and she's fighting against her own twin. Because I've seen so many people come at Kev saying, well, you don't have kids. How can you talk about raising children? Look, I don't have biological kids, but do my stepchildren matter? But because I'm a stepmom, does it mean that I'm not a mom? You know what I mean? Like, and I've seen people attack Kev for not having kids, or it's like people for not being in a relationship. Why do you think they're not in a relationship? Maybe they had a relationship, but they actually already know the experience. I can't stand when people do that. It drives me crazy.
exactly.
Look, I really don't care. I can run across a guy that's never been with a woman with a child, that doesn't have any of his own, or anything of that nature. I really don't give a shit. My whole thing has always been, is what they saying true or a lie? I don't care. But a lot of people, you have to have experience for this and this, that, and the other. No, you can actually observe and learn. So whether you have a child or not, or this, that, and the other, if it makes sense, it should make sense. If it's true, it's true. I don't give a shit. If it comes from a drug, if it comes from a daggone addict, right? Or if it comes from somebody that's never had a drink in their life, and they say, hey man, don't do these things because it'll fuck you up.
Well, there is no manual for being a parent.
But
You know
what
what I
I'm
mean?
saying is, whether it comes from an alcoholic or a non-alcoholic, are the words any less true?
Yep, exactly, Warlock.
I can't stand when people do that. Like Lovely said, it's just like why does it matter? Like what I said is still right.
Yeah, exactly. But like I said, it's all about discrediting your words because of your experiences, because of your lived experiences, so they won't have to take the responsibility of their fuck ups.
Well, and that's the thing, Warlock. That's what we were talking about earlier. This is where people start to compare trauma. Well, I went through this, and I went through this, but what haven't you gone through? What does that matter? What you haven't gone through? Does that matter too?
Yeah. Well, how did you avoid it? Because I went through all this shit. Well, how can I tell my child how to avoid it? But basically, truth be told, and it's going to sound ass backwards and fucked up, the only thing you can tell your child is how to get drunk. That's all you can tell your child is how I got drunk. Because you can't tell them how to avoid it because your ass didn't. You can assume on how to avoid it, but if that's the case, your ass wouldn't have been drinking for the past 40 fucking years, now would you? If you could teach your child, or you could teach somebody else how to beat how to beat the addiction to alcohol, you wouldn't be doing it, would you? I don't think so, because you've already agreed that it's fucked up your life.
Mm-hmm.
So, look, man,
That kind
people are
of
so
reminds
damn
me of
slow.
you know what
All
that
of it
kind of
preaching.
reminds me of Warlock is you know how like well I grew up in a family that you know we were like kind of forced to go to church like forced every Sunday every Wednesday and then part of Bible studies and part of all this but when we went home we weren't living the biblical life we weren't living the godly life. I was like, is this what God really wants? Like it's like you're doing opposite of what we're supposed to be doing according to what the church says. So that was what lost me in religion for a long time until I got back biblically by myself. But it's like we are the models of other creatures or other humans or other children that come. Like we are the first experiences that our children even have or even the people around us, even the strangers that we meet, we are models to them too. We can actually give that love and that compassion and that peace and that happiness to people that didn't even know what it was.
Look,
They never even experienced it. And we're just giving them a dabble. We're just dabbling in their love and experience.
look, I took 45 minutes this evening after our practice, after the walk through the day, right? Because one, my team has a bye tomorrow, so I don't even have a game to coach tomorrow. I got to go scout some other teams. But I was up at the field today, and I took about 45 minutes, might have been 40, 35, somewhere around there, to talk to the ones this is their last year. And I told them, I said, this is your last year. A lot of these younger kids look up to you guys. There are going to be kids that when y'all go to high school next year that are going to look up to you, even though you are a freshman. I said, it is now your job, whether you like it or not, to mentor some of these younger kids. Probably some of your freaking peers. That is my way of passing the torch to you. And you're supposed to pass it down. This is what I'm doing with my coaches because they're younger than me. I'm mentoring them so they can mentor the younger kids. A lot of times and this is to men right now, and it can be pertain to ladies too. A lot of times we feel as though since we bypass things that we don't need to go back and give and teach. I learned by myself, so no, you fucking didn't. You had a whole lot of people that inspired you to do either good things or fucked up things. The way that you grew up is you did not do that shit by yourself. I don't give a flying hell who you are or what you've done. There has always been somebody, at least, that has given you some kind of inspiration or has molded a thought process in your damn life. And if it made you, and if it did you good, and you progressed and you succeeded from that, why wouldn't you want to give it to someone else? If you are honest about what you say and you love the kids and you want them to be better. Because a lot of people say it and they don't fucking mean it. They just say it as a punch fucking line.
Yeah, but but you know, Warlock, like people put on a facade. Like that's why they don't mean it. They just be saying stuff.
Well, I feel like you're right, Nate. A lot of people do be just saying stuff. But we were talking
Kinda
earlier
like me.
about love and peace and the actions that are actually required from that. You know, what are we actually, because I used to coach, and I played sports and then used to coach, but it's the actions that we're putting behind those words. Are we actually really doing it for our own life to actually model that, or are we just saying it?
Look, those boys, I ain't even gonna lie to you. And I told people this too. I said, truth be told, those boys have kept me out of so much shit.
Oh,
They
yeah.
have kept me from saying a whole lot of stuff and doing a whole lot of stuff because I understand that I am their mentor and they are looking to me. If I go out here and do some stupid shit and I tell them the opposite, now I'm a freaking hypocrite.
Exactly.
So why should you listen to me? That's just my thought process. But
I get you.
You notice I talk a lot, right? Yeah, don't say shit. Anyway, I talk a lot.
Hollering.
Say what? Who said something about hollering?
Mr. My guy.
I'm just gonna call FYF. That's what I'm gonna call you. Fuck your feelings. I'm gonna call you FYF.
Well, take that into consideration.
Hey, you been spitting though. Warlock. I ain't gonna hold you. I done been a few
Here's
hours
the
with you,
thing.
fam.
Here's the thing. Like I said, I talk a lot, right? However, I like the people to try to do the same shit with that I do, and that's talk a lot. Because the more you listen to a person, the easier it is to tell if they on some fuck shit or not. And a lot of people, when you talk a lot, they feel as though, oh, I can't let this motherfucker show me up. So he talked for 3 minutes, I'm gonna talk for 4.5. Not understanding, you can contradicted your first 30 seconds, the other 3.5 minutes you can talk. Now I'm about to burn your ass and I'm gonna call you on all your fuck shit.
Mr. Warlock.
If you think about it, Warlock, people who talk a lot have a lot of information. And sometimes it's good information, it's bad information, or it's ugly information. And sometimes you need to listen to any of the information. I always say all knowledge is good knowledge. Like, I want to take it all in. And then that way I can now talk and speak and help people in the same way that you, like people like you, Warlock, like people like Kev, you know, all this information that comes in, all these conversations that come in, you know, all knowledge is good knowledge. It's just how you discern it.
My brother had a saying. He said, listen to everything. He said, take what you need and throw the rest away. That's what my brother said. Now I say something the opposite. I said, listen to everything, take what you need and store the rest. Because you never know when you're gonna need that.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Yep. So I just store everything that I freaking hear that I don't need at that particular moment. And trust me, most of it just like when our parents used to talk to us. Soon as we get into some fuck shit, who's the first voice you freaking hear? Your damn parents. Because they done probably told you how to avoid it, but you was like, fuck them anyway.
You know, people Warlock used to make fun of me because I read a lot and I research a lot and like I dabble in like so much different types of information and in the field that I work in. And they said, well, why do you do what you do? And I said, because I'm nosy. Because I want to know. I'm nosy. I just like to know information from
there's one word.
aspect.
I want to know. What is the one word that
Wait,
you
hold
can...
on.
Go ahead, Nay.
Dang, Warlock, like, did you just go to the store or something that fast?
Yeah, I went to Wawa around the corner.
Man, teleported in like 3.5 seconds. Oh,
Which y'all thought I was joking when I said I was putting on my house shoes and going to the store? The fuck?
Yeah, he went and came back in a quick minute. He had a task and he completed it.
Hell? I wasn't joking. But listen, I got a question for y'all.
Will you be considered a
There's
minute
one
man?
word that you can use. What is the one word that you can use over and over and over again to piss off somebody to find out whether they lying or to piss off a liar?
Oh, I can't think of it off the top of my head.
Nope, I said
accountability.
Nope.
Well, I said nosy early, but like the pissing
what is the
off
one thing a liar does not like to happen to them?
To be told the truth.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Did I know myself speak? I mean,
one way to piss off a liar is to constantly ask them why. They don't like to be questioned.
The reasoning. Mm-hmm.
And they also, like, and a liar also don't like to be told they're hypocritical.
Well, you know what? That could fall under that could fall under the realm of discounting their experiences. I want them to realize that their experience is based off of a lie, right? So I always say I never question somebody's opinion or their thought processes. I don't, because everybody's entitled to have them. What I
Right.
do question is whether it's based off of a truth or a lie.
Well,
And if
that's
it's
why.
based off of a lie, your opinion or your thoughts or your feelings don't matter to me.
And that's why I've always loved Kev's lives, because I'm a big question asker. I think asking questions allows people to like open up. They'll tell you their truth in their response.
They open up closed corridors that they try to suppress from the world with the
Mm-hmm.
lies and fictitious ass actions that they produce and project onto others. But hey, who am I but a chicken in the screen?
Hey, I speak, guys. I got to go. I've been to work all day. Kev, me and Kev go back 3 years. Kev, you know. For those that don't know, me and Kev go back a very long time. Here's my profession. I simplify complicated situations. Life is not complicated. Listen to me. Life is not complicated. It's the people you include in your life that complicates it. So how do you simplify this? Eliminate
Ooh, say that one more
anyone or
time. Say that one more
anything.
time.
Life is not complicated. It's the people you include in your life that complicates it. So how do you resolve this matter? Eliminate anything that causes you harm, uncertainty, and pain, and watch how simple your life becomes.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I do. Kev knows me. Now, as far as your subject matter, I don't judge no one based on what they're like, because I don't eat meat and you like steaks. Who am I to judge? So let's talk about compatibility. Find somebody who's compatible to you. My great grandparents left this earth together. My grandparents on both sides of my family left this earth together. My parents been married for 54 years. My younger brother, younger than me by 1 year, 18 years. My youngest brother, 12 years. And I asked them, what makes it work? And they say this right here. I found somebody compatible to me. I don't care what the world thinks about my wife. She is compatible to me. Same thing with my parents. Now, just because I'm not compatible to my brother's wives, as far as personality, and so on and so forth, find someone compatible to you. It does not matter if they understand the type of mate that you have. It's not meant for them to understand that or comprehend it. I don't use understand because I don't stand under anything. I comprehend. Listen, life is not complicated. It's the people that you include in your life that complicates it. We all got the freedom of choice. The question is, look at my name, know thyself. What do you want? Do you know what you want? Do you know what you are? Because if you don't know this about yourself, then the world would tell you who you should be. And then you fall into that trap, and then now you are being like, I'm a stubborn person. That I'm a Taurus. No, I'm stubborn because I'm stubborn. I'm a freak because I'm a Scorpio. No, you're a freak because you're a freak. Don't matter when you're born. It's you. People are too busy letting the world dictate who they are versus them discovering who they are within themselves. Because if you are a blank sheet of paper when we are born, are you gonna write your own story, or are you going to let someone else write your story? And if you go by that story that someone else wrote, you will never know who you are. Look at my name, know thyself. You can't tell me who I am. I know who I am. I don't need a tarot card reader to tell me my past, my present, my future. I don't need your help on that. I got a different source to find that out. I don't judge you for being who you are because that's who you are. My thing is right here. Rather you are associating with people around you, because your influence your influence is just what could influence you. Does not mean that it does influence you. Warlock.
Yes,
You know what
sir.
I'm saying? You are a very intelligent person, but I will say this. Conversation does not rule the nation. It's comprehension if you only listen. I'm a counselor, a life coach, and I have been for the past 30-some years. I listen. I don't talk too much. I listen to what they're talking about, and I respond to their situation. I don't compare my story to their story. I listen to their story and I give them solutions to their situation. I take myself completely out of the equation unless I got something to say about my own personal experience that could probably help them. Like for instance, I got daughters, I got sons that's probably older than some of y'all. And I tell them, find what's compatible to you. Now, how do you do that? Know who you are, know what you want, and know what you want to accept most importantly, be wise enough to know the difference. The
See,
only way you
my
can do that,
brother, who's it? My brother or my mom? Oh no, my mom had a different saying. My brother also said that life isn't complicated because he has a thing is live life on life's terms.
life,
That was his simplest thing to me.
it's
And
quite simple.
this was my brother that was addicted to drugs and alcohol. He's been clean for over 20 years now, and he
That's
always
great.
said, live life on life terms. He also said there are three things that will get you in more trouble in this world than anything else. He said your mouth, your actions, and your attitude.
It's what
And
you
my
respond to that
mom,
makes a difference. No, it's what you respond to. Now, I can tell you, it's what you respond to, brother. The
right?
world gonna throw
What
you
I'm
all
saying
type of
is your
things.
actions can be a
You're right.
react.
I'm
Right.
piggybacking off you. I'm
Yeah.
piggybacking off you. You are
And my
they've been put
mom
together
always had
day
this
one.
saying for all of her children,
Yeah.
regardless of what relationships they got in, right? Or we got in. My
Right.
mom and my dad never interfered. They think you're grown. We raised you in a way that you should know better. So my whole thing was with my mom was if you like it, I love it.
Yeah.
She
That's,
never
you know
stressed
what?
herself out about it.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
My
right. If you like it,
dad,
I
he
love
was
it.
so damn reserved. He never even gave you his thoughts unless you asked. And most of us didn't ask because my father was a minister. And we knew where he was coming from. So most of us didn't even bother pops.
I hear you on that. My dad's a Marine. My dad is a Marine drill sergeant. So when you came, so be ready for the harsh truth. But even then, that's his truth. That's his truth. Now I can't. I would take the information that someone feeds me, and I listen. I listen to advice, but I'm like, okay, are you applying this to me or collectively or in general? To my when you become a person that listens to people, I listen. I listen. Now I don't know everything, but what I do know, I do know. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I had to learn to listen. And the way I've learned to listen is when I want to talk to somebody and I tell them my situation, all they do is compare to their situation, but you're not helping me resolve or come to a solution to my problem. So by me not getting that growing up, I've learned to listen to people because I was never listened to.
I like that you brought that up, know thyself, and I think that's
Yes,
what we
ma'am.
were talking about earlier, Warlock, because I'm in the same field that you're in, know
Hmm.
thyself.
Hmm.
One question that everybody always asks me is can you give me some advice? I said I don't give advice. I don't give advice. I'm not going to tell you what to do, when to do, and how to do it. My whole idea of helping you through this situation is to be able to ask you questions to help you figure it out yourself.
Yeah, then that's a great approach. That's a great approach. But see, most people don't know this thing. I teach people this: know yourself, to know what you want, what you don't want, and most importantly, to know the difference. And that's something that only you can do with yourself. I can guide you there. You know what I'm saying? But I can't tell you what you want, what you need. Only you can answer that. It's like this here. I can tell you honestly. As long as my brother's been married, their wife would not be compatible to what I need from a woman. It's not saying that that woman is bad. It's just saying it's not compatible for what I need. So once, see, we people here's the trap that people fell in, and I blame this internet. It's like a hive mind society. We all think the same. I'm speaking in general. No one is able to think for themselves. They are told what to be versus being who they are meant to be. Because what's compatible to you ain't compatible to me. And then so they got this: men should be 6 foot tall, six this that, and women should be thick and no kids and whatever. No, to me. And then so they got this: men should be 6 foot tall, six this that, and women should be thick and no kids and whatever. No, dude, find what's compatible to you. But most people can't do that because they don't know who the hell they are. They've been told who to be versus being what they're meant to be. And I teach people to reconnect with who they are. Sometimes you got to cut the world off. Sometimes, and I met Kev at this stage of my life. Sometimes you got to cut the
Yes,
whole
man.
world off. Cut the whole world off, and then you only got yourself to feed off of. To feed off of. You only got
Exactly.
yourself to feed off of. and
At the
then you
end of the
discover who you
day,
are.
at the end of the day, it's always going to boil back down to self. It's like, and I love that you brought up this identity thing, and we were just talking about that before you got on. No, is that, you know, and I always speak on this too, is that a lot of people don't know who they are because they're so busy wanting
Being
other
told what to
people
do.
to tell them who they are.
Exactly,
Look,
and that's the hive mind society, and the internet is the queen bee.
look, let me tell y'all something. Y'all know I married a woman with 5 damn kids, right? Three was
Congratulations,
already
man!
gone out
That's a
the
great
house.
thing.
She had 2. But at the same token, they would call that type of guy, they would call him a simp or whatever the hell it is, right?
It don't matter what they call you.
Granted,
You,
I don't know because nobody's ever said it to me directly, but nobody's ever called me that. Not that I give
oh,
a
they
two,
won't.
not that I give 2 shits, but she gave me everything that I needed. And here's the problem I think that we have with a lot of relationships.
Yes,
We
sir.
all disagree, but we're so caught up on people appearances. I tell fellas, I tell guys, even my boys in high school right now. I say, you if you get a girlfriend, which I'm not telling you to do, not in high school, but if you do, you need to find a young lady that fits your plan.
Oh, can I please piggyback off of that real quick?
Yeah,
Listen,
you're
please.
good.
I tell my kids this right here. I'm 52 with only one grandchild because I teach these. Listen to my kids, not just the people I talk to, not my clients. Listen, once you get past compatibility and companionship, then and you guys know that you like each other. You must ask these 3 questions. Once you guys know you got interest in each other. Question 1: do you want what I want? Do you want what I want at the same time that I want these things? Most importantly, do you want what I want at the same time that I want these things? And do you only want these things with me? That will solve you. That will right there, that's a strong foundation. And you will know exactly where your mate stand with you. And then if she
You know what that
lies, pay
reminds me
attention.
of? No,
Yes, ma'am.
before you go into the second question, that reminds me of expectations. People will put expectations upon you that they can't even meet. So it's like,
Oh,
do
I
you
got a
want
term
those
for it.
expectations?
Unrealistic expectations
Yes,
That's
upon
right.
you.
exactly,
You
Yeah,
got to
but
specify. They
realistic.
put unrealistic
You know
expectations
what?
on you and expect
exactly.
you to hold up to those unrealistic
Then that's not
expectations.
the
And
one
when
for
you
you.
can't hold up to them, what do? They try to defame your
Uh
character. It's
huh.
kind
And you know
Bugs
what?
Bunny the cool guy.
But there is a respectful way to exit out of that equation. You ask those 3 questions. I'm gonna say them again. Do you want what I want? Question 2. Do you want what I want at the same time that I want these things? You want these things only with me. That is your foundation. That's why my great grandparents, both sides, parents and siblings, because they ask these questions. Now I'm not saying storms will come, but they love
Hey
they
yo,
love each other enough to get past the rain. You know what I'm saying? Because you got your foundation strong. Today's problem is that y'all, not say y'all, society is building foundations on sand. My grandparents and those in my family built their foundation on
understand?
concrete.
They
You know,
doing
on
it a
sand.
lot worse than
Sand moves and shifts.
it's worse than saying. Yeah, it's a lot
Oh
worse
yeah,
than
yeah,
that.
it's on water. You know what? You know
They out
what?
here
I
trying to build
stand
that shit on
corrected.
water,
You
hoping
ain't
it
lying.
stay afloat.
They build a foundation
Exactly.
on water. And I compare it to a microwave dinner versus a Sunday dinner that grandma made. You got to wait a little bit. You got to be patient. But when that meal comes, you're ready for it.
Microwave dinner. Time
Yeah,
out.
it's like,
Wait a minute. Nah,
oh,
listen. Hold on a second.
metaphorically
It
speaking,
depends on
metaphorically
the
speaking.
microwave. It depends
Make
on
it
the
for the,
microwave dinner.
it depends
Yeah.
on the meal that's in the microwave. See, it depends on that. Because I love
Cause you know you
popcorn from the
got
microwave.
bacon
I can do that.
and
Hey,
you got the lean
that microwave
cuisines.
reminds me of the iceberg. Like you're talking about like water. Like look at what's above water and look at what's below water.
Below
It's like an
water. It's way more
iceberg.
mountain under it than above
I
it.
got you.
So the thing is like I said, ladies and gentlemen, what we must comprehend is what we want for ourselves and don't let nothing compromise that. not society, not your girlfriend, not even your parents. I could not ever marry a woman like my mother. Because she's built differently from the woman I want in my life. Same thing, it's not saying that she's wrong, because she's perfectly compatible to my dad. Same thing for my brothers. That their mate is perfectly compatible to what they want out of life within their mate. And until you find that person that's compatible to you, don't settle. Learn to say, no. Okay, I can disagree with you respectfully. And like, okay, we're not. We asked these three questions, and you got two. You got two out of the three wrong. You don't want what I want at the same time that I want them, and you don't want these things with me. So your foundation crumbles. But you got to ask these questions. Not only ask these questions, you got to see the reaction to it. You got to see the response to the question with action, not just. I can lie to you all day long. I can lie to you all day long. People win Oscars every year for Best Actor, Best Actress. I look at actions because I can tell men. I can tell you, men, if you are trying your best to break your neck to impress this woman, and you can send a paragraph about how your day was today, and she's sending you with it, okay, cool, and that's all you got out of a paragraph, she's not into you. Because I know the difference when the person is into you and when they're not, just based on how to respond to your gestures.
Mm-hmm.
You know what that reminds me of?
But I do that though.
You know
I
what
do
that
that
reminds
though.
me of thyself. It, like
Yes,
if you
ma'am.
look at it, when you talk about the word no, and I've mentioned this before, a lot of people don't like the word no, but they also don't know how to say it. So it kind of goes both ways. It's like you got to set boundaries for yourself. Boundaries are meant for you. It kind of reminds me of the word hot. Like that's one of our first words that we understand as a kid. Don't touch the stove. Don't
It's
touch the
hot.
stove. It's hot. It's
Right.
hot.
Right.
Once you touch it,
You're gonna get
no,
burnt.
nobody else can force you to touch it again. Like if somebody forced me to touch that stove, I'm gonna fight them off. So that's the same thing as like the word no. Like people don't like to hear it, but they also don't know how to say it.
No, it's KNOW, which means knowing,
Ooh, I
knowledge.
want to speak on that. I want
I
to speak.
am I am KNOW-1, knowledge of self. I am no one. I don't know y'all. I know Kev. Still, I'm saying the metaphorically speaking, I know
Yeah, yeah.
one person, and that is me. I know what I want, I know what I don't want, and I damn sure know the difference. Know thyself. KNOW, I am no one. So are you, because only you can be you. But do you know who you are?
Look,
Know thyself.
my boy got a tattoo, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah, yeah.
it took him almost a year and a half because he said he only wanted one tattoo and he wanted it to speak volumes for who he was. It took him a year and a half to figure out what the fuck he wanted. And you know what the tattoo? It wasn't a picture. It was words. You know what the
Yeah.
words were?
Right.
True to myself.
Mm.
It took him a year and a half to figure that shit out.
I always say tattoos tell stories. So, hey,
Well, a lot
that
of
was for
these
me.
people out here got folk tales. You feel me? Comic book strips, because they don't get things with significant or symbolic meaning. They just get shit because everybody else out here has it. They follow. There's a bunch of followers. There's really little leaders, and the leaders that are actually leaders are getting overlooked. Um, under and let's see, undercompensated for their, you know what I'm saying, the wisdom and things that they're spilling to people, or they get treated like shit because of course you have a bunch of self-centered illiterate mofos out here with closed minds that, you know, don't ever take the time to actually listen, to understand, and then respond. They just listen and respond and wonder why they still lost while everybody else progressed. You done recessed. Don't worry about it. But to respond to her comment when she said, when you're so giving, it's hard to say no. Uh,
Man,
it depends on the situation. Because me personally, I'm not going to continuously pour into somebody that's not reciprocating and or projecting the same energy or actions that, like y'all was saying, we speaking about
yes, sir.
actions. If you're not portraying the same actions that I'm
Yes,
pushing
sir.
out to you, why the hell would I stay in that situation, regardless to
Yes,
whether
sir.
it's hard to say no or not? Hell, it's people, it's hard to get over. It's hard to get over unaliving of someone that was close to you at the same time. However, saying no doesn't make you how some people would try to classify you as a weak person, or you're a closed person, or
Right.
you're not ish, or this, that, and the third, or saying no doesn't make you weak. It actually makes
It
you
does not.
strong, and it
There,
It
makes you
there,
wise.
does.
there's a
It does.
saying. There's a
There we
saying.
go, brother.
There's a
I
saying.
got you.
FYF. I'm gonna say it that way. There's a saying that says, "I
Y'all
may
can
be a
call me
bitch,
K.
but you made me this way." Just because I say no doesn't mean I'm being angry, or doesn't mean I'm being feisty, or doesn't mean I'm just being assertive. Sometimes you just have to say no because it's something that it's not being present. It's something that you
I'm
don't
so
want
glad she
present in
opened
your
that
life.
door.
That's like the accountability piece. Remember, we were talking about accountability earlier. Because I say no, I'm actually saying I don't want to allow this into my life.
Yeah, you don't
Here's
have,
the
listen,
problem
we
that we
always
have.
find balance.
We
We
have
got
we
to
have a
find
lot of
balance,
people.
man. I
This is the
can't do
problem on both
wrong.
sides, right?
Hmm.
We have a lot of people, and this is going back to the pouring into people thing, right? We have a lot of people that's trying to pour into people to fill them up, but they bypass the fact that they're pouring into strainers.
Say that again for the people in the bike that didn't
Say
hear
it
you
again,
correctly.
Warlock. Say it again, Warlock. Say it again.
You're pouring into people trying to fill them up, but you're pouring into strainers.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
You know, it's kind of hard to fill up a bucket when it's filled with fucking holes.
It fills up. It do fill up. A bucket with holes fills up. You know what it do? It just pull right back out. Waste the time,
Exactly.
waste the space, waste the energy, waste the effort. Yeah, a lot of people out here is definitely that basket. You know what I'm saying? That little laundry basket you got at the dollar store. You know, the little mini one.
And hold on. This goes back to what I was saying earlier.
Hmm.
When we do those things, right? It's like we try to blame everybody else except for your dumb ass that keep pouring that damn water into the strainer.
Right.
Mm.
It's like it's like you keep filtering out, but what are you gonna hold on to?
Man, look, I'm gonna tell
I'm glad he
y'all.
said that though, because that goes with that first question. Do people honestly know what peace is and how to keep
Yeah.
it? Because
Mm-hmm.
he
And
pretty
how to
much
keep it.
that right there goes a lot with the hold on, men rush to peace, women rush to happiness. That right there ties with the first two things on his prompt. Well, the first
Yep.
three, the accountability room portion, which I'm pretty sure is just the title, but the men rush to peace, women rush to happiness isn't true, and the what is peace and how do you keep it? What he just said, that analogy he just used, is literally a prime example of all three, and a little bit of the fourth one as well.
Exactly. Because once you filter it out, like you filter it out, how do you keep it? You got to keep the peace. So you can filter out the people around you that are not peaceful, but how do you keep the peace that is actually like that you want to hold on to? You have to hold on to it some way. You can't be a strainer your whole life.
Well, when
Hey,
people
Kev, I'm
say
gonna say this to you because I'm about to
peace,
crash and
what
burn. I
is it?
got two
Oh,
games to
go
go
ahead, brother.
to in the morning. But if you don't clip that daggone thing that I did up and send it to me, I'ma fuck you up. I'ma fuck you up.
You
No,
know
seriously,
Kevin's
man, because
gonna be
I
screaming.
truth be told, man, I don't remember shit that I said. I
Hey,
don't.
why this man pop out like Homer Simpson at that bush?
And
No,
he gonna fade to black in a minute. Watch.
Kev just popped out of nowhere, and I'm like, wait a minute, I don't know. You know what? He's probably working on clipping all this stuff right now.
Look,
Ooh,
look,
ooh,
I want my
Kev,
clip. I want my clip by Monday. I'm telling you
Kev,
now. I'm giving
I
you a couple
got you.
days. I want my clip by Monday.
You don't have to post and clip this one, my boy. I'm finna take one more nice little shutter clock real quick, right? And I'm about to indulge in arts and crafts. Cause that last one, I'm finna show y'all what signs of projection is. Since y'all wanna know, y'all you said what are signs of projection.
I'm
What
gonna
I'm
listen
getting
to it from the
ready.
outside. I gotta bounce, y'all. I gotta get me some damn
oh for
sleep.
sure.
We love you, Warlock, and Warlock. I love you as always, my brother. Always, just oh man,
because you
I
bring
definitely
such a lot
enjoy
of
it.
wisdom.
Definitely enjoy it
And
because
then Mr. FYF,
y'all just
now I'm
call
gonna
me
call you
K.
that.
Just call me K for
Okay,
short.
I got you, K.
No,
Man,
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna
call him
drop
Mr. Fuck Your
in.
Feelings. That's all.
Well, and
Well,
that's
not
what I'm
see.
about ready to go do because I'm gonna get in music mode right now. It's Friday night. I got the whole weekend off,
Hold
and
on,
I'm
it's
gonna be in
Saturday.
music mode.
Saturday rising. Talking about
Yes,
Friday night. It's
yes,
Have a good
Saturday
night,
rising.
Warlock.
But
yes.
today I'm K. Right now I'm K. The FYF definitely coming out when I definitely go live and hit this good old
Yeah,
rap session
yeah.
because I gotta talk my ish about a couple people that decided they wanted to play the game. See, you know what I'm saying? I was at peace until they got mad at a question that was a topic on two different people's lives. And everybody in here, y'all know how
Oh,
I do. I troll.
you've been
Even
making
Kev
your
knows
rounds,
this.
huh? You've been
Nah, nah,
making
nah,
your
nah.
rounds.
I went to the park today to go chill with my
Uh-huh.
people like we always do every night. But see, when we went, I was clearing out a lot of stuff from both my phones. So I was like, I don't
Mm.
need all this stuff. Most of my stuff like double pictures. And anyway, man, I'm sitting there. I see a question that says, "Can you remain with your partner if they withhold sex?" I said that, and behind it, I was sitting here talking about a live that I had. Kev was in that live because
Oh,
the first thing I said was,
I think I
yeah, I
spoke.
can I can be with a partner that does it, but the problem is I'm gonna cheat on your ass. That's the only thing about it. But I was trolling though. Everybody knew I was trolling. But then I came back after that and was like, I'm gonna be honest with you, that's really not a top priority. It's like, look, my fucking friend got mad. Like, she really got upset because I was like, yeah, I can cheat. And then the dude came in and was like, man, matter of fact, I have cheated. I've done it before. I was in the situation. Like, I just say certain things that I know is gonna trigger the conversation just to make it more
Right.
interesting. And she got in her feelings all because I said, yeah, I'll cheat. You know what I'm saying? You wanna withhold the cat? I'm gonna go get it somewhere else. But I'm still
Hey,
gonna come back though. Don't worry.
hey,
But I was joking.
we know what's gonna start up combos, and we know what's gonna create combos. We know what's gonna create chaos. We know what's gonna bring peace. We know this. Like, this is just what we've been doing for years, and it's like, but having those combos that we do
Hashtag.
have, with the ones that know how to like manage the room. Those are the ones that you want to be in, where it's like, wait a minute, I can talk it, I can walk it, and I can be peaceful with it, but I can also learn something from it too. You
Well, that
know.
ties into the one, two, three. That ties into the fourth one. When should you sweep it under the rug, and when should you address the problem? Problems unfold, transpire firsthand. A lot of people out
Hmm.
here tend to want to run from problems. They tend to, like he said, sweep it under the rug and try to dismiss the problem. However, this problem is what caused this big distortion or disconnect in your communication and also your relationship. That doesn't mean just you and your partner. That can apply to family, friends, employees, all of this.
Yep.
You feel me? Like, it's not all just based in one thing. I'm not. That's why I was asking Kev. Like, are these based like just generalized, or are they like based in relationships? I ain't want to go. I like to go in the direction of how the prompts are.
I was thinking relationship, but we can make it general.
General.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Bet. I'll run through these real quick. I ain't gonna take me long. Accountability. That's the kryptonite. A lot of people don't know what that is, but they graduated TikTok University. Don't worry about it. Men rush to peace. Women rush to happiness. Is it true? Men want peace. Women typically want happiness, but they find happiness through peace. Most men find peace through things that make them happy. So yeah, I yeah, I can agree with